Okay. I think you guys can hear me now. Uh, let me know if you guys can hear me in the chat. I think you should be able to hear me. Okay, cool. Yeah, weird stuff, man. So I just had an update for my Roadcaster for my mixer, and so I did the update maybe about 10 minutes before the show. But I guess even though it doesn't say it requires it, I guess after you do the update to the system, you still have to update your computer for it to take effect. Maybe it threw everything off. I don't know. It's my first update I've had for this thing, so good to know. I mean, and this was only an update for a piece of the firmware. It wasn't even for the whole thing. I don't know. Whatever. All right, you live and you learn. Good to know. But thank you guys. Appreciate it. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Happy New Year. And of course, the new year has to test me. I get it. I get it, New Year. That's fine. We here. Okay. We all right though. Anyway, shout out to everybody. Thank you guys for being here and rocking and always showing love and support. As I was trying to say, I hope everybody's holidays was good and went well, and I wish you guys the best of health, prosperity, and success in the new year. Hope everything that you want to do or accomplish for yourself happens. And my only advice would be, whatever you plan on doing, don't wait, just get it done. It doesn't matter what the hurdle is, doesn't matter what the obstacle is, just do it. Try it. If it's not perfect, it's not perfect, but just do it. Because time is wasting. Time flies by, man. Before you know it, it's Christmas time again, and you're like, wow, that whole year went by. And then you're figuring out what your next New Year's resolution is. Oh, and you realize, hey, it's the same one I didn't do last year. So yeah, just do what you got to do. Don't let anybody discourage you. Just try it, man. If you fail, you fail. But sometimes failing is a blessing, because at least you started and at least you tried. You know what I mean? So now you know what to do going forward if you consider it, to keep doing it. So, all right. That being said, thank you guys once again. Happy Saturday to everybody. And let's see what we're looking like for our traditional weather here. Currently 32 degrees in the New York area, with going up to a high of 37. Next 5 days, 38, 33, 34, 34, 34. Yep, the fun is over. We back. Anyway, I hope you guys are doing well. I know there's a lot of people that are not feeling great today, because the Knicks were on a nice 9-game win streak, and the win streak got snapped by OKC, who was on their own 13-game win streak, and now they've made it 14. But I just want to say to everybody, listen, we're going to talk about some stuff, but I think we should feel good about how the Knicks played, how they came out, their energy level. They came to play. So, and there's some good takeaways from last night's game. There's a couple things that need to be changed, yes, but there's some good takeaways from last night's game, and I think as Knicks fans, we should feel good about this team. Now, I think the other good thing that comes out of this is, as New Yorkers, sometimes we could be a little brash, have a little machismo, a little too cocky. And sometimes you need some stuff like this to be, it's humbling for the fan base, humbling for the team, humbling for the coach. You got to understand where you're at. The Knicks are a very good team. And do I think by the end of the year, the Knicks will be the best team? Possibly. Can they be? Yes. But there's steps to it. And we got to go through these tests and these hurdles to figure out what type of team we are and what type of adjustments we need to make on our playing style, how we play, how we attack, how we defend. All that stuff is necessary and important. We have to get through it. So I just want to say that I think that last night was a really good test for the Knicks. I think the Knicks stepped up to the plate, and were ready for the test. Now, as far as what actually took place, we'll talk about that. So, um, I think that the Knicks need to make a couple changes in the way they strategize for these moments in these games, and that comes down to coaching, right? I know a lot of people are going to look at last night's game. They're going to look at the fourth quarter as to where we lost the game, and I'm not saying that that's wrong. I do think, I mean, obviously, I mean, the fourth quarter, the way they outscored us, that was big, and that was defining as far as what took place. But I think the other thing about last night's game is people are going to point fingers at Jalen Brunson and say, well, maybe Jalen Brunson was ball hogging and calling his own number and not getting the rest of the team involved, and that's why we lost. I don't think that's the case. I think Jalen Brunson did what Jalen Brunson felt he needed to do because the Knicks didn't have anything going. They were stagnant. OKC had stepped up their defensive pressure, and he felt like he needed to give the Knicks another option so that way, when they adjust, we could adjust, right? The problem was the offense itself was stagnant, and the movement and the style of play that they were doing wasn't good. And unfortunately, throughout the season, I've said a couple things here and there, but I haven't really made a big deal because for the most part, it's been okay. And then there's been little missteps, but not really big. Last night was a big one on Thibs. Thibs messed up last night. Okay. And that's fine. He's a coach. He's not perfect. He's going to have his good ones. He's going to have his bad ones. We hope that he has more good ones than bad ones. And we hope that in these big games, he steps up and realizes certain things about how this team should be moving. And I'd rather have this happen to us now in our first meeting versus OKC. And great, you know what? We have 1 week to get it together. We get to play them next Friday again and fix whatever issues happened this past Friday. So that's good. This not many teams get that chance to play a top team from the West Coast in quick fashion like that, to make adjustments. 1 second. So that's great. But this is what I would say that I think were the key factors in last night's game. To me, this is what precipitated the loss for the Knicks. The Knicks came out the gate, and what I like about what they did was they came out the gate strong. They came out the gate, aggressive. They came out the gate ready to play. And OKC, was playing like the way OKC plays. But the other thing I wanted to say about OKC, guys, I don't know if you've watched OKC or seen highlights from them in recent games. In recent games, OKC has had tough starts, right? And they've had to come back, but they are a really good comeback team. They're young, they're energetic, they're rested. So, coming back is not something that they're foreign to, and that's a dangerous team you got to worry about. So in the back of my mind, throughout this whole game, I'm always like, okay, I felt really good about the second quarter. I felt great about the Knicks having the lead, but I said the second half is going to be very important because OKC knows how to come back, and they come back like with fire. You know what I mean? They don't just come back into the game and get it close, and no, they come back in full throttle. So you got to be prepared for that. The other thing that I think, so here's my keys. Let me just tell you what I think were keys into why the Knicks lost. Momentum. That dunk that Jalen Williams had was a momentum shifter. I think that was big, right? Do I think that's why they lost? No, of course, there's more things to it, but it was big, right? It started getting them pumped up. It got the fan base pumped up because no matter what, as just like we are Knicks fans, our team is good. We think we could beat anybody. OKC fans think the same thing. So they're like, but they also watch the Knicks come out. They know we got firepower. They know they got Jalen Brunson on the team. They know the Cat's on the team. And they saw we were beating them by 12 in the second quarter. So the fan base starts to be like, oh, okay. Because we're in the East Coast. They don't see us all the time. So that dunk and the momentum was big for the team as well as the fans. Because, the team itself, even though OKC thinks they could beat anybody, they haven't played us this year like that. So, they were like, okay, well, maybe we're good, but maybe they are a little something. But that got them going. All right, fine. The other thing that I think was really big, and so people may not think this, let me tell you something. That OG dunk falling to the ground was huge for the Knicks. And you guys might be like, well, why do you say that, Ron? I mean, OG stood in the game. He didn't get hurt. No, but he didn't play the same after it. OG was aggressive. He was moving up and down the court. He was shooting shots. He was ready to go up and dunk. After that, when he fell to the ground, warranted, because that was kind of scary for him. It was scary for us watching it. He wasn't the same aggressiveness on offense. He wasn't even barely lifting his right arm up. Like, you know what I mean? He shot the free throw, and that was a good sign to see him get the shot. But after that, he wasn't trying to, pressure himself into the lane. He wasn't trying to dunk on nobody. Like, he was different after that. And I think that's important to understand because the Knicks are a team. We're not old. We're like in the middle of the pack. OKC's a little younger. They're aggressive. They're explosive. We need to fight fire with fire. We need our explosives. OG is one of those guys. He's 26, 27 years old. We need that explosiveness from him. And when that happened, we lost some of that. And I think that was big in my opinion. So I think that affected us. And then the other two things that you can't get past. The Knicks did not use their advantage in the fourth quarter. The advantage was, this doesn't always happen, but when the Knicks tried to go inside, when OKC was ready, they made a lot of resistance. They blocked OG's shot when he went up. They blocked, I forgot who it was. I don't know if it was Macau or somebody else. When they got inside the paint and OKC was ready, they were ready to try to stop or alter what we were doing in there. But you know who they couldn't really stop? Karl Anthony Towns. They tried to give him some resistance, but when Karl Anthony Towns wanted to, he got right in the lane and scored his shot. They can't jump when he's 7 feet. He got his hook shot off. He got his dunk off. When he wanted to get in that paint, he could go to work, right? The Knicks went away from Karl Anthony Towns. He was our biggest mismatch that we had to take advantage of, and the Knicks went away from that. And it's not Jalen Brunson's fault. As much as people want to say what they want to say, Jalen Brunson doesn't do anything that Tom Thibodeau doesn't want him doing out there. If Tom Thibodeau is the type that if you make a mistake, he'll call a timeout right then and there. You think that if Jalen Brunson is doing something offensively back to back to back in sequences that Tom Thibodeau's not happy with, he's going to let it keep going? No. He's doing what Tom Thibodeau wants him to do. So I'm going to go back to it. This is a coaching issue. We went away from Karl Anthony Towns. He was our mismatch. He was the one thing that OKC really doesn't have an answer for. Because even though Hartenstein is a really good defender, we know, because Hartenstein was here for 2 years, we know that Hartenstein sometimes struggles against the big, talented centers. That was the battle for us. That was our mismatch. There was a point where we were going back and forth with OKC, and I was like wondering what the Knicks were going to do. And they came down and they scored a couple points. Macau hit a couple twos here and there, and then they went to Cat, and Cat went right into the lane and scored 2. And I was like, this is good. This is good, right? Because we may not be able to match their intensity right now because they're starting to feel themselves, but we're scoring points. We're staying right there with them. And there's nothing they can really do about that. It's like, that's easy. Let's just go do it. And they went away from it. That is a problem, right? So that to me is the styles make fights, all that stuff. In this particular game, when I look at OKC for what they are, they're a really good team. SGA is a phenomenal player. He's fantastic. And he's so confident right now. Like he's the next one up. He's one of the next ones up. Like he's the dude. But he's one man. That team is a team. They are deeper than us, and it shows. They just have good, adequate players that go out there and get the job done. This dude that Wiggins was hitting the threes, he don't even average those type of points. He just stepped up in the moment because we were focused on stopping everybody else that we had to focus on. You bring somebody off the bench that's like, hey, I'm just playing with house money out here, and he just starts knocking down threes, and he got the Holy Ghost. You're gonna deal with that. It is what it is. But that's something that we could have got past. We could have got over that had we continued with our game plan, continued to press them on what our advantage was, which was Karl Anthony Towns. And, to piggyback on that, another thing, Karl Anthony Towns is a problem because how dynamic he is. He's such a mismatch because he can bomb you from outside. He can kill you inside. He can do all these different things on the court. Karl Anthony Towns shot 0 threes because we didn't get the ball to him on the perimeter, or we didn't run plays to get the ball to him on the perimeter. Some people are like, oh, they just didn't pass the ball to him. No, I saw Karl Anthony Towns on the perimeter. And what I did notice, OKC kept the man right next to him, right on him. They didn't give him a lot of distance. They didn't want him catching the ball out there. And when he did catch the ball, there was somebody right in his face. Fine. That's going to happen. Good defensive teams are going to do that. You know what you do? You set picks. You screen. Give Karl Anthony Towns a little bit of daylight, 2-3 feet. Boom. That's all you need. They didn't do that. And that's coaching, right? That's coaching. You have to use your advantages and take care of business when it's time to do that. But in order to do that, you got to call the right plays. You got to have the right systems in place. We didn't have that last night. Okay. We were right there and the win was there for the taking, and we strayed away from what we could do best. I just think that, we shouldn't get lost in what actually happened. That's what took place. The other thing, too, is outside of everything I just said, and this is the bottom line, whether we want to say, these guys get paid to do a job, they need to be out there, they're doing it back in the day. Forget back in the day. Right now, in that fourth quarter, the New York Knicks were tired. There's no other way to look at it. These dudes were tired. Guys were open. The same looks that the Knicks were preventing earlier in the game, guys were wide open, getting perimeter shots. Wiggins was getting open looks because guys were tired. You have to fight all game to stay with OKC and how they're moving around. Then when you get to the fourth quarter, to continue to stop them after playing 30-plus minutes, almost 40 minutes, then after the fourth quarter, you played 40 minutes, they were tired. The Knicks played 8 guys the whole game. And 2 of those guys played, 12 minutes or less, 13 minutes or less, something like that. So that means the majority of your team, your starters, played 40 minutes. All of them. You look at OKC, the highest total, I think, was 36, 37 minutes. But the rest of them was like low, mid-30s. They played 10 guys. 2 of those guys, one played like 8 minutes. The other one played maybe 11. I don't know, something like that. But they played 10 guys. They stayed fresh. They moved the ball. They got into their schemes, and guys just fit right in. Tom Thibodeau, in a situation like this, and I'm not saying this is for everything, because one thing I will say, him keeping the starters out there allowed OKC also to see something too. The Knicks starters are better than our starters. Like when the Knicks starters are out there, we are better than them. But you can't sustain it for 4 quarters against a team that has energy, is running up and down the court, and is switching out 10 guys. You got to trust. You got to trust and understand that this is a moment. It's a big moment. This Knicks team has earned it. These starters have earned it. But just because they've earned it doesn't mean they're the only ones that deserve it. Okay? Other guys could have contributed, could have chipped in. We weren't getting a lot of bench scoring. We weren't getting a lot of impact off the bench. There's no reason why Tyler Kolek couldn't have got in the game, right? You got no Deuce, right? Yes, Tyler Kolek is not great defensively, but maybe he could put a little bit more pressure on them offensively. Maybe the fact that our ball movement was stagnant because they were trying to double team Jalen Brunson and get the ball out of his hands because they didn't trust any of our other playmakers. Maybe that's a point where you can bring in a Kolek. Even have Kolek out there with Brunson, not for a long time because, the defense, we might get cooked. Maybe just for a little bit. Maybe show them something they weren't expecting. Kolek on one side, Brunson on the other side. Not only is Kolek a good facilitator, he's a really good shooter too. You know what I mean? So if they double team, try to take the ball out of Jalen Brunson's hands, they can kick it over to Kolek in the right amount of time. He can get a wide open three, or he can make the moves that Brunson can't because they're so reliant on him. He can go dice up the rest of the defense and get a good shot for someone else. It's like thinking out of the box. You don't got to do this all the time. It's not going to work all the time. But when the game is right there for the taking, be willing to try different things here and there for a couple minutes. If it don't work, it don't work. It's only a couple minutes. Can a game be lost in a couple minutes? Yes. But the Knicks are a good team. So you feel confident that they can get back. That's the point, right? The Knicks should have had someone else out there. Kolek, maybe I don't know. Maybe the flip side is because the OKC is a small team for the most part outside of Hartenstein. Maybe you go Huck Porty too. Try to hit him with more bigs. Or I don't know about Jericho. Jericho could have added something, I guess. But you know what I mean? Like, I'm thinking about people who can also add some offense. I'm sorry I'm going on a little bit of a rant, guys, but I just wanted to get this out there because I was thinking it as I was watching the game. I was like, there's different things the Knicks could have done. Now, really, what I wish the Knicks could have done is put Paco Mdadier out there as well. But guess what? Paco Mdadier didn't even travel with the team. Like, what are we doing here? Come on, Thibs. What's going on? Am I missing something? Is Dadier nursing an injury? Like, what's going on? I'm so confused. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I'm not mad at Thibs for who he is. I want him to be able to consider making adjustments when adjustments need to be made. Your formula is your formula and it works, but sometimes you got to adjust. And I'm telling you, and let me tell you something else too, guys. If you can feel good about like I said, you could feel great about the way that the Knicks came out with energy. They came out ready to withstand whatever OKC was doing. And it was great to watch them fight OKC when OKC was trying to, get their lead and pull away and withstand that. And then in the second quarter, get off to a 12-point lead. That was beautiful. That shows you that it was a big game for the Knicks, obviously, and they were in it. You know what I mean? They had the energy. It's just for a team like that, with those starters playing the way they were playing, to keep that up for 4 quarters against a team that's switching guys out, playing 10. And another thing that you got to think about too is the Knicks didn't even have their 3-point shot going. I think Mikal Bridges was probably the most. No, it wasn't him. OG was the most consistent. Mikal hit a couple early, but I think he would finish like 4 for 10 or something like that. I think OG was a little better, 3 for 5 or 3 for 7. I don't know. The bottom line was we didn't have our 3-point shot going. We shot like 28% or something like that. For the Knicks to be in the game and actually have a chance to win, that's a testament to how good they are and how good they were playing, right? But you don't go away from your strengths, especially in a game where Karl-Anthony Towns was not bad. He was good. It's not like his shot wasn't there. We don't know because he didn't get a chance to shoot it. I just think that they shot themselves in the foot there. Coach Thibs maybe didn't think enough or overthought it and didn't use our biggest weapon to our advantage. And that's to me the biggest issue with last night's game. So we'll see. We'll see if they make some adjustments going forward. But it was good to see. I think the Knicks should, fans, we should feel good about what the Knicks did. We can definitely hang with OKC. We can hang with the other thing, my biggest thing I've been saying, young athletic teams give us the beats, they give us problems. Last night, I didn't feel like, even though they're young athletic, I felt like the Knicks were ready to match them. So that was a good sign. It's like the Knicks are getting over certain hurdles, but it's hard to do it for 4 quarters when your starters are going to play 40 minutes. All I'm saying. I get it. And at some point, even I think what we get too lost in, like, the mentality of, the minutes. I'm not big on the whole minutes thing either. But in last night's game, it mattered. And the fact that they've been playing a lot of minutes all season to this point, it matters. That's it. I don't have a problem with what Thibs did last year when he had to play guys those minutes. And when he went into the playoffs, he had to play. When you have to, you have to. The season's over. But we're not even at the All-Star break yet. And you're going to play a team that plays 10 deep and play these other guys, your starters, 40 minutes and expect them to be fresh and active and defensively oriented in the fourth quarter. You could see how gassed these dudes was. Okay, I'm done. All right, let's get to everything else, man. I'm sorry, guys. I just had to get that out because I understand people are coming up with different theories and reasons why they feel the Knicks lost the game, and they want to point the finger and blame different things. But this is who I want to blame. Coaching was not the best last night. For the most part, we had a good game plan, but it deviated and we didn't make the proper adjustments, and the minutes usage was poor. So that's my feeling. Okay, let me see what the chat looking like. Shout out to Kerry Cox in the building. Salute to you. What up, Kerry? Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Happy New Year to everybody once again. Andios NYK in the building. Salute, Andios. Appreciate you. I got my morning cup of congestion. I mean, my morning cup of Joe or Joanne, whatever you want to call it. Oh, look at that. In my new SKF Know the Ledge mug. Yeah, you see it. You guys can get one of these if you want too. And this is the bigger one. This is the 15 ouncer. So some that don't like to use the small cups, because I'm not a big small cup guy, the 12 ounces. This is the 15 ouncer. So way to go. Okay. Shout out to Andios. He says, feed the ball inside through Cat. Here comes the double. Now you got shooters wide open outside. Use them wisely. Smart. Not mad at that. Smart. But that's what once again, that's what they should have done. They should have, this is a game you feed Cat. You go through Cat and let the rest of the offense develop off of that. You got to use your strength because it doesn't matter. Even through a double, Cat was scoring. He finished twice through a double. Like he split it once. And then the other time, I think he just went around it. But so it's a win-win. And if they want to really go crazy, they might triple. Who knows? Or they might show. That means there's a bunch of people that you can move the ball to that are. Now, the bad thing about it is the Knicks weren't shooting well. So that might play into their hands too. But it is what it is. You got to take those opportunities, take those chances. Shout out to Allah Wise in the building. What up, Allah? Appreciate you, my brother. Good to see you. Sha Powers is in the building. What up, Sha? Appreciate you. Good to see you, my brother. Please support Knicks Real Talk, my brother Sha and my brother Divine. Go show them some love, man. They've been doing a fantastic job getting us right for these games. And their post-game stuff, the analysis has been fantastic too, man. Shout out to these brothers. Appreciate you guys. Kevin Taylor, he says we need a coach that has confidence in his bench. I mean, listen, man, I hear you, and I know guys are frustrated. And you heard what I said, but I don't necessarily mean because of what I said that Thibs isn't the right coach. Thibs just needs to make the right decisions because there's other coaches out there that, on a night in, a night out basis, people have, they talk about these guys like they're solid NBA coaches and this and this and this. We watch them and our team beats up on them or whatever it may be. And you look at their fans, they're like, oh, I hate this coach. Get this coach out of here. He's a bum. But I'm like, but all the analysts and all the other people think these are good coaches. So there's more to the story. You know what I mean? I hear you guys. I get it. I'm just saying Thibs is still the right guy for the job. Thibs just needs to make the right moves. If Thibs came out there last night, in last night's game, and he did the exact same thing he was doing the whole game, but when OKC tried to, clamp down on defense, he decided to feed the pig and go into Cat. That's an expression. He's not a pig. If they decided to do that and feed Cat and play off of Cat, and it was, and that's what we were asking for, right? And he maybe added one more guy off the bench at the minimum to give these guys a little bit more of a breather, give a different look. I can't be mad at Thibs for anything because the rest of the game, I think he coached great. I think the Knicks were prepared for OKC. It's not like we weren't prepared. It's about adjustments. So, yeah. So all I want to say is I want Thibs to do better, but I'm not necessarily saying I need Thibs to be out of here. This is only one game, guys. One game against a really good team. in which things didn't play out our way. But if had this been a month ago, we could have got blown out by OKC. But we're a much better team now than we were then, is what I'm saying. So there's positives to take from this. But I hear you. JJ says upgrade the bench or RIP. Maybe so. But you can't really do much upgrading. I mean, we're talking about adding one player. Is that the upgrade you're looking for? Because that's all we can really do. We don't have a lot of money. And the only thing you can do is trade. Like, you could trade Precious and Mitch and bring in two marginal pieces that you might feel are better bench players. Is that what you want to do? No. Or they could trade Precious and Mitch or some other combination, possibly, and bring in one player off the bench. But we're talking one player. That's all it is. You still got to trust the guys you got, because you're only going to be able to maybe add one player. It's tough, JJ. It's tough. Shout out to you. Hey, shout out to Darlene Bryant in the building. Let's go, Darlene. Appreciate you. Let's go. Appreciate you, Darlene. Thank you for being here. Lena Franklin is in the building. Let's go, Lena. Okay. What's up, y'all? Happy New Year. The Queen is back. I feel bad that we lost last night, but me and my mom have fun in D.C. when we went to see the Knicks play against the Washington Wizards game. Nice. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. Way to go. Get out there and have some fun. Dunross Gallman in the building. Salute, Dunross. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Brunson and Thibs' fault. I'll say Thibs' fault. I don't necessarily agree with Brunson's fault. Brunson didn't even call his number for most of that game, and he passed the ball. He had 9 assists. He was getting other guys involved. He was basically acting like a decoy. I have no problem with the fact that Brunson was trying to get aggressive and take shots in the fourth quarter. We need Brunson to be aggressive and try to take shots. He's another weapon. You got to understand, guys, if Brunson doesn't do that, the defense can just key in on the other players, right? He has to step up and do that, and he has to be aggressive and make moves getting into the lane, because, as you guys know, Brunson's outside shot was not falling. He didn't have it last night, so he has to work and get into the lane, which requires more time on the clock and all that stuff, and it requires him to do more. So it is what it is, but that's the way he has to get himself going, and we need that. You got to give OKC another option to worry about, because as much as I say that we got to get the ball into Cat, if Cat gets the ball double teaming, he passes out to Brunson for 3, and Brunson misses, OKC is getting exactly what they want, because they're getting the ball to a cold shooter who doesn't have it. Brunson has to get into the lane. He's got to call his number. He's got to get some type of semblance of shots going in. You got to get the rhythm going, and maybe the rhythm will allow his outside shot to start going again. But either way, like I said, not on Brunson. Thibs is the coach. Thibs knows what Brunson is doing. Thibs is okay with it. Thibs needs to make the adjustment. All these timeouts and all these different things you do, TV timeout, that's your time to say, okay, guys, we got to get back into this. Let's do this. Get Cat the ball. We've had issues before. Cat only took, I think, 13 or 14 shots. What? No. When I saw that he didn't take a 3, I knew something was not right. Unbelievable. Shout out to Sherwin in the building. What up, Sherwin? Appreciate you. Good to see you. Good morning. Happy New Year, Knicks family. Salute to you, my brother. Hope you're doing well. Happy New Year to you. All right. Juan B is in the building. What up, Juan? Appreciate you. Respect to that. In the panel, that win streak was against teams barely healthy. Yes, you play who's in front of you, but everything needs context. That's a fact. Fair. Ankra 999 is in the building. Thibs is thick. Shout out to you. Thank you, guys. This is the moment where you were telling me about the technical issues earlier. Appreciate all y'all. Jay, the chosen one, is in the building. Appreciate you. Jay, was good? What's happening, my brother? What's happening with you, my brother? In game is in the building. What up, in game? Appreciate you. Happy New Year, everybody. What's up, Ron? Hope all is good still. Yeah, I know. I'm getting through it though. We're good now. Okay. Crim's dad is in the building. What up, Crim's dad? Appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. As always, appreciate you. He says, I can't. I'm pissed. They lost. We had that game. I know it's tough. It's tough. But, the other thing too, guys, is remember, as much as we did have the game, we playing against a team that's playing really well. They deserve the game just as much as we do. It's a fight, man. It's a fight. And who comes out and victorious at the end, who can withstand the blows and come back with their own blows. They had a little more in the tank. Had a little more in the tank. D-Block in the building. What up, D-Block? Appreciate you. He says, salute to my brother Ron and the Knicks community. Once again, Thibs showed his lack of awareness to make the proper adjustments in last night's game and overplaying our players, and our players were tired. Yes. Can't argue with you there. That nailed it. It is what it is. Let's see. Okay. Don't mind me. I'm just breezing through. Shout out to Johnny Davis in the building. What up, Johnny? Good to see you, man. Hey, that was a giveaway game. Them 5 turnovers. Salute to you, Johnny. Hope you're doing well. AP in the building. What up, AP? Knicks not ready for the big show. That loss completely soured them to me. I think you're looking at it wrong, AP. I think if you listen to what I just said and think about what you actually witnessed, the Knicks came to play. It's not the players. The players did what they needed to do out there. Coach needs to make the proper adjustments. Coach needs to understand that these guys are tired playing this many minutes against a team that is rested and coming off a back-to-back, and they still look like they had more energy than us because they were being used properly. That's all it is. That's all it is. I was more concerned when the Knicks played OKC. I was more concerned that the Knicks were going to come out the gate slow and the OKC was going to get off to a big lead because that's what's happened in the past with the Knicks. And the Knicks were going to be too far behind to recover. Like it was going to be fighting an uphill battle all game. Knicks were going to be down like 15-20 and then just continuing to fight. And then because OKC is a good team, they'll just be, peppering them with points and just keeping the lead going for the whole game. That wasn't the case. Not only did the Knicks withstand their first blow in the first quarter, they took control and took the lead and went up 12 in the second. Knicks came to play. And it's not like the Knicks weren't ready to do what they had to do. It's just the adjustments that need to be made throughout the course of a game are important. And Thibs dropped the ball, in my opinion, in this one. It is what it is. It is what it is. Craig is in the building. What up, Craig? Good to see you. Appreciate you. What's happening? Oh wait, I saw Wonder Woman, but I don't know if I shouted her out earlier. I'll get to her. I know she's in the chat again, so I'll see it in a minute. M. Gene is in the building. Salute to you, M. Gene. Thank you for being here. Dipset, not D Block. Okay. Shout out to you. Thank you for being an SKF Army member. Appreciate you. Happy New Year. Let's see. Jet Life for Life is in the building. Appreciate you. Hey, happy birthday. Oh, wait, that's not it. My bad. There you go. Happy birthday to Jet Life for Life. Salute, my brother. Appreciate you. It's my birthday. I want the Knicks win tonight. Well, hopefully you get one, man. I think we can rebound because get that sour taste of losing out of here. As I sip from my SKF No Ledge cup, let me tell you something. The coffee just tastes better. You can get you one of these. Appreciate you though. Happy birthday, man. I hope your day goes great. All right. All right. I'm breezing through. Hey, L, damn it, is in the building. Let's go, L, a member of the SKF Army. She is in the building. Yes, she likes to go. Pew, 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 pew. Let's go. Pew, pew, L. Okay. Salute to you. Hope you're doing well as always. All right. Shout out to my brother, King Ribby, in the building. What up, King Ribby? Appreciate you, my bro. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. What's in my mug? Just a little French vanilla coffee. You know, it is what it is, man. You know, nothing too crazy today. Animal Lex is in the building. What up, Animal? Appreciate you. Says salute everyone. The Optimum MSG got me upset. Also, the difference in last night's game was Wiggins' points. Next time we play OKC, will be a better outcome. I believe that too. But you know, it really does help to have you know, a little bit more bench usage in those situations. And you can't be mad at the Knicks for allowing certain guys to get looks when you don't know too much about their games. And Wiggins is not somebody that puts up a lot of points. It's just bad, man. Just bad stuff. And then Jalen Williams, not the Jay we know, the other Jay. I guess he's only played like 5 games. He just came back and he hit 3 threes in last night's game. Like, come on, man. This stuff only happens to the Knicks. Like, what are we doing? And you can't be mad at leaving him open. Of course, once he hits the first 2, that third one should be a little bit more contested. But I'm just saying. Excuse me. Khalid Pasha is in the building. Salute, Khalid. What's going on? See, every time we play a good team, Thibs plays all the guys 40 minutes, and they were gassed at the end. Check every loss against all the good teams. Listen, I don't think you're wrong. You know, I agree. It's almost like Thibs says, I need to put my best foot forward, and these are my guys. They're my circle of trust that I've been rocking with all year, and so I need to depend on them, and they're the ones that need to get the love because they've been going through all of this. But forget all that. It's about winning basketball games, right? Obviously, the Knicks have already shown, you know, in previous times, we used to say the Knicks were kind of like Thibs would be allowing these guys to stat pad and do all this stuff. This year, I don't think the Knicks are like that anymore. I think the Knicks have too many different weapons that they understand. We just got to win basketball games. Jalen Brunson has taken a back seat multiple times. In some games, Jalen Brunson was the only one sitting on the bench while the rest of the starters were in. So it's not about that anymore. It's not about just your numbers. So if that's not the case, it's about winning. Give your team a chance to win. Get your guys that need a little breather out of the game and put somebody else in there that can give a different look. You shortchanging like Thibs. All we heard about Thibs, what he said in the was it the interview? Was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? Talking about Tyler Kolek. Oh, I love this kid. He's great. Then play the kid. All I'm saying, play the kid and give your team a different look, right? Give the defense who's not prepping for Tyler Kolek a different look. Let him go out there. Yes, if he goes out there and the Knicks lose the momentum and OKC goes on a 6 or 8 point run, all right, get him out. But if he goes out there and he gives you what you were missing from Jalen because they were trying to get the ball out of his hands, give your team a chance, man. Stop being so focused on. It's almost like everything's a lesson, and I feel like the lesson was learned by Thibs last night. It's like, okay, these are my guys. These are the ones that got us here. They're the ones who get this moment, right? You young guys, watch this. This is what you do, and this is how you get here. No, forget all that. At some point, you got to say, I'm playing a team that is, you know, coming off a back-to-back, and they look fresher than us, even though we're right there with them. By the fourth quarter, they looked better and fresher than us because they're interchanging. Let's do the same thing. right? Let's do the same thing and give them a different look. Maybe they already are like, some of them young guys is like, oh man, yeah, they got some good weapons, but they can't run with us. You know what I mean? Right? The energy level is just different. The Jalen Williams attacks. It's nice to watch. He attacks. Shea Gilgeous Alexander attacks. You know what I mean? They got guys that attack. There's the light skinned dude. I don't know his name, but he was attacking. He wasn't, I'm not saying he killed us. He didn't, but he was attacking. They attack. So, and then they see us that, we not an old team, but our foot speed ain't the fastest. They young, they athletic, they moving. We gotta be able to, like I said, the first and second quarter, we right there with them. But when you get into the third and then to the fourth, come on, Thibs. What you doing? All right. Shout out to Vaughn Allen in the building. Appreciate you, Vaughn. Good to see you as always, my brother. He said, listen, man, Cat and JB defense is the reason our ceiling is Eastern Conference Finals. Couple that with the coach's inability to rest players. Yeah. I mean, JB did get JB's going to get exposed here and there, right? And I think Cat is going to have moments where, you can see Cat is like, let me just stay away from certain moments because I'm just going to pick up a foul. And my pushback with that is you are correct. I agree with you. But you got to use Cat, right? If you, as much of a liability as Cat can be on defense sometimes, you have to make up for it by giving him the opportunity to do his thing on offense. That's how you remedy the situation. We've talked about this till I've gotten blue in the face, and I'm pretty dark to get blue in the face. There's plenty of NBA players that stink on defense, right? But they have to go out there and play their game on offense to get that out of your mind. And you see how much of a weapon they are. Donovan Mitchell stinks on defense, but you don't worry about that with Donovan Mitchell because Donovan Mitchell is cooking on offense. It just is what it is. Right. And say what you will, right? I think SGA is a very good player on both ends of the court. I'm not saying he's the greatest defender, but he's a very good defender. I think he's a solid defender. Brunson was giving him the business in the fourth quarter. He was getting his shots. All right. You know what I mean? Like, it just is what it is. But I hear you, though. I hear you. I'm just saying the Knicks should have really gave Cat the ball more. In a big game like this, you got to use your weapons. And that was our weapon that we should have used more. RD Barn in the building. What up, RD? Appreciate you. We need bench power. Yeah. Maybe we do. You might be right. Gideon Amankwai in the building. Salute. What's going on, G Money? Happy New Year to you. Appreciate you. All right, guys. I'm gonna breeze through and then I'm gonna put the link out there. Knicks will be 2025-26 champs. Salute to you. What's going on? Thank you for being a member of SKF Army. They should have run the offense through Cat. 100%. 100%. There's nothing wrong with that. Game to game, you figure out what works. All right. And you move on accordingly from there. Nostalgic Nick in the building says trade soon. Salute to you, bro. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. Okay. So Alawaz says Ron I guess that's Thibs, wants him to read and react to the game. He failed in the fourth. It's okay. It happens sometimes. iHeart was guarding Josh, and we couldn't consistently exploit it. No, we couldn't. That was smart. I saw that. Yeah. No, I hear you. If you're talking about Brunson, because I'm not concerned with what Brunson did in the fourth. He wasn't perfect. He could have been better, but I'm also, like I said, my concern lies with Thibs. Jason Madden is in the building. Salute, Jason. What's going on? Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. He said gassed. Yeah. Yeah. Facts. Anna Grill, Anna Grill is in the building. Salute Ron in the chat. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Shoquan is in the building. Nah, I don't think so, bro. I don't think that's on Brunson. I think if you watch the entire game and see what the Knicks were doing well, if it wasn't for what Brunson was doing early to get other guys involved and not call his own number, Brunson knew that he didn't have it from outside early. He stopped taking those shots, and he was instead looking for guys to pass the ball to. He was moving the ball to keep us going, keep us flowing. So I don't know if I want to say that he's the reason we lost because, like I said, you have to give the defense something else to worry about. If he just kept playing the way he was playing and passing the ball to Macau and say, they're playing good defense against Macau. Macau don't get good looks. He's taking bad shots or he's forcing the shots. We already talked about the fact that ever since OG came down off of that dunk, he wasn't the same. So now OG's not the same. They're playing tougher defense on Macau. They're not getting the ball to Cat, and Cat hasn't shot a three. Where are we going to get the points from? Like, what are we going to do to make them aware of something that they have to worry about? Brunson has to call his own number. You get what I'm saying? Like, I get what you guys are saying. Like, we kind of moved away from what was working. But you got to also understand that OKC changed what they were doing. Now they stepped up. Their intensity was different. They were really going for it. This is the fourth quarter now because OKC learned how to win games. They know what it takes to get back in the games because they've been tested so much. And they've come back. They're really good at this now. You got to make adjustments. And we just didn't make the proper adjustments. And we were tired. But everybody's going to, on the surface, it's going to look like Jalen Brunson was just chucking, he's calling his own number and forcing the issue. It's not that. The game plan is not that. The game plan was what the game plan was, and it just stayed the same. It should have been, Thibs could easily have said to Jalen, next play down. He's the coach. He's right there. Go to Cat, or however they want to call it. Whatever their incognito plays are. Meow. Like what? Whatever it is. Oh, that was funny. I'm sorry. I'm delirious. Anyway, you know what I mean? All right, let me get out of here. Oh, boy. Shout out to Felix Hilario in the building. Salute, Felix. Jalen lost the game with his bad decisions. Another one. Guys, there's more. It's more than just that. It's not just that. As I said, Jalen only going to do what the coach allows Jalen to do. Bad decisions in the last couple minutes of the game is one thing. But when it's the fourth quarter and you got 11 minutes or 10 minutes on the clock, those bad decisions can be adjusted from. And I'm trying to tell you, what happened was what needed to happen. It's just that the play calls, the system itself for the fourth quarter, our game plan should have changed to allow Cat to get involved more. Jalen needed to call his own number. And what happens from there is when Jalen starts to make a couple baskets at the rim, now the OKC team says, okay, Jalen's starting to attack. All right, guys, let's, watch him and maybe show a double. All right, whatever you need to do to kind of, maybe get the ball out of his hands or at least come over with the help when he gets into the lane and trap him and put him in an uncomfortable position. That's fine. That plays into our hands because if you also are getting Cat involved and featuring him, he can get a good open shot. If not him, someone else. But that is going to work out. But when you don't say to Brunson, in the midst of him doing whatever he's doing, let's get the Cat. Let's get the Cat down low. Let's get a pick or a screen on the perimeter for Cat to get a couple looks at the basket from three when he's one of the best three-point shooters on the damn team. Like, what is the point of Cat, right? Our whole thing with bringing Cat here is how dynamic of a big man is, how he helps with the spacing on the floor, and how he is so efficient at three-point shooting. If you go into a game against a top-flight contender and Cat doesn't shoot a three, then where's the spacing really coming from? What are you really getting out of it if you don't put the pressure on him? Now, granted, he did bring a defender out with him, yes, but they put it in a situation where OKC wasn't even putting they didn't even have a big man out there. Like Ihart was still ready to roam. He wasn't even guarding Cat like that. He was guarding other people. So that part of it doesn't really work with OKC. They're a little bit different, like a Swiss Army knife. But on the flip side of it, if you don't keep it's not even just about the fact of him putting more pressure on them. It's also every time Cat is shooting. I mean, if he's knocking these threes down, that's an extra point. You know what I mean? We get a couple of those going. That helps with the lead. And then it forces the defense to say, okay, now that Cat's up not only do we want the ball out of Cat's hands, we want to affect what they're trying to do. So get the ball to Cat, allow him to take a couple threes. If he knocks him down, now the pressure is on OKC to see what they're going to do. Maybe now that will force them to double Cat at the perimeter, which is exactly what you want. That's an aspect of the game we didn't get anything from because he didn't get a chance to even shoot a shot from the perimeter. If they would have started double teaming Cat up top, you know how many lanes and other guys would have been open, slashers to the rim. Even if the Knicks are not shooting well from outside, you can get guys to backdoor cut to the basket because, there's one extra dude who's free. Whatever. Frustrated. Shout out to Walter Blackman. What's going on, Walter? Appreciate you, my brother. We need better bench depth. Yeah, I hear you. Buzzer beater is in the building, and I know there's some super chats, guys. I know, and I apologize if I'm not reading them at the point where you put them out there, but I just want to kind of get through a little of this and get to them naturally. So I hear you. So bear with me. Shout out to Buzzer beater. What's good? Okay. Let me breeze through. Wash Entertainment in the building said, "You spitting facts right now. Thibs is selectively adapted to our team's detriment." I like how you put that. And I agree. But that doesn't mean I want to give up on Thibs. Once again, guys, it's just one night. It's just one moment of bad coaching, in my opinion, that could have been better. And, who knows? Like, that's why I don't like to give up. I like to say, I'll give you my criticism, but next Friday, the Knicks could come out with the best game plan you've ever seen, and Coach Thibs could look like a genius. So how do I look like saying Coach Thibs sucks because he didn't make adjustments in this game? And then the next game against the same team, he comes out with a great coaching plan. But yeah, he needs to be fired because I guarantee you if he comes out next Friday and the Knicks win and they play incredible and they come out with a fantastic game plan, everybody's going to be like, wow, yeah. Nobody's going to be like, oh, he coached his butt off. Let's fire him. Nobody's going to be saying that. So, that's what I'm saying. Guess we got the door. Anyway, back to the regularly scheduled programming. Cardiac Knicks is in the building. What up, Cardiac? Good to see you. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Salute, Ron. You're absolutely spot on. Thanks. I'm glad you agree, man. I hope people understand where I'm coming from. I'm not trying to take away from your points or your takes. I'm just trying to say, let's look at the game a little differently and understand that there's reasons for certain things. And maybe the reason we think is the issue wasn't the issue because this happened, right? That's how I try to look at it. I'm not perfect. I'm just like, you know what I mean? Like I could see why this happened. So that's how I kind of look at it. Give me 1 second, guys. Be right back with y'all after these little messages. Oh, my fault, guys. I just they not like you ain't ready. You just ain't ready. That's all. Look, I'm not going to judge you because you can't do it. It's fine. Not everybody can. Just be there to support, man. Stop the hate. Congratulate. What are you doing? They're not like us. They're not like us. We are the Knicks. We are the Knicks. Oh, my bad. Okay. I never know when you guys are there. You guys always catch me off guard when I'm in my own element. Oh, all right. I am back. Okay, let's see. Where were we? Sorry for that, everybody. All right, 1 second. Let me get back up here. Sorry, there's a lot of, because I went on my rant, guys, and I apologize. There's a lot of chat stuff. A lot of different people have popped in and out. I just want to give everybody some love. I know this is taking time. They haven't got to the panel or people coming up to really get into stuff, but please bear with me because, like I said, I want to show you guys some love because it's I haven't been able to get to you guys and say what's up. So I'm just going to start breezing through. Hope you don't mind. I won't be able to get to everybody's comments, but I'm just going to shout you guys out so we can get it going from here. And I'm here rocking, so today I don't have to kind of run out of here. So let's see. Wow, man, there's a lot. Look, I'm still scrolling up. Jeez. I'm definitely going to have to breeze through a lot of this. This is a lot. And shout out to everybody who's tuned in on social medias. Shout out to everybody who's tuned in on YouTube. Those who are tuned in on X and on Facebook, please smash that like button if you're on YouTube. Subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. We are on the road to 5,000 subscribers. Appreciate you guys. And continue to show love, man. Also, want to say shout out to Noel Perez. What up, Noe? Appreciate you, my brother. Shout out to Berenice Gutierrez. What up, Berenice? And shout out to Anna Bryant in the building. Anna Bryant is also on, she is Miss Knicks and she is on Nixon-ish. So if you guys haven't checked out Nixon-ish on YouTube, please go show her some love over there. They got a good bunch of people. They talk Knicks just like I talk Knicks, and they do a good job at it. So show them some love. Appreciate all you guys. Okay. All right. Here, I think this is where I was. All right. If there's anybody out that I miss, I apologize. But it's not for lack of trying. There's just a lot to get to, and I got to breeze through this. But I want to show you guys as much love as I can going forward. Shout out to Wiz BKLA in the building. What up, Wiz? Appreciate you. Like I said, don't mind me. I got to breeze through. Just want to show some love. HRM the Great. Thank you for being here, and a member of the SKF Army. Salute to you. And I agree with what you said there. Yes. All right. All right. Shout out to Paris Duggar. Thank you for the generous super chat, my brother. He said, teams beat us with guys Thibs would never play. I mean, that is a fact. That's something you can't avoid, Paris. You nailed it on that one. That we get beat by the wildest guys. The names, like, you're like, who? What? It just happens. Like, it's hard to avoid the Knicks being in this situation, because the other flip side of it is, as other teams, you got to say, like, the Knicks are playing really well. Like, what can we do to throw them off? What can we do to make them be in a situation where they have to adjust? And unfortunately, that's the type of stuff that be working. Like, when we have an answer and a game plan for these guys, sometimes throwing a guy that we don't know nothing about is the way. You know how the Knicks can be a little lax in defense. We let guys shoot the three because we feel like the three is the hardest shot to make. And then you got unknown guys that you're not really familiar with taking those shots. You're like, yeah, more of those. Let's get the rebounds. Sometimes it can backfire, especially when guys are hot. And OKC is not a great three-point shooting team, but they were hitting last night, weren't they? What are you going to do, man? Stinks. Mr. Realistic is in the building. Shout out to you. Thank you for being here. Gene Blue is in the building. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. I don't think I've seen you in the chat or Mr. Realistic recently. So thank you guys. Can't stand Thibs. I hear you. Robert Brown is in the building. Thank you for being here. No freaking bench. That's a fact. It's not. I don't want to say we don't have a bench. I just think that the bench is not being used adequately, and they need Thibs needs to figure out what he can do here. He does. Yeah. Yeah, you're wrong, Carrie. I'll probably drink another one of those later today. Can't need it. Fritz Alcenda is in the building. What up, Fritz? Good to see you. All right, let me put the link out there now while I continue to go through this. Once again, anybody who would like to jump up on the open panel, by all means, you are welcome to. Shout out to you, Fritz. JM3 is in the building. Hit them likes. Salute to you, JM3. Good to see you. Sean Richardson is in the building. Salute, Sean. I hope you're wrong about that, Sean, but I understand where you're coming from, bro. I hope you're wrong. Shout out to my guy Mega NYK in the building. Happy New Year to my guy Ron SKF family. Blessings with the health, wealth, and happiness. Appreciate all you do for our mixed community. Appreciate you, my brother. Thank you, bro. Well, I thought I was going to see something else from Wonder Woman here, and I apologize if I didn't get to her earlier. But shout out to Wonder Woman. Appreciate you as always. That's for you, Wonder Woman. All right, let me get back into it. Shout out to Kevin Middleton in the building. Jalen Brunson frees cat out. They play hero ball. He scored at will. Well, I've already commented on this, so I don't think that that's the case, but I understand that's your opinion. That's fair. I just think there's more to it, but I hear you. I mean, I know that's definitely how it looked, but I just think there's more to it. Shout out to you, Kevin. Appreciate you, brother. Happy New Year. E. Gibson says, I think the Stars did look tired late in the game as well. I agree. All right. Okay. My guy, Ronnie Montalvo in the middle. What up, Ronnie? Appreciate you, bro. Hope the family's doing well. I have high energy after a loss. Yeah. Because honestly, there's moments where the Knicks lose and I'm not devastated, but I'm feeling bad. Like I did a members only video after the Knicks had a loss that I felt bad about. Right. I didn't feel too bad about last night's loss. I was actually encouraged by how good the Knicks played in those first two quarters. I was more concerned that we weren't going to play up to the task and be ready to handle OKC. We were ready to handle them. There's just some other things that needed to be changed in that second half, adjustments that needed to be made that could have been better. But I liked what I saw from the Knicks, and I think there's some promising things from it, guys. And basically what I'm trying to tell y'all is I think the Knicks are going to run through this league. They do still need to work on making the adjustments to step up in these big games against big contenders and against good teams. But I like what I saw from them. That showed me a lot. It makes me feel like when the Knicks play teams that are not OKC, they're going to have some issues to deal with. I mean, those teams are going to have some issues to deal with. Shout out to Wesley Robinson. He says, I'm checking in from Strong Island. Happy New Year, Brother Ron. It's sickening that Thibs is playing all five starters over 4. Injuries are going to be piling up soon. I hope you're wrong, brother, but I hear you. Excuse me. Shout out to you, Wesley. Let me see. Okay, I'm breezing through. I got a couple people backstage already. All right, breezing through. Yeah, yes, they do, Ronnie. I mean, Randy. Well, I'm saying Ronnie. They do have them thunder. They got them young boys, man. They moving. Knicks have to come up with ways to deal with that. All right. Y'all know what that means. Shout out to Paris Duggar. Thank you, my brother, for the generous super chat. He says, sometimes the moment gets too big for you. Last night, Thibs needed to encourage Cat and Cam to take shots. Neither took a three, showing they were too cautious. That is interesting, too. Shout out to you for bringing that up. The Cat thing, I think the cat stuff, we needed to be better at getting him better looks to take those shots. But yeah, Cam was not as aggressive as we're used to seeing Cam be. And that's a spark plug that we need on this team, especially with no Deuce. Like, you need Cam to show a level of aggression out there because we just don't have a lot of that energy coming off the bench. Yeah, that could play into things too. I'm not mad at you for saying that. I agree that that's a little concerning in this game. It's one game, but like, you need Cam. Like, that's what he brings off the bench. You need that. So yeah, you're not wrong in that regard. Appreciate you for that. J. Terrence Ridge in the building. What up? He said, okay, my honest take, guys. We choked last night. We gifted OKC that game. Salute to you, my brother. I mean, I don't want to say we choked because I watched too much of OKC, bro. I watched OKC was down to the Clippers the other day, and they came back and won. Like, and it's not just them. OKC's been down to other teams, and they come back. Like, they have a way of no lead is insurmountable. You know who they kind of remind me of? Last year's Knicks. Oh, it sucks. Last year's Knicks. This year's Knicks don't have that same level of. I mean, we fight, but we ain't got. Last year we had something special. I don't know yet. I'm still working through it. Shout out to Ricardo in the building. He said OKC team is one of those squads you look up and scratch your head trying to figure out how they're doing it. I can't name 3 players. I know, man, but they have a good, deep team. Sometimes, it's not always about individuals. As long as you got one, right? But you got really good, solid guys who buy into what you're trying to do. And they got a bunch of guys that are buying into what they're trying to do, as well as, let's not forget, their Achilles is their defense. I mean, not Achilles, their strength is their defense. That defense is just fantastic. They got a bunch of guys that play defense. They are willing to play defense. Can't teach that. You just got to get it. All right. Okay, I'm breezing through. Hey, Margaret Edwards is in the building. Let's go, Margaret. Good to see you. And you know how it is. We in the building, which means, hey. Okay. Shout out to you, Margaret. Cam from the Kickback is in the building. Salute. Appreciate you, my brother. I hope you're doing well. Knicks Prophet Curry TV in the building. Salute. Good to see you. Randu is in the building. What up, Randu? Appreciate you. All right. Okay. Drip Moore, the preferred. You know what it is. Well, I gotta even say it. You know what it is. Drip Moore, the preferred barber of still Knicks fans and the Knicks community, is in the building. Let's go. What up, Drip Moore? We need an offensive coordinator ASAP. I used to think that too about Thibs offenses, but Thibs is actually, if you look at Thibs's plays and the different things the Knicks have done, they call some really good plays. Knicks have an interesting offense. It's not bad. It's the adjustments. It's the being willing to make an adjustment. Thibs got a bunch of things he could do. He's just got to be willing to do it. So I don't know if it's necessarily that. I think we have a good offense. I think we got some good plays. I mean, if you look at some of the plays that the Knicks run, even the inbound plays, some of the they got some stuff, man. Just got to be willing to do stuff. All right. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I know y'all want to get to the nitty gritty. All right. I'm pretty much wrapping up and just want to show some love once again. Hey, you know what it is. NYC B-Ball 08 in the building. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said Ron Thunder had a game plan and they executed. Yeah, they did. Thunder is like I don't want to say they're a well-oiled machine, but they are a really good, confident young team. And the thing about them is, as time goes, they're going to get even better. Last year, they were tested. Last year, it was like, oh, it's OKC. They ain't ready for this. And they showed improved. Towards that second half of the season, they were the best team in basketball. And going into the playoffs, they were a young team that hadn't really been there, but they showed that they were on the cusp of getting there. This year, I think they're ready. I mean, listen, honestly, no matter what we say, guys, we Knicks fans, we want our Knicks to do it. But you guys could all see OKC winning it all. I don't have to say that to you. They're a good team. Hopefully, we can be there right with them and we can stop them. But they're a good team. JJ 47K in the building. What up, JJ? Appreciate you. All right, guys. Marvin Smith is in the building. Salute. I'm not surprised Thibs being out coached. Yeah, I know. I hear you. All right. Okay. Lonnie Meeks is in the building. Salute, Lonnie. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing good. D-Raz is in the building. Salute, D-Raz. Hope you're doing well. Trevor, that Trev. Oh, you're that Trev. Oh, what's up? Bailey is in the building. Every year we're experiencing the same tired legs. Yeah, I know. I hear you, bro. Nice is in the building. He really is in the building. Y'all see. You'll see. Salute to you, Nice. And I haven't had Nice on the show in a minute, so I never got a chance to tell Nice that I don't know. Was he in the chat? Maybe I did tell him in the chat. Yeah, it was good to see Nice when the Knicks played Denver. I saw him. I saw you out there in them streets. Okay. Up to no good is in the building. Salute. Hey, we got another one. Shout out to Crim's dad. He said, Ron, could you sell some SKF Knicks tissues? I'm still sad. I hear you, brother. I hear you. American Man in the building says, now we want to blame Brunson. Yeah, I'm not ready for that right now. There's too many other things that I saw, in my opinion. Shout out to you, American Man. Good to see you, my brother. Joey's Rip 'em Up Sports in the building. Towns 4 free throw attempts. Refs suck. I don't want to get into that, but did you notice that the Knicks didn't get a lot of calls when it came to the refs? But if you breathe on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, they're calling foul. There was one play that Mikal Bridges did not touch this dude. There was another play that Cat bumped him with his body. No hands, nothing. He bumped into him and didn't even change. The whole thing is they call it a foul if you change the trajectory of the offensive player. He didn't change his trajectory, but they call it a foul. Shai is he's the dude. He's the new guy. Jimmy Henry is in the building, a member of the SKF Army. Shout out to you, Jimmy. Good to see you, brother. Josh Smooth is in the building. What up, Josh? Free the bench, colic wave. Yeah, I hear you. Okay. All right, one more. Wiz BKLA. That was the most horrible thing I have ever seen. I know he's talking about my interlude and my dancing. Get out of here, Wiz. Okay, D Buckets is in the building. Salute, D Buckets. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Big Flash 28 is in the building. We need another gun off the bench. Facts. I hear you. J Money 318 is in the building. Salute, J Money. Good to see you, bro. Salute to you. Big Lou, my guy. Big Lou, I hope you're doing well, brother. I hope health is treating you okay. I got to read this one. I'm sorry, guys. This is Big Lou, man. What's happening, Ron, in the Knicks family chat? I'm here in Georgia. I was enjoying Knicks games with my son-in-law, but I was pissed with Thibs yesterday. I hear you, bro. I hear you. Good to see you, Big Lou. And once again, I wish you the best of health, my brother. I hope you're doing well. Happy New Year. Shout out to Double D in the building. Good to see you. Ooh, that's a tough one. Some plays he resembles Julius Randle. Ooh, that's a rough one, my guy. I hear you, though. American Man, thank you for the generous super chat. He said, are we ever going to stop the Thibs delusions? Once again, guys, look, all I'm here to do is give you my opinion about Thibs. When he's right, he's right. When he's wrong, I'm going to call him out about it. But just because I say he's wrong doesn't mean I don't believe in Thibs. Let's not forget, Knicks were 24-10 coming into this game. Wait, did you guys hear that? The Knicks were 24-10 coming into this game. We ain't talking about a bum squad. We're not talking about a team that's not a contender. We're just talking about a team that played against another good team that is just as hot as us. A lot of stuff, man. There's so much. Forget it. I don't want to go crazy, but I feel like sometimes we do not you, American Man. I'm just saying. Like I was watching something the other day, like the Knicks are the hottest team in basketball. Are we? Because last time I checked, OKC was just as hot as us, if not more hot, because they won more games in a row. Like, we got to stop that. All right? There's good teams out there that are better than the Knicks. The Knicks can be as good, if not better than them. But right now, OKC is cooking. And they are doing it against everybody. Okay. So there's no like OKC's only beating bad teams. OKC's beating everybody. So can we give them a little credit too? The Knicks played well enough to win. We didn't make the proper adjustments down the stretch. And maybe that is, one, I already said it's about coaching, but also it's a line of the fact that OKC is just, they're playing better than us. They're in a better spot. The Knicks still have some growing to do. That's it. It's still not even at the All-Star break, guys. That's all I'm saying. We got some time. We're going to be all right. We're going to be all right. I'm already seeing some really encouraging things from what I saw last night's game. I'm telling you, the rest of the NBA has some problems. They're going to have to watch out. But last night was a tough one. Shout out to Jersey Shore. Appreciate you, Jersey. Damn it, Ron. 26 ain't old. What you talking about? No, I'm just saying, like, OKC got some babies over there. You know what I mean? Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, you can't. I mean, if I'm 26 and I'm going out there and playing, and you have guys that are like 20, 21, that same type of energy that's different. That's some different energy. You remember when you was 20, 21? Come on now. You know what I'm talking about? Okay, anyway, I'm done. All right. So let me get to these guys that I got backstage. I got a bunch of guys. Shout out to Big Flash. Thank you for the generous super chat, my brother. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here and rocking. Hopefully you already subscribed and hit that like button. We'd love to have you. Appreciate you, bro. Shout out to NYC B-Ball for the generous super chat. Mikal had the hot hand. He needed more touches. I agree, but I kind of think that the OKC was starting to focus on Mikal because they realized that Mikal was cooking and he was becoming a problem. And so at that point, someone else also has to step up. Shout out to Big Flash 28. Once again, thank you for the generous super chat. He said, I'm encouraged. We are in this fight. Let's go NYK. I agree with you, brother. We like nothing to hang our heads down for, man. That was a good game last night, and it was really fun to watch. We just wish our team came out on the other side. It just didn't happen. Shout out to Ron Mills in the building. Salute to you, Ron Mills. Appreciate you, and thank you for being here. Okay, now I'm really done. That was it. Let me get to these guys. Before I do so, I just want to give you an idea of what we're going to be talking about, kind of, just so we put it in. I never kind of quite get to what I want to talk about because we get so in these passionate talks, right? But so this is kind of what I want to focus on today. Knicks streak is snapped. Obviously, we know that. That's a given. Great defense by Bridges. Hold on. Shout out to Mikal Bridges, who was playing fantastic defense on, some might say, the best offensive player in the league currently, the way SGA has been cooking. He was playing great defense on SGA. It was really good to see. And for those haters out there, officially, the Mikal Bridges you thought you were going to get is here, y'all. We've seen enough of it on offense to see his offensive game is back. Last night, his defense, that was Phoenix Suns type defense that I saw from Mikal Bridges. Mikal's back. Poor three-point shooting. Now, I'm not really making a big deal about this, but when the Knicks don't shoot the three well, it's a tough one. It's a tough hurdle to climb. I do like the fact that they're learning how to play good and be effective. And against any other team last night, well, not any other team, but any team that wasn't Boston, Cleveland, or OKC, I think the Knicks would have won. Right? Because we were doing enough to win, which is great to see, in spite of us not shooting the three ball well. So that's good. The players came to play. We already talked about that. We can continue to talk about it. Knicks stepped up for the challenge. That wasn't a question. We didn't get out the gate slow. We were right there with them, and it showed. Thibs coaching mistakes. We're going to continue to go in on that. So that's no changing. And then last but not least, failed to feature Cat. Okay. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Just, one of them things, man. Just one of them things. Let me get these guys up here. Boom. 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 All right. We got Shy in the building. We got Nice in the building. We got Jay, the chosen one, in the building. And we got Who Can Make a Sunrise? The Sam, the Grandy Man Can in the building. What up, y'all?
Salute.
Rough, man. It's a
Peace,
rough one.
peace, panel. Peace, everybody.
Salute.
Peace.
Happy New Year to you guys.
Happy New Year.
Yes, 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 indeed. Happy orange and blue year to all y'all.
This is tough. This is tough. Oh wait, hold on. Sorry. Look at that. Oh, give me a second. You know what that means. Shout out to NYC B-Ball 08. He said that L was more on JB than Thibs. Ooh, he wants to throw some spice in there. Everybody's been feeling that way, guys. But honestly, I'm going to tell y'all, man, I don't agree. But being that I feel that way, that doesn't mean I'm right. Let's get over to everybody else. Sha, what's your thoughts, bro? How you feel about, I mean, you can talk about how you feel overall, and then how you feel about the fact that some people are putting this loss on JB.
Yeah, we had a great 3 quarters, man, and let you know, to be clear, we played a very good game. We only lost by 10 points with no score, no production from our second unit. No production. 5 points. They had 40 points from it. There's 40 plus, I think. I mean, so with that being said, and we only lose it by 10 points, and we were only down 3 points with 2 minutes and some change left. So, you know, let that sink in too. We played a good game. We couldn't finish. Last year, what we all thought about was finishing. We could finish last year. This year, some games we do, some games we don't. And one of the big things I want to bring up for that finishing, last year, Jalen Brunson was top 5 in finishing last year. Top 5 in finishing last year. So that being said, yeah, did he go down he did what he needed to do, because they, like you said earlier, Ron, they changed the defense against a lot of guys. Of course, in my opinion, I think we should have seen a little bit more from Cat on the post, and especially Mikal. But they changed up the positions on those guys and playing different defense. One of the biggest things that they did last night is play Hart on Josh Hart so he could double on Cat. If you didn't see that, they happened a lot. Lot also with OG. Remember when OG got blocked by like four different players down there? They were running that same slot and position on against OG as well, because OG was dominating. He was dominating. So they changed it up on us, and we just didn't recalibrate. That's all we didn't do. I think that was a great game, and I'm going to keep going down the block with Jalen Brunson if he wants to finish. We just don't remember 3 games ago when we were all shooting terrible. He had a double nickel game. We don't remember that?
Beat me to
We
it.
forgot that quick. Wasn't that like 3 games ago? 2, 3. When nobody on the team, him and nobody was scoring the basketball. He scored 55 for us. I think he should have changed the game over. There's a whole lot of variables that you could throw out there, because I think Cat and Mikal should have ran one side and let everybody else stay on the other side. Let those two, because those 2 guys was cooking. Mm-hmm. They couldn't stop Cat with the short jump, turn, hook shot. He was killing them, and Mikal was killing him with the short mid range. He was taking SGA down in the box. They the same type of player, that lanky, long player that's real good with the mid range shot, can drive to the basket and score the basketball, and if you shoot the 3-point, they in that same category. Just SGA is maybe, if you want to say, a little better than Mikal, but they're in that same category to me. So I still go down the block, and I'm going with Jalen Brunson if he wants to bring us down the game, especially if no one else is producing. Because they changed up the variables against us in that end of the 3rd quarter, going into that 4th quarter. You know what I mean? That's when it really changed. And they end quarters really well. I noticed that about this team. They decide to end the quarter and start a quarter on that same note to take away your momentum. And they did that against Clippers the other night, and another game that I seen that was on a highlight. I can't remember, but they came back from the 3rd quarter. They shifted the way they go in the 3rd quarter. They were down 12 points. They shifted it to 8 points, just like they did us, and then control the beginning of the 4th quarter. So I'm rolling with Jalen Brunson all the way. If that was the plan, the means of the plans, I think we should have did something different. His leg was ailing him a little bit. He didn't look like he had that burst of energy like we used to seeing from him and stuff like that to finish. And we missed free throws. So that's it in a nutshell.
The other thing I wanted to say real quick before I get over the nice is, even with what people are saying about Brunson wasn't To me, Brunson wasn't taking bad shots. Now, if you want to say he was forcing the issue, yeah, because he had to force the issue. You understand that when you can't shoot from the outside, you got to get into the paint, which that plays into the team's defense, which means you have to force your way in there to get those looks. You can't let the team dictate what you're going to do against them. If offensively, I can't really shoot from out here. I'm not going to settle for this. This is just going to be a lost possession. They're going to get the rebound and they're going to be able to put up more points. I got to get into the paint. So I got to force my way into the paint. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just the game plan itself has to be guys have to not only, do we have to look for Cat? Guys also have to make themselves available and open to Brunson because, when Brunson gets into the lane, he's going to command the double team. Somebody's got to flash or somebody's got to move so Brunson can see you to pass the ball out to you to get an open shot. You know why guys weren't flashing as much? You know why guys weren't? Because they were tired. See how those two go? It goes back and forth. This whole thing. I'm not one of them dudes that's like, oh man, Thibs with the minutes. But last night, one of those moments. Just saying. 1 second before I get over to Nice, because I see there's another super chat that pop up. Bear with me, fellas. Iceman Sham in the building. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said, I thought Brunson wasn't 100%, but he managed the game well for the most part. The game is on campaign and the bench and the starter just ran out of gas. If Deuce played, this is possibly a dog story. Facts. I mean, the lack of Deuce, you definitely saw it last night. Because at least the thing with Deuce is you understand that the Knicks needed more bench help, and maybe Thibs is questioning. I mean, he's not comfortable going to a lot of these other guys, but Deuce would have at least played. That would have gave us at least another person we could, depend on. It sucks that Deuce wasn't available. And to your point, how many of you guys thought that Brunson was going to come out the way? I mean, because everybody's blaming Brunson right now. Not everybody, but people are blaming Brunson for what happened in the fourth quarter. But how many of y'all thought that Brunson was going to be facilitating for most of the game? Brunson wasn't taking a lot of shots for the most part. He was trying to pass the ball. How many of y'all thought he was going to do that against OKC? So I'm just saying, like, before we point the finger, let's understand the totality of the game and what the game plan was. And who knows if that was the game plan or if that's what Brunson wanted to do. I don't know, but it looked good and it was working. So I just wanted to put that out there. I hear you, though. I hear you. Nobody's perfect. And I'm not saying Brunson did great. There was moments that I think he could have did a little better, but I'm saying the focus should be the game plan. The game plan comes from the coach. I'm saying. Nice. What's your thoughts, brother?
Yes, same old. Happy New Year's to everybody. Nice. You guys back again. Before anything, last night game, if you didn't left watching that game with a good spirit, even though we lost, because at the end of the game, man, I started seeing a new Knicks.
Facts.
It's not Charlotte. We did not play Charlotte. We played OKC, and we was pound for pound. It wasn't something like it was a blowout, like 20 points or 30 points. We was right there. Like, those are the type of games that anything could go wrong on either side.
Facts.
If the OKC doesn't stop shooting well, that's the game for them. Unfortunately, it came down to us. But now is the moment that we need to speak very serious. We do not have time with all this Kovalik, Hukporty, or Dadier. Those three prospects, there's no reason for them not to have at least minimum 5 to 10 minutes every game. Because remember, Shaman it's not me saying nothing negative on Shaman or on Payne. I love both of them players, but I'm talking about the long run. We need to have these three players, these three rookies, cashing in very quick, because if we have one of our starters going down, where are we going to get it next? Now we talking about trades. Why are we talking about trades? We don't even know what we have with our bench, and how would we if we're not playing them? Cole, that would have been a perfect game for him, at least for 5 minutes.
Facts.
There is no reason for us to be playing those type of game. Now, yesterday game, the only thing that I was a little bit irritated about Jalen Brunson, and I love Jalen Brunson, don't get me wrong, But Jalen Brunson is approaching it with the same mindset of last year. Last year, you didn't have help. This year, you have plenty of help. There's no excuse. Like with Carl Anthony Town, Isaiah Hardenstein couldn't even keep up with Cat. So why we wasn't facilitated on Cat? Bridges, he was on fire. Oh yeah, he missed one. Why are we gonna stop passing it to Bridges just because he missed one? Because once he was on fire, he missed one, and then the ball never came back to him. There's no excuse for that.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I can't argue with you on that. Like I said, there's some things that needed to be different, needed to be changed in that fourth quarter. But I don't think it's all on Jalen Brunson. I'm just looking at the fourth quarter numbers right now. Jalen Brunson took 9 shots in that fourth quarter. He hit 5 of them. Bridges took 3 shots. He hit 1. Karl Anthony Towns took 2 shots, which is ridiculous.
How many threes?
He took no threes the whole game.
That's what I'm saying. Who's
No
the captain
threes the
of
whole
the team?
game.
Who's the captain of the team?
Well,
That's why we need to put everything on the side. Listen, if we have a captain on the team, I understand that nobody want to bash him because he's the captain or everything is going well. But on this game, specifically on this game, is on Brunson because he needed to pull Cat on the side and said, "Hey, big man, we need your 3 today." I don't know what was happening. Maybe you don't want to take those 3 today, but we need those 3 today. Like we need that type of motivation because in playoff, we don't have time for Cat to stay on the sideline and say, "Well, today's not my game to take not to take 3." We don't have those type of games. Like right now, it's either now or it's never. I'm telling you right now, the Knicks are right now on a position that is either now. If we're not looking for it ain't no semifinals, ain't no Eastern Conference. If it's not final this year, it's a bust. And it's because if you look at all the accolade, all the bench plays, and to tell the truth, I understand that we do not have enough information to assess our bench players. But how are we going to assess that type of information if we are not playing them? So we just going to keep them? It doesn't make no sense.
That's right.
Here the problem, Nice, and it's tough because it's like I don't know, man. I don't want to I'm not a Thibs apologist, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's tough to say certain things because everything that's this is this and everything that's that is that, but this can't be this if that is not that. Now I know that sounds crazy. I'm like, what? Ron is really tripping today. Like, no. What I mean by that is,
mm-hmm. I truly understand real quick, and I'm sorry for that, Ron. I truly understand where you're coming from, but just try to understand my point. We're not even in April. We're in January. All this time, we already know what we have with Brunson. We already know what we have with Mikal. We already know what we have with Cat. We need to assess every angle because once we hit April, we're in a different ball game. Everybody wants to make the play-in. Everybody want to make the playoff. We don't have time to assess.
I agree with you, but understand, coming into last night's game, the Knicks were 24-10, third in the East, 4th best record in the league. Winners of 9 in a row. It's hard to say that. It's hard to say that what we doing ain't working when we playing great. Right. You know what I mean? Like that is what I'm saying. Like, and that's what it goes back to. As much as I say, like OKC's coach, look, I forget his name once again. That coach is a good coach, right? He's a young coach. He's a good coach. He's got them playing. They're bought into him. It's a real good thing he's got going on over there. But I don't watch him on a day in, day out basis. I don't know his mistakes, right? I'm sure he makes mistakes too. Maybe he doesn't make a lot of them because they're playing well, or maybe they're playing well in spite of his mistakes, coaching things that he wants them to do that they don't execute, but they're able to come back from it. Don't know because that's not our team. We can talk about Thibs because we watch him day in and day out. But what I'm saying is the reason why I say it's tough, it's either this and this or that and that, and sometimes you can't have this without that, is that we're not talking about that coach as every guy who goes to the OKC is better. Every guy that goes to OKC has a career year.
Yeah.
You know that when they come to New York, when they play under Thibs, everybody that comes over here plays better. Everybody that's coming over is having career numbers. And you know, you also see it because now we've had a chance to watch guys leave, right? You watch Grimes go to Dallas. Now, I will say he's had some moments where he looked a little better with Dallas this year, but you look at his overall numbers, them numbers stink.
Yeah.
You know,
There you go.
The only thing that I'm saying for the last 3 to 4 years, Ron, if you notice, and I love Thibs, but we need to change. We don't have time for this no more. How come all the players that we end up using in the postseason is bench players because our starters, 1 or 2 players are in damage control. We need to assess and keep it organized in a way where we don't injure these players by the time they come to a postseason.
Right
now, if we continue on, we're gonna get to see Kolek, but it's in the wrong moment. It's why we're gonna see Kolek right now. All right, if Brunson go, knock on wood. If Mikal Bridges, knock on wood, it's gonna happen because the way that they playing them. Look at the OKC coach. OKC coach, he played everybody but 3 people. Everybody but 3 people.
Yep, stealing my flame and fire on that one. I'm telling you right
don't
now.
worry, we're getting to you next, Jay. You're gonna be able.
Nailing it. He's nailing it though. It's hard to stop.
It doesn't make no sense. That's why I'm saying it's partially that loss last night. Even though I take I like everything because the way we won against OKC, it wasn't Charlotte, guys. So that's good. But at the same time, we need to start taking it serious. We need to start learning from our past mistake and let's say embracing it so that we could start making changes for the next one. But if we continue to doing the same thing, how are we going to find it surprising that 1 or 2 players, 1 or 2 top players that we have in our team representing the Knicks, they might not get injured? Can we find it surprising?
I hear you. Well, okay, but now I get what you're saying. Thibs has been the coach of this Knicks team for what, 5 years now?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Last year was an abominable year as far as injuries. We've never experienced that. I've never seen that since my time watching the Knicks. I've never seen so many key players get hurt in one season. But this year, for the most part, this team has been healthy. Like, as much as we're talking about all of this stuff, OG Anunoby has shown to be someone who's kind of been classified as injury prone. But he's been healthy, knock on wood. We know what happened last night, but he played through it. Now, I hope we don't hear some crap later that OG all of a sudden can't play. But I wouldn't be surprised because it could be some soreness there. But I hope it's regular. I hope it's nothing crazy, right? But for the most part, these guys have been playing. I understand the wear and tear and continuing with this throughout the whole season. But once again, when I talk about this stuff, I come from a different standpoint. I know a lot of people worry about the injuries. I'm not as worried about the injuries. I'm worried about the performance. I'm worried about you guys playing 40 minutes and being tired and not being able to execute properly down the stretch, being able to close out games because you're too tired. That's what to me, that's the most important thing, because injuries can happen. They may not happen. But the bottom line is your play, and it has to happen on the court. And if you're too tired to play and too tired to execute properly, that's an issue. That's my concern. Now, as far as playoff stuff and watching guys get injured, last year we knew what we dealt with. The year before that, you know who was healthy for us in the playoffs? Brunson, Barrett, Randall, Hart, Quickly, Toppin, Mitchell Robinson, Quentin Grimes, Hartenstein, and Miles McBride played 8 games. 10 guys were basically available for our run because we only played 11 games 2 years ago, right? So it's not like we couldn't be out there fielding a good team because guys were all hurt. They were healthy. That's in the playoffs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just throwing this out there for context because, I want us to all kind of be on the same page. The year before that, we only played 5 games and got eliminated, but out of those 5 games, everybody was healthy. So it's not like we didn't have the players. I mean, we didn't have the personnel. They weren't good enough. They weren't good enough. So that's different. But we had the guys with it, and that was still under Thibs. So what I'm trying to say is I don't want us to get lost in the narrative that guys are going to continue to do what they did last year. Last year for right now, we could look at last year as like an aberration. Like that doesn't always happen and shouldn't happen again. People are scared and worried that it's going to happen again because they're playing so much. But I'm telling y'all, no one knows anything. And there's no, as my guy John likes to say, there's no science behind the fact that if you play these guys in the NBA, these amount of minutes, they're not going to be available. Because once again, if you go back to the early 2000s and the 90s and the 80s, guys played 35, 40 plus minutes. They were always playing. They were the Magic Johnsons of the world, the Michael Jordans of the world. They did what they had to do. And there was no issues. Nobody was talking about getting hurt. So I hear you guys. I just want to throw that out there for context that I think we should be worried more about the performance and the fact that these guys are too tired to execute rather than them getting hurt. I just want to put that out there. I'm not going against you, Nice, but I want to throw that out there for you and for others out there to understand that that is an issue, but it's an issue. You could play 10 minutes and get hurt. And so it's all about, are you good or fresh enough and good enough to execute the way we need you to do? Because you can't keep that up. The Knicks put a lot of energy in that game, and they came to play. Those first 2 quarters, you saw it. Third quarter, they were coming out the gate after halftime, and we had to withstand OKC's run. But in the fourth quarter, that's when all those minutes started to catch up.
Yeah.
So,
Ron, but for the last 10 years, have we ever had a starting unit the way we have it now? For the last 10 years.
No.
That's what I'm saying.
Never.
Like now it shouldn't be a Brunson and Cash show. I like both of them, but it's more like if we have this type of accolade of players that they could go off on the spring. OG Anunoby went for 40 on Denver game. I witnessed it. Another 40 on Bridges, 40 on Cat, 40 on Brunson. Brunson is the captain. Brunson needs to keep everybody involved. Mm-hmm. Like, it's not my turn, it's your turn, OG. It's not OG turn, it's Mikal Bridges. Like, he needs to spread that love because he's like, let's be honest. Like, as much great Brunson is doing, he's not going to do it by himself if he's going to have that mentality. If he's going to have that mentality, it's better off, let's pack our bag. We're not going to go to the playoff. You have players that you need to assess and you need to put them on a position so that they could flourish or they could be successful. You're the captain. You're the one that needs to be vocal. Start putting them on the side. Start speaking to them. Start telling them what are you looking for once you do certain things, so that they could already read your mind, or they could already say, well, he's already going this way. He already told me if he's doing this, I need to go over here. But that type of communication, I wasn't seeing it from the Knicks. If you see Shea Gilgeous-Alexander and Isaiah Hartenstein yesterday, both of them they was very vocal.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I hear where you're coming from too, Nice, and it was like that last night's game. Yes, it was. But just to say the same thing about Brunson, Brunson's assists is up this year. He's almost 10 assists a game. What he's at, like 8.9 assists a game. He's up from 6.9 to 7 assists last year. So he is looking for everybody. And I'm more on the side of how Ron is siding with this about the conditioning. They just fell apart in the fourth quarter because they was tired. You start seeing open 3-point shots. You start seeing them driving to the hole now, things that they wasn't doing in the first 3 quarters. And yes, does Jalen Brunson could have changed the way of thinking and stuff like that? Yes, he could have passed the ball a little bit more. He didn't shoot a lot of baskets in that game. And he did, I think he got 6 or 7 assists, something like that last night. So he tried to pass the ball. I seen some good passes that he had to Hard and to OG. I mean, he looks for those guys, especially OG. He loves to pass to OG when he's on the break or on the short 3 part of the 3-point line. So I've seen it, but last game, yeah, it was a little different. Like I said, that game for me, without even talking about the starting unit, because they still scored 100 points last night, but just about 100 points. I still put this on the second unit. We have to figure out something in that second unit. And I mean, that second unit to me, and that's what I've been talking about this whole month. It's only started a couple of days ago, but the second unit is going to be the pivotal part of. Look at that. Like I said, OKC second unit. This guy went. I can't remember his name. Booker. He did 19 points that night. His highest scoring game of the year. Wiggins, you know what I mean? He
Yeah.
got out there and balled out. And I mean, we needed 16 points from Deuce McBride last night.
Yeah.
And I mean, we needed 8 minutes for Payne, 8 minutes for OG. I mean, for Anunoby. I mean, from Achua, and 14 minutes for Shamet. That's what we got in our second unit because Thibs for the night didn't trust those guys last night. They didn't have it either.
No.
Payne was scared to shoot the basketball last night. Precious, he did what he needed to do to try to rebound and stuff like that, but he didn't put no balls in the basket as much.
Yeah.
I think he had 4 or 5 points. But for me and our second unit, we gotta average over 25 points a night in that second unit.
Shaw,
We
what
talk
do you
about
think
that
about
all
Cooley?
the time, Shaw, all the time. You know, I think that you guys are saying very similar things. One
Yes.
saying hurt, the other one saying tired, right?
Same
The
page,
fact
same
of the
page.
matter is that it's is very similar, except for the fact that when you get hurt, you don't have them at all. But if you're too tired to play your peak
Liability.
basketball, then you basically hurt. Like and
Yeah.
a lot of these people are playing through pain. And I'm not talking Cam, I'm talking about real pain, right? So the fact of the matter is that you're looking at a team that only 4 of the players of the other team played more than 30 minutes in this game. All right. Then we had another Wiggins played 24, Joe played 14, Mitchell played 13. Williams and the other 2 Williams, K. Williams and the other Jalen Williams played 7 and 8 minutes, right? They also didn't have Caruso and they also didn't have Holmgren, all right? Let's just be honest about that. So we played the team that we had in front of us. We had 42 minutes, 44 minutes, 42 minutes, 40 minutes, 40 minutes. Shamet with 14 minutes and only 2 points. And then you have a whole bunch of coaches' decisions of not being played, like Kolick, like Sims, like bodies that could get in there. So if you don't want your team to get tired and you don't want your team to get hurt, a perfect time to play some of those people. And I always and when I'm rocking with Divine and Shaw and them, we always talk about if we could get 7 out of 5 people or 4 people on the bench, that's a 28. If the starters have 100, we're on the top echelon. First of all, we're already on top echelon of offense, right? I'm going to say 2 things. And I know David out there is going to go nuts. Last night, to me, was on Thibs' inability to pivot. It wasn't necessarily on Brunson fully, all right? And the fact that we had an excellent first half, and if you want to see, because I agree with Nice, if you want to see what you got from your bench, to me our bench is poop soup. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think our bench is horrendous. All right. You think that Deuce, and I don't care what anybody says, you think Deuce would won that game for us? That's not the truth to me. And it was about minutes, and it was about getting tired. And I also agree with him that the availability when you're tired to be hurt is possible. So the 2 things do coexist. And you know, Alawa said this: when we win, it's on the team. When we lose, it's on the coach. Same old story, right? JB could have a bad game. It happens. When he watches the tape, he'll even tell you himself. Last night, he had 9 assists, 22 points. All right? 22 points. All right. I'm sorry. My daughter's sick and she's here. She's asking me not to go ham like I usually do. So here's the deal. In my low Italian voice, I think that if you really want to see what you got out of your bench, the perfect time to do that is starting the 3rd quarter. You start the 3rd quarter with 3 of your starters and 2 of your bench players because you went ham in the 2nd quarter. You have this lead now over a team that you are obviously dominating. And Brunson might be a silent leader, right? You watched Tim Duncan do that for years until he eventually got vocal.
Yeah.
And then when he got vocal, they became a dynasty.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's be honest about that. So we have Brunson is the captain for a reason. he can take over a game. He took 22 points plus, and I did this. We talked about this the other day, Shah. 9 assists. 9 assists is either 18 points or more. So he's involved in 40 plus points, no matter what. But at the end of the game, he should have trusted his team more, especially like Cat, right? Yes, there was a lot of communication with iHeart and them, but Cat could abuse iHeart, and I know that, and we all know that. Why wasn't he abusing them down there? Was he smoked? Was he tired? You know, was it Brunson said, "I got this"? You know, and he kind of reverted back to last year when everybody was hurt and everybody was tired. So I'm going to take this out of this game. We know we got probably the best starting 5 in the league when peak, not, being fully energized, you know what I'm saying? Little time off, working together. I like that. No touching the ground, passing the way they were doing. Boom, boom, bang. It's like that. Especially when Cat brings the big man out to the perimeter and everybody slashes and 1-2 people stay in the corner. That's our best offense. We did that. Going into the third, that's when you start Kolek. And I'm gonna say something. I don't know if people agree with this or not. To me, JB is not your typical point guard. He's a 2 guard whose ability to play point guard is also fantastic. But he could create his own shots. He could shoot the 3. He could go underneath. But up until this year, he was a 25-6 guy. If he played alongside somebody who was dishing out to Cat and to Bridges and all that and to JB, you would see a whole different person. But I agree with both of you. We don't have time. Last night was, to me, playoff. We could have been seeing the finals last night. That could have been
First
the finals
game.
last night.
That was a glimpse.
Right? That was a little glimpse of what could be. And I loved it because it was an old Nick on the team and a young new face of the league on the team. And I like that team. Look, that team is energetic. They play well. They got a whole bunch of Jalen Williams on that team. You know what I'm saying? They play like a good team. I think that we are making a major mistake, and I think that Thibs is making a major mistake. Not even if we lose one game, if we lost a game because we overused Kolek and we overused Hakaporti, we overused Sims. If we lost a game, at least we would know what the F we were working with. It's a family show, so it's F. All right? For family, Ron. All right? You know it. So that's I wanted to see that. Coming out into the third quarter, I wanted to see 2 of our bench players start that second half. We crushed them in that second quarter. There's no reason not to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well,
I got a lot more to say, but she's calling me, so I'll be right back.
No doubt.
I'll be listening.
Before I get over to Sam, I mean, listen, it's all about like there's nothing wrong in what anyone is saying here, right? There's just differences of opinion and differences of the fact that we don't know what the Knicks were doing. We don't know what they were thinking. We don't know what Brunson was doing. We don't know what Thibs was thinking. We don't know any of that. But what I'm going to say is only what I know for a fact. The coach is the person who decides whether or not something can continue on the court. He may not have all the answers, or he may not be the one that can execute. Like a player can decide, oh, I'm going to take this shot. Oh, I'm going to do this. Or I know that's the play, but I'm going to do this. A coach can see it and react after. But the point is the coach can react, and the coach is in position to make that change if he sees something that he doesn't like, or if there's something we're not doing. Coach had the whole fourth quarter to see what Jalen Brunson was doing. Now, to the point, I will say it's fairness, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not one of those. I'm not a homer. I'm gonna call it the way I call it. I'm gonna call it the way I see it. Are you guys right in that maybe Jalen Brunson was doing too much? Maybe he was, but maybe Jalen Brunson felt like he needed to do too much. The reason why I say that is because if you guys looked at how OKC was playing defense in that fourth quarter, they were clamping down. They weren't giving separation. When OG tried to shoot, he got no separation. He was 0 for 3 in that fourth quarter. When Macau tried to shoot, I already told you what his numbers was. They were playing up on Macau because Macau was a weapon in that game, and they started to realize, okay, Macau's doing something.
Oh yeah.
And Cat, even Cat. Now, I'm still going to go at the fact that you got to feed Cat. I don't care what you think. You have to get the ball to Cat. But they were trying to, and that's why they were playing a smaller guy on Cat. They were playing somebody quicker who could get right with Cat and stay with him wherever he was. Like, they weren't giving Cat no space.
Yeah.
But this goes back to coaching. If the ball's not getting to somebody, all Thibs got to do is call a timeout or the next TV timeout, whatever it is. Guys, listen, I see what's going on. JB, I like your aggressiveness. We got to get the ball to Cat. We got to start doing this. All right. And even if we want to show, OG, set a screen for Cat. Let him come off the curl. And JB, pass him the ball real quick. Or Macau, if you got the ball, pass it to Cat. Let him get a nice wide open look. Just give him a clean look at the rim. Where was that at? That don't come from JB. JB's not the coach. He's not running the plays. The coach has to call the plays to get these guys the looks that they need to continue to be successful out there and to take advantage of our mismatches, whatever they're going to be. You want to play these smaller, faster guys on Cat and leave Hartenstein on somebody else, on Josh Hart? Okay. All right, I'm going to show you what we're going to do. Where was that at? That's the problem. And I know, like I said, in fairness, Jalen Brunson was calling his own number. In that fourth quarter, we took 9 shots. He was 5 of 9, and he had no assist. But does that mean he wasn't passing the ball or wasn't willing to pass it? No, maybe he was willing to pass it, but he saw that OKC had clamped down and guys aren't getting separation. Remember, let's not forget what we know about this Knicks team. Not everybody is a playmaker. Guys can make plays, but they make plays off of the fact that our other guys make plays, right? The attention that Jalen Brunson commands is what allows OG to get steps, what allows Macau to get busy. Not that he can't on his own, but you know what I'm saying. And allows whatever Cat's attention, grabs, allows these guys to move. Well, when these guys ain't doing that, that's why I said Brunson had to start calling his number, because you need to give OKC something to worry about so that other guys can start eating again. And I think that's what Brunson saw. I'm not in nobody's head. I'm just saying what I saw is in the beginning of that fourth quarter, OKC was playing tighter defense. Guys weren't getting separation. And maybe Brunson said, you know what, now I got to start getting into the paint because I can't shoot from out here. We need something extra. We're not getting nothing from our bench. I need to do something. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you guys are wrong, because I will admit, I do see Brunson had 9 assists, and all 9 of those assists happened in the first 3 quarters. He had 3 in the first, 3 in the second, 3 in the third, none in the fourth. I get it.
So does that tell you that he went ham by himself? See, that's the question.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's why I put that out there. It doesn't tell me that. It tells me that he felt he had to get more involved because guys weren't getting separation. And so therefore, I am the one who can I'm the one who shoots 49, 50% in the paint. I got to get in there and start making something happen. We need easy shots. Especially, he knew the whole game we didn't shoot well from 3. We shot 28%. So it had to happen in the paint. I think he said I have to be aggressive. But once again, I've always said this whole year with Jalen Brunson. And to your point, Jay, Jalen Brunson was a certain type of player with Dallas. He was a certain type of player his first year with the Knicks. And as the year went along, he realized, I got to start calling my own number. I got to start being more aggressive. And then he turned into a different type of player. But in this game against OKC, he decided to make an effort to pass the ball. And guys were eating.
He did.
So when stuff ain't looking the way it was looking in the first 3 quarters, I got to do something different. Now, if you guys want me to change it, guess what, coach? Let me know. You know what I mean? The players ain't gonna these are all smart IQ players. They're not looking at this and saying, man, JB, you chucking, you're not getting us going. If there's an issue, they're gonna call it out. They got practice, they got all these things, they know how to play with each other. Something's missing there, and I just want to say it's not on all JB. JB could have maybe could have looked for more, but how can you look for more if you don't create it? Right? JB needed to get into the lane to force the issue. When the defense collapses and double team happens, dribble, drive, and dish, the 3 Ds. That's
Yeah.
when you are supposed to pass the ball. But guess what? The players have to flash. They have to get to spots to make it easy for Jalen Brunson to get you the ball to get a good shot. I don't know. Unfortunately, I apologize. I only saw the game once. I am going to, after I'm done here today, and then maybe I'll have more to say about it on Monday
How
on SK.
dare you? How dare you?
I know, right? I didn't
How
have a
dare
chance to look at
you?
the
You
fourth
kidding
quarter
me?
again. I will, and I'm gonna see. But anyway, let me do this real quick. Let me read a couple of these. I got a couple super chats, and then I want to get over to Sam, and then I'll read the other super chats once Sam has had a chance to speak a little bit. So first, let me get to this one. Shout out to NYC B-Ball 08. They had no answers for Cat despite the double team. He needed the ball. I agree, 100%. Iceman said, peep how hesitant and passive Cam Payne was when we talked about that. I don't know. That was weird. That was weird to see because Cam is usually very aggressive. I don't know what happened. But listen, guys, I know we keep saying this. We can't forget OKC is the best defensive team in the league. Yo, they're good.
Yeah,
they were like when we want to say we shut down guys, they shut down teams too. They good. I mean,
And let's not forget, we don't get calls from the ref, so ever. So it doesn't matter. They're good defense, and if Cat were to go up and something happened, we're not getting a call anyway. So a lot of that happens to people in mentality.
It's true. It all plays in. It all plays in.
But even yesterday commentary, if you notice, Ron and Jay and Sam, if you notice, even the people doing the comments, they were saying like, "Oh, this marginal call, they need to stop because it's marginal for one, and the other play on the other team, it could be even worse, and they'll call it marginal, but the call that you called previous, it was a foul. How you going to call that one a foul that it was more softer than this one? And like the NBA is going to end up destroying itself if it continues this way. They
It's
need
turning
to stop
into the
doing
NFL.
Unfortunately, this, you know what this was? This was definitely, I'm not talking about even just the atmosphere. This was definitely a playoff game. Right? This is a playoff type game because this is the type of game that when you're in the playoffs, you go Knicks play OKC and like, oh, they got that one. Because and you can see, we got to make adjustments, and you have the next game to make the adjustments. Unfortunately, there's no next game right now to make the adjustments. You got to wait till Friday. But this is one of those, where the refs, OKC had the home court, they had the refs on their side. It's just one of those you got to kind of fight through. But I hear you. I agree. That's why the playoffs is important. I love the opportunity that we might have to face this team again on Friday. So we're gonna face them, but I'm saying even in the playoffs, if we can get there, I would love to fight OKC again. But let me get over to my guy Sam. I still got a couple super chats there. I'm gonna get right to them in a minute. But Sam's been waiting patiently. My brother, what's your thoughts, man? How you feeling about everything? Because I know you have some stuff to say.
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I was kind of chilling over here. I've seen people in the chat talk about they were trying to call you, Unc. I'm not sure if you saw that. I think they said the line wasn't working.
Guys, I know I need another one of these screens. I'm gonna do that for the next show, so that way the number is not up here. And I'm gonna turn the phone lines on after Sam goes, because the whole thing is I know the calls are gonna start coming in, but I want to at least get everybody one go around so they can get their stuff out before I start taking phone calls. You know what I mean? So I apologize, guys. I have not turned it on. I know the number's there. You can call. So if you want to call in, bear with me. That's why you haven't heard me announce it, but I know this screen that I have here puts the number up. So I apologize, guys. Go ahead, Sam. My fault.
Yeah, but I honestly don't have much more to say. I feel like we've touched on a bit. I'll just kind of give my 2 cents and then we can move the show along. For me, I've always said this even before we acquired Cat. I feel like that guy is a mismatch no matter who he's playing every single night. And that's even before I look at who the Knicks are playing, who the Timberwolves are playing when he was on that team. Like, Cat is just a mismatch for his skill set at that size and what he's able to do on the court. So for me, he can post up if it's like you said, Unc, if it's threes, like whatever needs to be done. So yeah, if they're guarding him with a smaller guy, get him involved. I mean, those are things that we've got to take advantage of, especially OKC. If they don't have Hardenstein on the court, their next tallest guy is probably like 6'8", 6'9". If Cat's out there with him, I mean, I didn't watch the game per se last night because I had some stuff I had to tend to, but just looking at the box score alone, like and the stats, it looks like they had a couple times where their tallest guy was Jalen Williams out there, or it was like the other Jalen Williams, or the light skinned Jalen Williams, or we've got Lou Dort out there. So I mean, like, there's opportunities for other guys to get going. I'm pretty sure that, yeah, JJ just said, I'm pretty sure they didn't even have Hardenstein on Cat, because that's usually not what they do anyway when they're playing any other team with a guy of that skill set. So I just think that there's opportunities that we might have missed, that we could have taken advantage of, especially when you're just giving up that many points in the fourth quarter. If I'm watching the game or not, that's just inexcusable. That's something you can't allow a team. And that's why I'm not really down on it, is because, I mean, OKC's on a 14-game win streak. Like, I'm not going to act like we just lost to like the worst team in the league, like the Wizards or something like that. Like, these guys have won 14 games in a row. They've been doing this to every single team that they played. I think that we had the up on them in the first half, and we just didn't make the necessary adjustments that we needed to win the game. But I feel like this was a game that the Knicks definitely lost. I don't think that they just straight up got beat by the Thunder last night. I wouldn't say that. It's just something we're gonna have to look into moving forward. We know that how Thibs plays is, that shorter rotation. Like Nice was saying, it would be good to see some of these guys get in, but I just don't know if it's going to happen, because we just seen off of precedent what Thibs is going to do. He's going to rock with these guys. So, like, the same way we were banging the table for Deuce McBride to get PT, we're going to have to try to bang the table again for Dadier and, Kolick. That's why, I'm the president of the Kolick Hive, but I've been kind of silent, because it's like you just know how this is going to go. It's a transition thing with Thibs. It's going to have to gain Thibs' trust. He just got on the roster, so I'm not really, too upset about it. But when you got guys that are playing 40 some odd minutes against great teams like that, I'm just hoping that he doesn't do that again today. We're playing the Bulls, a lesser team. JB's playing hurt. Cat is reportedly playing hurt. If these guys are actually banged up, and OG took a scary fall last game, if these guys are hurt, then just spell them on the minutes. Especially against a team like the Bulls, there's no need for them to play back-to-back games, 40 minutes. I'm just hoping that we do incorporate. So maybe, these guys that we're talking about, they'll probably get incorporated tonight. I just think, off of Thibs' precedent, he's a coach that's just trying to make a statement against these upper echelon teams. I think that's what he was going for last night as a reasoning to why these guys didn't get burned. But at the end of the day, it cost us, because, those cuts run that you're talking about, they couldn't make them on dead legs. That's just how it goes. Fatigue sets in. Regardless of if you have the IQ, your body just shuts down over time. You're playing 40 minutes. You're just not going to you're going to have mental errors, and you're just not going to be able to play as fluid. So just hoping for a better game today, but I'm not really too down on the game moving forward. I think we'll be fine. We just got to make some adjustments.
Right. Nah, I hear you. I think that's good takes, Sam. I think, listen, man, this is as fans, we're gonna be optimistic about certain things. We're going to be pessimistic about certain things, and we're going to be critiquing what we saw or what we didn't see, like what we would have liked to see. But it is only one game. Yes, it's a barometer. Like, right, this is one of those that we really wish we got. But why do we really wish we got it? Because we want to have that thing that shows that we are valid, that we stack up with all these other teams. We're not even at the All-Star break yet. The Knicks apparently have the toughest schedule of any NBA team going forward for the rest of the season. We're going to have plenty of opportunities to prove ourselves as a team as to how we stack up. So I would just say, take the good from this game, look at what the bad was, and let's get better from it. But I think we'll have a moment to turn this thing around, man. I think we're in a space where I feel good about what I saw. Like I said, there's some things that they could have did better, but I still feel good about how the Knicks played last night overall. Shout out to D Coolest 718 in the building. Salute to you, D Coolest. Shout out to Dope Soul Sports Talk. The Queen is in the building. What's up, Steph? Good to see you. Thank you for tuning in and listening in the background. Appreciate you. D Coolest right there. There's Steph. Appreciate you. Iman3474 is in the building. Salute to you. Thank you for being here. Now, I'm going to get to a couple more I guess I'll read all of them that are left. Now, keep in mind, guys, and I apologize for me not getting to all the super chats right away, but there's a lot of super chats. And we had panel people waiting backstage, and there's people that want to call in. So I apologize for all of that. But you got to understand, what I would like to do is be able to continue to have a semblance of a conversation. And when you go too far over the this and this and this, and when you hit this, and we talking about this, and then I have to bring this up, and this is about something else, and I'm like, I can't do that. I'm gonna run the show the best way I can run the show, but I will get to everybody. I'm not missing anything. It all pops up. It's all
It's
there.
your show, Ron.
No, I hear you, but I just want everybody. I don't want anybody to feel like they're gonna get shortchanged. I'm gonna get to you. I just may not get you right when you submit it, but I will get to you, and I will try to bring the conversation back to your point, so that way it makes sense. So that's all. Just want to put that out there.
Good man, brother.
You know what that is.
You know what it is. Shout out to Paris Duggar. Thank you. Thibs has taken us far as he is, as he's capable. Now with the aprons, we can't afford to bury players because there's no more good guys coming. This is it now. Well, I will say that you should start to look at it like this is it. Can the Knicks make a move by the trade deadline? Possibly. But there's been seasons where the Knicks haven't made a move. Remember that. So, we'll see. Hopefully they can make a move because people are clamoring for someone else to come off the bench that's better than what we got. I just think that it doesn't matter what we get if they don't come in and fall into Thibs' circle of trust. It don't matter.
Right.
A la Cam Reddish. Don't matter how much talent you got. If he don't put you in that circle, or you're not showing that you deserve to be in that circle, we're going to be like, so we made a trade for this guy and Thibs ain't even, and that's when you can start. That's when you can start saying. But yeah, I don't know. But thank you, Parrish, for the generous super chat, man. Shout out to Josh, aka Uncle Julio. What up, my brother? I appreciate you. Hope you're doing well, guy. He said, and Happy New Year. He said, salute to Ron and the crew. I'm just here for the Thibs bashing session. Prior to last night, teams hadn't lost a game. Thibs, I guess he's saying Thibs, hadn't lost a game in over a month, and folks worried about Tyler Cole. Can't make this stuff up. I hear you, Josh. Appreciate your comment. Thank you as always. Let's see what else we got here. Shout out to Crim's dad in the building. Nah, who let Andios in the chat? Come on, man. Andios is one of the best, my brother. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you to Crims, and thank you to Andios for always being who you are, man. Appreciate you.
Crim's put my house up last night, you said. At my house.
Shout out to my guy, Josh, a.k.a. Uncle Fulio. Once again, thank you for the journey super chat. He said, why is it assumed that Thibs doesn't know what he has in kids because they don't get minutes? Player development is not only playing on the floor, but waiting your turn. Deuce is a perfect example. And so Josh actually hit it on one point there that I was going to say earlier, and I forgot. I'm human. I'm sorry. My whole thing is that the Knicks are in a situation where we've got these rookie guys, but you understand that they're rookies, right? And you know how Thibs is with rookies. Even if you have earned a moment to be out there, he gives you what he thinks you've earned. 10, 12 minutes, that's what he gives you because he feels like that's what you've earned, and that will, you might be able to impact the team in those in that moment. We saw in the game the other day with no Brunson and no Deuce, Tyler Cole got in the game. He played like 10 or 12 minutes, whatever it was. And I thought he was pretty effective considering the fact that he had played what he played earlier in the day in the G League and had a phenomenal game. So, once again, I already said it. Thibs could have did a little bit better with the minutes usage in this last game, but understand that he is a creature of habit. And I guess he has to, Thibs is the one I'll rather go through the whole game and then look at the tape after the game and then make an adjustment after that. I don't love that. I love a coach who can say, well, all right, this is what's going on. Let's make this change right now. He's not as willing to do that. I can't fault the guy because once again, the Knicks are 24-11. So that's all I'm saying, guys. I get it. I'm just saying, no, we got to know what we're dealing with here. And Thibs is a certain way. Shout out to Double A. And let me hit that phone line right now for you gentlemen. Turn it on. Okay. Here we go. All right, so the phone lines are on. If you want to call in, by all means, you see the number. You can call in now. Thank you for the generous super chat. AA. He says we have a champ team with championship team. There he is. hold on 1 second, my brother. Thank you for the call. I know who it is. Hold on 1 second, AA. I got you. I just want to read your super chats. Hold on. So we have a championship team which has been coached who runs his players years after year. Don't look for bright side because players will start dropping. AA has always been on the other side. He's more concerned about the injuries, and I get it. So I understand that. But that's kind of not where I am currently about it. But I get it. I get it. And then let's see. We have another generous super chat from L. Damn it. Let's go, L. Appreciate you. So can we get those likes to 100, please? And thank you. Pew, pew. That's right, L. Pew, pew, pew. Ah.
That's your real voice.
Okay. All right. Appreciate you, L. Let me bring G Money up in here. What up, G Money? Appreciate you, my brother. Hope you're doing well.
What's good? What's good? What's chicken and bacon, cool cast? What's chicken and bacon? Please smash and crush your likes for my man Ron. Nice to see you again. Nice. Long time no see. It's nice to see you again, Jay Chosen. Nice to see you again, Sam. Shy. Please smash and crush your likes for Knicks Real Talk and for still Knicks fans. I mean,
Appreciate
hey, I still seen.
Oh, wait, hold on, G Money. Don't go crazy yet. I got you though. Hold that thought. Don't forget it.
He came in with the Beretta.
Yeah, he's about to get
like Aaron Wiggins last night. Bang, 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 like Aaron Wiggins last night.
Hold on 1 second. Let me get over back to AA. AA, you with us?
I'm there.
Hey, what's up, brother?
Happy New Year, Jay.
Same to
Hope
you.
all the family as well, and they had a blessed Christmas. I know you played Super Santa. Sha, nice, and Money. Hey, fellas, look, man, my whole thing is these injuries, brother, and it's starting to show their dirty face, okay? Hart is playing hurt, Cat is playing hurt, Brunson is playing hurt, and Deuce is hurt. How much more evidence do we need, man?
Mm-hmm.
We don't need to be playing these play with people like this. Precious is playing well. Kolek showed that, you know, he can at least give us 5 or 6 minutes, man. You know, he had a bunch of assists. You know, you can't base a guy's future off of one game, or if you give him a couple of minutes and he makes a mistake and doesn't, you know, read a cut or something, you know, you just bury him. But my whole thing, brother, is remember last year, we got to learn from last year. This is not a one-game thing for Thibs. This is who he is. Mm-hmm. A 7.5-man rotation to an 8-man rotation is ridiculous, brother. We have 14 people on our roster for a reason. And that's my whole thing, man. And you know, how can we expect these guys to finish the game? You could tell they lost because they had no legs. They had nothing left to give. And then Brunson took it upon himself to play hero ball, which he doesn't need to anymore, not with the team we have. He doesn't need to go there. So my whole thing, like I said, fellas, I want to see our players there at the end of the year, because if we win these games and finish in second seed and Cat is out or Brunson is out or we got a couple of players that are out, it doesn't serve any purpose. That's all I'm saying.
That's fair. Listen, AA, like I told you before, when you're on the show, I know that's a big concern for you, and then you're not wrong in feeling that way. The only thing I can say is, fortunately for the Knicks, I'm knocking on wood, they have been able to withstand injuries, and our guys have been able to play for the most part and avoid getting really hurt and missing time out there. So we've been really fortunate for that. I hope that it doesn't become a case where we're going to have to start talking about these injuries, but I do understand the concerns of the minutes and the usage and playing through injuries. But I will say, you know, all I can say is, like I've always said, I'm less concerned about possible injuries and more concerned about performance. So, but I hear you. And then, you know, things can take place with regards to, like, and I don't know how to say this because there's no like it just we don't know. Like we just don't know. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know if guys are going to get hurt or if they will, they won't. We know that they could get hurt because they have to play through injuries. But let me tell you something. This is something I wanted to reiterate before. No matter what we think, no matter what we say, like I said, guys can get hurt by playing 10 minutes. Guys who play 25 minutes, 30 minutes a night play through injuries because things pop up. They just, you're just able to play through it because you're a warrior and, whatever.
And you're right. Once in a while, you got to do what you got to do. And this understanding, Jay made that point. These are professional athletes. They're supposed to be in that shape and be able to do it, but not every night. And that's what happens, man. I mean, I played, organized sports all my life, and I'm in great, awesome shape. I value myself on cardio and stuff like that. But if you got 40 minutes logged in a game, and you're battling and it's neck and neck at the end of the fourth quarter, last 3 minutes, you got nothing left, bro. You may want to do it, but your legs telling you no. You may want to reach up and make that block or make that stop, and your thing is saying no. And you were 100% right. It's up to the coach, and this is something I don't see from this guy. It's in-game adjustments. Call a timeout. Hey, Brunson, let's get Thibs. Let's get Cat back in this game. Let's get they got a 6'8" guy on him. What's up?
Right.
It's on him.
100%.
It's on him.
100%. I agree with you,
Double
A.
Have you guys ever heard Thibs in a post-game interview say the loss was on me?
No.
Have you ever heard him say the loss was on me?
Well, yeah, I'm not going to say I never heard it because all I hear him talk about is the numbers and how he should be moving on. But I'm going to say this really quickly. He made some mistakes. Yes, definitely yesterday. 100%, Double A, 100%. All right. But go through the last 6 coaches, give or take, or more that we've had, and look what he's done with the teams that we've had. It's not just on him. It's not just on him. Now, I will say this. We don't do Eastern Conference Finals. He's in the hot seat. He's in the hottest seat.
Agreed.
All right. But and you know what? I just want to say this because, especially since, Double A is in amazing, awesome shape. I used to be in amazing, awesome shape. Now I'm just a shape, right? But the fact of the matter is that you're 100% right. When you get to the end of it, when you are playing hard, and don't forget they're playing against an extremely good defensive team that's banging, hitting elbows, everything is happening. They are tired, they're banged up, so there's no way to do that. I have no idea why Precious only played 7 minutes in that game yesterday with
that's
7
retarded.
minutes he played.
That's retarded.
Precious played 7 minutes. His footwork is phenomenal since he came back. He is dunking in the lane. He is playing hard and he's getting rebounds. He's doing the things that a power forward should be doing. So 7 minutes is ridiculous to me. So and I'm going to say this, because it's a conversation, right? Like human beings, no matter how great, right? People have to prep for a lot of things, marathons. It is different. Every sport is different, right? But this particular sport is like fast bang, right? It's nonstop, fast paced the entire time, and that's 40 minutes of running and banging into people. It's different than 40 minutes of soccer where you're able to stand on this side and you're waiting over here for a little while, or 40 minutes of football where you could just recollect, start again, 24 seconds, the whole thing. So I'm going to take it back to when Nice was talking and when Ron was talking and what you just said. Yes, Ron, I agree with you. In 10 minutes, you could get hurt, right? But in 40 minutes of running nonstop and doing that on a consistent basis, your chances of getting hurt are way more and way bigger than in 10 minutes of possible. I could walk outside right now, fall down my steps. You're right. 100%. I've done it. But the chances are, now that I said it, I'm more prepared for it, and I'll be slower tiptoeing down those stairs. You got to prepare yourself. Your body's got to be right. And every human body, in the beginning of the year, we were talking about, oh, they're paid for it. They make all this money. They should be able to do that. They're not robots.
Yeah.
All right.
Consecutive minutes compared to minutes are completely different things.
No,
right on.
And you know what? That's, once again, every time we have this talk, it comes back to that. And that's always the key. The consecutive minutes is huge. That's the big deal. It's not about, to me, I personally don't think that if a guy plays 30, 35 minutes, that's a bad thing. I think the issue is the consecutive minutes is always, that's the key right there. That's the tricky one right there. But so this is one of those where there's no right answer to it, right? Yes, playing more minutes, 40 minutes a game. If you do that every night, you can definitely put yourself in a position to put more wear and tear on your body, and it might force you to break down later in the year. You're not necessarily supposed to be breaking down in the middle of the year, or not even at the halfway point, right? Because these guys are professional athletes that are making millions of dollars and put their bodies through a lot of great training and recovery tactics, so they should be fine. So technically, if Knicks players started to go down now, I wouldn't say that's because of all this heavy minutes. I would say that their bodies are trained to deal with this type of play early. Now, playoff time, when the whole season is basically gone, that's a little different. So I could say now you play the whole course of a season. Now I could see how the wear and tear could affect your body. I get it. But the bottom line I'm saying is we just don't know. Is it great right now? No. I think, but I'm less about the injuries. I tell you, it's more about the performance, because look at, for example, Orlando. Orlando didn't play their guys a lot of minutes. Paolo went out right away, and he's been hurt forever. He's coming back. I think he might be back now, or he's coming back soon. Either way, but
without their top two guys, they gave us all we can handle and beat them.
Right. Which I know that play. Yes,
because you cannot win a championship with five guys.
And Ron,
that's what Thibs thinks he's going to do. He's going to win a championship with our starting five, and we can't do that.
Right.
We're not going to be able to do it. You look at the Thunder, their box score, and compare it to ours. Okay, and we're, like we said, the Thunder is an elite team. They should be one of the teams we measure up against. And I would have looked at that game a little bit better if everything was even. If everything was even. Our starters, they played equal minutes. Our bench points, we barely lost. Fellas, we had the lead. I looked at that game. I had to do something yesterday, so I couldn't catch it, but I kept looking in, and I looked in on the third quarter, and we had something like a 14-point lead, and I'm like, man, we got this. So happy. Then I look around, and we lost. And I knew exactly what happened. They ran out of gas.
Yeah, that's
fair. Like you said, the Thunder is an elite defensive team. If you ain't got it all, you're gonna get cooked.
That's fair.
And Ron, the only thing that scared me is
thank you, man. Thank you for listening to my my holler and my bitching, and God bless you guys, man. Got love for all of you guys. My boy Ron. Hey, man, you have a great year. This is going to be a big year. And let's win, man. I just want our team, man, just to win, man, and to do it the right way.
I appreciate you, Double A, man. Happy New Year once again.
Fellas. God bless all of you, man.
Same to you, brother.
So
later.
Blessings.
So the only thing that was concerning me is one thing that Sam said, and it was one of them that pretty much passed us. Is that OG drop? OG dropped the way he dropped.
One second, Mike. Let me just pick this up.
Yeah.
Hey, caller, your name and where you calling from?
Yo, Ron, it's JJ from Brooklyn. What's
Hey,
good?
what up,
Salute,
JJ?
Kyle.
What's
How
going
you
on,
doing?
my brother?
What up,
Appreciate you. Happy
Good,
New Year,
what's
bro.
good? Happy holidays, everybody. Happy New Year. How's y'all men doing, man?
Nah, good.
Happy
Good.
holidays, JJ.
Give me 1 second, JJ. Just
Same
hold
to
Happy
tight.
you,
holidays.
bro.
Happy New
Yeah,
Year.
yeah, yeah.
Let me just get back to Nice. Go ahead, Nice.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, yeah.
So the only thing that I was saying is that I wasn't about to say nothing about Thibs last night, but that OG dropped the way he dropped. And if
That
you
was
see
scary.
the refs, I hit replay 3, 4, 5 times. There's no way that they let that one slide off and they didn't call a flagrant foul because he was up in the air. The other dude grabbed his arm. That's not a flagrant.
Well, Nice. You know what? I know. I hear what you're saying, but I looked at it too, and I think the Knicks looked at it and they saw that when OG was moving, he got pushed a little bit. But that's not what caused the foul. What caused the foul is that OG lost his grip. He normally would hold himself up, but he lost his grip immediately, and that's why he took that tumble. He wasn't even ready for it. That's why he fell awkwardly.
But this is what I'm saying: the inconsistency in the NBA. Because Shea Gil Alexander, they only just barely touched him. Foul. The way OG dropped, I'm telling you right now, I was praying. I was saying the only thing
I hear you though.
but
Nice. That's not on the OKC player. If OG was in a better position when he grabbed that rim to hold on, he wouldn't have even came. He would have came down regular.
But he was already
grabbed it. He didn't have a good grip.
Ron, but he was already in the air. And
that's why they called the foul.
He was going up in the air, and once he went to the air, the one defending him, he went to the air. That's a flagrant foul because you can't. That's why players, once they already in the air, the other opponent they go to the side because they already know that if something happens to that player, it's going to be either flagrant or that's a dirty foul. That was a dirty foul. You
got to watch it. I mean, I agree with you on a lot of things, Nice, but on this one, you got to watch it again, bro. When he was going up, he was hit on the way up, not when he was already at the height of in the air, because at that point the defender wasn't on him. The defender was away from him. It's just that at that point when he went up, he got the dunk, right? So. That's the other thing. A lot of times when they call a foul, they look at how the person affects the player's shot. OG dunked it. He got the dunk, right? Am I not wrong? It was an and one, right? He got the dunk, and then he came off the rim.
It was an and one, yeah.
He didn't have a good grip. It was kind of surprising. You couldn't even tell that. Well, for whatever reason, when he grabbed the rim, I don't know if his hands were slippery, whatever. He didn't have it. He couldn't hold on.
And Ron, don't forget, we're the Knicks and we were away. You got to add a lot of factors. Yeah. There's so many factors. And the NBA hates James Dolan.
Yeah,
they hate him. So we get the brunt of that. And I'm not joking even. Like, I'm laughing, but you know it's the truth.
I know what you mean. I say it too.
I hear you. Let me because we got a caller. So I want to show some love to the caller. Shout out to JJ.
Man. What up, man?
Hey, man, what's going on? What's on your mind, brother?
What up, man? All right, man. So listen, to me, this game was on Brunson. You know, Ron, me and you, usually I agree with you, but today, you know, which is fine. This is on Brunson. You know, we know he struggles with the Dort type of defenders, the physical, long, you know, strong defender that has a good size, and he wasn't having his way with him. And in the fourth, there was a lot of over dribbling. There was a lot of ISO. Cat had the mismatch. They were defending him with Jalen Williams and Dort. They're 6'4" and 6'5". He was abusing them, and every time he got the ball, you have to keep feeding him. You have to. Even if they double, it's going to open up something for somebody else. It'll open up an open three for Brunson or for Bridges, who had it going. Like, you have to feed the mismatch. They weren't even putting Hartenstein on him the whole game. It was Williams and Dort. You have to destroy them. Are they both very good defenders? Yes, absolutely. But not for somebody who's 7 feet. They can't guard him down there. They can't. To get 13 shot attempts, to me, is pretty asinine. When he's got that missed six. He's got 6 inches on that. 6, 7 inches.
No, I mean, I agree. I agree. That's
I don't
he
get
definitely
it.
should have featured him more.
Yeah, I mean, it
But
shouldn't have been Brunson hero ball.
but let me
agree.
ask you, if anybody's doing anything on the court, I don't care if it's Brunson, if it's Cat, if it's any, it doesn't matter what team. If I'm on the court and I want to go take a 3-point shot, right? Fine. Then we come back down the court. I want to go do a layup. I do the layup. Fine. And I'm missing these shots. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Who's going to stop me from doing whatever the hell I want to do out there? Who's supposed to tell me that this is going to stop? Next time down, I want you to move the ball. Or next time down, this is the play I want you guys to run. If, constantly we watch Coach Tom Thibodeau calling plays all game. If Thibs is calling plays and they're not executing, don't you think as a coach you'd be upset? Wouldn't he say something? Or if Brunson is calling his own number and it's not working, or there's mismatches we're not taking advantage of, wouldn't Thibs be the one to say, this is, we got to stop this, we got to do this? Wouldn't Thibs call a timeout? How many quick timeouts throughout that fourth quarter did you see Thibs call because he didn't like what he saw out there? I didn't see a lot. I don't.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, think that we're only seeing what Thibs is allowing to happen. And if Thibs is allowing to happen, he must be okay with it. He must think this is the right thing for us to be doing right now. Because if he wasn't, he would have said something. I'm not blaming what I'm saying. I'm not saying you guys are wrong when you say that Brunson was calling his own number and he wasn't getting other guys involved. What I'm saying is there was a reason for it. And if there was a problem, then Thibs would have stopped it, is what I'm trying to say. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but regardless, Brunson, you're the point guard, you're the quarterback out there. It's on you as well to spot the mismatch. And Cat had the mismatch. Those guys could not stop him. They're 6'4". Jalen is what? 6'5". Dort's 6'4", I believe. That's barbecue chicken. I mean, he's going to dominate that matchup 99 times out of 100. To have 13 shots when you got a 6-inch size difference is crazy. He should have had 30 and 25 last night. 100%.
You're not gonna hear no argument from me on that. I'm with you on that.
I'm with them on that, Ron. I
Yeah,
can't.
I agree with that.
They weren't even putting Hartenstein on the whole game. It was never Hartenstein. He was on Hart for like the whole game, pretty much.
So,
and for whatever reason, maybe they didn't want Hartenstein out there on the 3-point line because Cat could stretch the floor. But he had the mismatch,
right?
And
you
have to feature him.
And my point, that I made earlier that I was talking about, and I'm not trying to say this like I'm always right. I'm just trying to say it like I'm thinking. I'm like even when I'm saying stuff, I'm thinking like what's going on here? Why is this? Cat did get the ball around the perimeter. It's not like he didn't get the ball at those points.
True. Yeah.
Well, why wasn't he able to take a shot? Because OKC was in his face. OKC was in the Knicks player's face. They stopped. There was no separation. Cat's just the part about Cat, which you got to respect and love. He's so efficient because he takes good shots. Even when you're like, oh, wow, he's pulling. But he's pulling because he feels he's open. Right. But when he don't feel like he's open, he ain't just going to shoot it. That's what causes misses. That's why other guys aren't as efficient as he is. In order to get them shots, that's why I say, outside of Brunson, should Brunson have got the ball to Cat more? Yes. Should Thibs have told Brunson to get the ball to Cat more? Yes. Should Thibs have told everybody to get the ball to Cat more? Yes.
Everyone.
But when he gets the ball, if there's no separation, Thibs, the coach, not the players, because Brunson ain't going to be on the court, like pass the ball to Cat, and he's going to be like, guys, he ain't going to be doing all that. You know what I mean? Thibs is the one calling the plays. You got to get Cat open. If Cat got the ball and he got some smaller defender on him at the perimeter, he can't get a 3-point shot off because the defender's in his face. Set a pick, set something to get this guy. Give a screen, double screen, whatever. All you got to do with Cat is give him a couple looks. Even if he misses the first one, once he comes down, gets that second one, it's going in most likely. You got to get this guy open. It's the same problem I've always had with the Knicks offense, that Thibs has to make his players, the star players, make their jobs easier. Just because you guys are stars and can get your own shots and are fantastic at doing this doesn't mean you have to work as hard all the time. Let me give you a couple good looks. Let me give you a back screen, a curl to the. I've always said, I said this every freaking year. So it's the same thing with Cat. Cat is a great 3-point shooter. The Cat couldn't even take a shot. I know he only got 13 shots, but there's also something to the fact that he didn't feel comfortable taking a shot, which means the defense was there. How do we get it to the point where Cat can get a good look without the defense being there? That is on Thibs. But everything else, listen, I will acquiesce to the fact that if you guys feel, because like I said, I was honest. I looked at the numbers and I said Brunson had 3 assists in the first, 3 assists in the second, 3 assists in the third, no assists in the fourth. Maybe he was calling his own number a little bit too much, but that also points to the fact that we have to listen to the coach. The coach has to call stuff out. And as a team, we got to move. If Brunson's cutting to the lane, guys got to move around to give him lanes of passing so that he knows, okay, because the double team is always coming for Brunson. Excuse me. When the double team comes, he can pass it out to somebody. But if guys ain't moving and they're not flashing, you putting yourself at a bad point. Brunson's going to have to take the shot now. Now, you can tell when you could tell when things aren't moving right? When Brunson goes into the lane, and this happened last night, and I don't remember if it was the fourth or not. When Brunson goes into the lane, the double team's coming, and Brunson jumps up in the air and has to throw the ball behind him or something, that shows you that something's not, like, guys ain't moving. He don't got easy lanes to pass the ball off. We have to, it all plays in. I'm not saying I'm right over anybody else. I'm just looking at what the Knicks were looking like from what I remember in the fourth quarter. And I think that you're right. Brunson does have some accountability, but to say that Brunson is the reason why we lost this game is incorrect. There's no way in hell that I would agree with you on that. Not saying you, I'm saying anybody. Brunson is a reason that things could have went off the rails a little bit.
That's just my opinion.
No. I'm saying he's a reason that things went off the rails a little bit. He's not the reason we lost that game. The reason we lost that game is that we didn't get the ball to Cat more throughout the whole game. He took 13 shots. And if Brunson was given 9 assists throughout the game, he was moving the ball. So it's the game plan. It's our defense, right? We allowed Wiggins to score 19 points off the bench. He hit 4 threes in the fourth quarter. What? Like, who's is that Brunson's fault? No, that's the team's fault. Our defense sucked at certain points, right? And then the other thing too is, I told you guys before, we lost a little momentum when Jalen Williams got that dunk and they started to get hype. But what really did it, back to nicest play, that dunk when OG came down and hurt himself, sapped some of his aggressiveness. He didn't play the same ever since that. I think that affected us too. The way OG was playing, the way Macau was moving, I felt good about it. I thought we was cooking. But once that happened, OG was never the same.
Hey, Ron, he was shook.
Yeah. Especially since I'm telling you, we were up by, what were we up at half?
Like 10 or 12.
12, I think. 12, right?
12.
All right.
Yeah.
So 12 means that you just need to make at least like 65% of your shots from that point on and play halfway, defense where they can make 65% as well.
Right.
We just need to stay that way. So is that what that conversation you just had, is that an indictment? Is that we could applaud their defense, but is that an indictment also on Cat? Some of that soft talk? Is he not? If you got the 6'4", 6'5" guy on you, is he not making space and showing them? And how about if he threw it down? Nuts, part of my language, junk in face, dunking on them like, Well,
really technically, there was a moment in there, didn't he catch? He caught a dunk, right? A left-handed dunk.
He caught a couple of good ones.
He was trying to do his thing. So I don't want to put it on Cat. My whole thing with that is the only thing I will say about Cat, and it's not really a focus, is that Cat was like Olay on the defense. It's like he was trying to stay out of foul trouble. There was certain things he was letting go. He was like, I'm not even going to get in that mix. He was staying away. So that's not great either. That's
once he gets a couple fouls, I think it's starting to get in his head, like being so foul prone.
Right.
Like once he gets 1 or 2 early ones, he's basically like moving away from the offensive player for the most part.
Right. Go ahead, Shaw. What were you going to say?
Yeah.
His defense has changed a little bit. He plays more in the drop zone now, and he doesn't use his hand as much as he was early in the season. So he doesn't pick up those ticky-tack fouls. I believe that they would rather give up the 2 points and get it back on the other end than for him to get those consecutive ticky-tack fouls that we've been calling.
Right, because there was a couple plays. Oh, I'm sorry. You just made me,
Yeah.
a couple plays in the fourth quarter, and I don't remember who it was, but there was a layup. There was nobody there from the Knicks, and I looked. I was like, "What? You guys ain't see that?" And Cat just he put his hands up. I was like, "Yeah, I don't know. That's on you, big fella." But yeah, go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, and I'm going to revert back to this. Our starting unit did exactly what they needed to do last game. All punts aside about Jalen Brunson, and if you wanted to go to the ISO basketball and all that stuff, our starting unit kept us in the game. What kept us out of the game was our second unit. The production from Precious. Precious didn't have a really good game. That's exactly why he didn't play that many minutes. Payne did not shoot the basketball like we're used to seeing him shooting that left-handed crooked shot. He was a little suspect shooting the shot last night. He didn't shoot it at all. I mean, and the most minutes the most minutes that a player off the bench got last night was Larry Shamet with 14 minutes, and he played good defense, but he didn't really score the basketball that much.
And hold on, Shot, just to piggyback on that, why didn't Shamet score the basketball that much? This is for everybody out there. Why you think Shamet didn't score the basketball that much?
It was the defense.
That's right. He had
no defense, no question.
He didn't get going because the OKC was on him. This is what I want to say. And I'm going right back to you, Shah, and then we'll get back to JJ's final words so we can get any other callers or whatever.
And they don't got Holmgren and Caruso yet.
I know. OKC's defense is great, guys. It's the best in the league for a reason. They play up on you. They make it difficult for you. They may not have a bunch of OG Ananobis over there, but they got a lot of guys that play really good defense. So if you that's the difference between the Knicks and OKC. The Knicks can have Mikal Bridges. They can have one fantastic defensive player in OG. But when you got a bunch of guys over there that play adequate defense, everybody, a bunch of hands teams guys, that's tough. That's tough. So, I mean, listen, Landry Shamet wasn't even getting daylight, bro. And I liked what I was seeing from him. He was active. He was moving around. I think he's not getting no separation. These dudes are sticking with him. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Jimmy Butler.
Right.
Yeah.
But if you,
I don't know about that.
I know. Especially, but you gotta get new hair. You gotta get new hair.
JJ, anything else you wanted to say before you go, my brother?
Yeah, a couple things real quick. One thing that did kind of frustrate me was OKC is not a good rebounding team. So that's where the lack of rebounding from our wings, like I wish Bridges and OG were better rebounders. They're kind of weak. They're definitely very weak on the glass. That's one thing that kind of frustrates me with this team. Like, we could have really punished that team if we had the rebounders. It's really a one-man show rebounding-wise, or two, Hart does this thing. But, and another thing real quick, there were two plays that stick in my mind from last night that frustrated me. One was at the end of the first half. I don't know if you guys remember. We should have had the final shot, and I forgot who shot the three. I believe it was Bridges. Instead of waiting for the buzzer, he shot like 6 seconds. He misses. OKC gets two at the buzzer, fast break layup. Like those little things that don't seem important at the time. Versus a team like that, you got to be like, you got to be almost perfect.
Right.
And little plays like that, it just comes. I just feel like it comes back to bite you. And then there was one other play, the late with Hartenstein and Hart, where they were kind of battling for the ball, and I believe they cut it to 2. They were down 5, and then they had a battle for the ball that was near out of bounds, and Hartenstein won the battle, and then they kicked it, I believe, to Wiggins for the 3 to cut it to 2 late in the fourth. So that was another play to me that was like probably the most crucial play of the game, in my opinion.
Right.
But Hart usually wins those plays, but we know Hartenstein's tough as well. It happens. I'm not blaming Hart. It was just a tough.
Although technically Hart made the case that Hartenstein was out of bounds, and there's a replay that shows his video, and it looks like his foot was out of bounds. So refs missed that one.
Yeah, what can you do, man? And also, you got to improve this bench. I'm sorry, this bench is terrible. I know people disagree. We got to play them more. Whenever we play the bench, if we're up 13, the bench comes in, the lead goes down to 6. Like, the bench it's not a productive bench. Precious had a wide open 3 and he shot it. I think it was like off the side of the bag. I don't even know what it hit, but it was brutal.
I will say
no score and punch.
I will tell you that
when Deuce is your best bench scorer, when Deuce is your best bench scorer, you have issues.
I think JJ, you're right. You're right with the bench. Like, but I can't put my finger on it. What's going on? Because I think outside of last night's game, Campaign has been pretty solid off the bench. But Deuce, look, and maybe I'm the only one who's going to say it. Deuce hasn't quite been the Deuce that I would have of like
last couple of games.
Yeah, he's been struggling a little bit now. Maybe it's because he's been playing a little hurt. You know, I'm a little banged up because that hammy. I mean, we thought he was going to play the other day, and then he went out and practiced, and all of a sudden he got a hammy issue and he can't play. So maybe that hammy was already kind of starting to bother him a little bit while he was playing. We didn't know about it, but yeah, just he hasn't really given us that. This is the thing is we've gotten such a good starting lineup that it's been overshadowed. Deuce hasn't necessarily given us what we were getting from Dante off the bench when Dante was here, right? No. You know what I mean? So it affects us a little bit. And even if you put Deuce and Payne together, they're not necessarily giving us what Dante was giving us from his bench production.
And the bench is very small. I mean, when Deuce was playing until a couple of games ago, we basically were running Deuce, Payne, and Shaman. I mean, Shaman is a small forward off the bench. Right. He's like 6'3". Right. I mean, it's not going to work,
So you know what I think the Knicks need? I think the Knicks obviously do need another person to come off that bench. And if they feel like they don't have it right now, then they don't have it. They got to go get it. But I really think the problem is this doesn't work. I really think the key to helping the bench is Tyler Kolek. I really think Tyler Kolek is the person to get guys going, to create opportunities, to get guys good looks at the basket that they can't necessarily create on their own.
Problem so over who? You're playing
there you
over
go,
Kane.
JJ. That is the issue. You can't have Deuce, Kolek, and Payne out there at the same time. Right. So what do you do? That is the problem.
Yeah. But you know what? You know what though? Really quick, Ron. If you're making a move, then they won't be over somebody because you're going to have to include somebody to make a move.
Yeah.
All right. So if Kolek is going to play,
no, I don't want to cut you off.
Then you might have to do that.
But if your biggest move,
and let me just say this real.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. What did you say?
No, I was going to say if your biggest move happens to contain Mitch, then it's still you're putting in a little bit of a situation because Mitch ain't playing anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Now, I don't know how much like the Kuzmas are and all those other peoples are, but the truth of the fact is that we need a big man and we need a bring it to the rim and also a decent shooter, right? We definitely need a Kuzma style with a Valanciunas. It can't be one.
Well, we can't get both. We can't get both.
I know we can't get both.
You want to get Kessler and Clarkson?
I want what I want to get. I
love Kessler. Carson line up,
yeah, but I know we can't do that financially, right? I know that we can't financially do all that. But the fact of the matter is that even when we get Mitchell back, we don't know what we're getting back with Mitchell. We don't know who we're getting back with Mitchell. And one thing we do know about Mitchell, negatively, we know the positives. Negatively is we don't know how long we're going to have him back once he gets back. All right.
And he can't shoot the ball. He has no
about that one that get hurt in 10 minutes. That's Mitchell Robinson.
So let me just say, because I know you've been wanting for a trade to happen. And JJ, let me let you go.
Yeah,
because I don't want to be on the phone.
Yeah. Appreciate y'all, man. Have a great rest of the weekend, man.
Yeah,
Happy
man.
New Year,
Same to you. Appreciate your call.
Peace. Appreciate it, man. Peace.
Thanks, man. Take it easy.
Hey, Ron, I'm just going to say something real quick because I hate to do this on you. You know what? And I'm surprised at you because I'm looking at time. But my daughter's been begging for me to get off. I'm a single father. My kids come, even though I love you, brothers, they come way before y'all. Oh, damn. I want to hear what they have to say. Damn it.
No, that's okay. Hold on. Let me just pick up the call. You can continue. Hold on.
All right, pick up the call.
Caller, you are live. Your name and where you from?
Oh, okay. I didn't know I was on yet. My name's Tony. I'm from Harlem, but I'm way out of New Mexico right now.
No doubt. Appreciate you, Tony. Just give me 1 second. My guy Jay Chosen is just wrapping up what he was going to say, and I'll get right back to you, okay?
Okay.
All right, man. Jay, go ahead, bro.
All right, peace, Tony from Harlem. Welcome aboard. Listen, fellas, love, nothing but love. I just wanted to say this: we are lacking athleticism. We are lacking size. We are lacking. Our depth is small, and when Mitch comes back, it makes it slower. So the fact of the matter is that we definitely, I've been wanting this trade for a very long time. We keep waiting. We don't really know exactly when he's coming back. We know that we have three tiny people. We have 3 point guards and a power forward on the bench, and he's not playing the other guys. So we got to do something about that. Yes, I want Kessler and I want Clarkson. Yes, I want that type of thing, but we're not going to get it. We need to figure out what we need and how we're going to do that. And if that is something like going out, can we go out and get a shooting scorer and then
Cam Thomas?
And then like a Nick Richards or somebody who could play under the rim, who's cheap?
Nick Richardson.
I think that we already have it. The only thing is that we're not using them efficiently, and it's Cat. Cat is our secret weapon. If we look at Utah Jazz, the way they played a Cat, they made sure that Cat wasn't in the perimeter. And look what Cat did. All right, you guys have that locked down. I noticed that you have 2 7-footers. I'm going to start shooting from 3. What happened?
Right, but nice. I mean, on the reverse, on the defensive side.
No. I understand, but what I'm saying that the same way that we play Utah Jazz, we needed to get Isaiah Hardside out of the paint. Because look at Kessler and look at we talking about 2 7-footers.
That's right.
Neither one of them could have stayed in the paint because Cat was shooting 3s.
Right.
So why didn't Brunson start to speak? We need to start. This is not Brunson's show, man. I'm telling you, the last 10 or 20 years, if there's one thing with the New York Knicks, we are so anxious for the next best thing. And if we start seeing Brunson is not cutting it and it's somebody else, we are so easy to let people go. I'm not saying that we're doing it on Brunson, but Brunson, if you have all these accolades surrounding you, start using them effectively. Because if you start using Cat effectively, start saying, all right, we have a Isaiah Hardenstein. I don't want to Isaiah Hardenstein in the paint. Start shooting 3s. You know how wide is that going to be open for Jalen Brunson to do massive damage?
Right, but at the same time, I agree 100%. Nice. At the same token, that we're talking about a man who was a player of the month. I am 100% on board with you. Player of the month, could score, could rebound. We're talking about 35 and 20, 30 and 21. I love what he does, but we still need depth. Look what happened to us yesterday. We have no depth. So I'm going to say this. My daughter screamed, "Let's go Knicks" yesterday on Real Talk. She just said, "Let's go Knicks" in a whisper because she's not feeling good. I love you guys. Let's go Knicks. I'm going to pay attention to it. If you're still on, if she, after I help her out, I'll hop back on. If not, salute to you. Blessings.
Blessings.
But come up, I wanted to see, can we get, maybe it's Mitch, but can we, if not, is there a cheap big man who could play under the rim? And is there a dynamic 6'6", 7 or 8 player that can play in the middle? Because Shamet, Deuce, and Payne, I'm sorry, it's just not cutting it for me coming off the bench. And then Kolik, who's going to play when you got the same size people that you have to contend with? It to me it's tough.
I hear you.
And Town should be shooting at least 25 a game, 25 shots a game at least.
All right. I hear you. All right, let me get to this caller, man, because I don't want to leave people on waiting. I appreciate you, Jay. Thanks, man. Caller Tony, what's going on, brother?
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for having me on for a few minutes.
No doubt, man. I apologize. Listen, there's a lot going on. The Knicks community is we hyped today. We were excited about last night's game. Unfortunately, we didn't get the right result, and so we got a lot to say and talk about. We got some feelings about about stuff.
Yeah, well, all in our feelings. Last night I was watching it with my wife. She's like, "Oh, finish the game." Like, I'm not watching them. They're done. So I get it.
Right.
Rough. Yeah. So one thing I wanted to talk about two quick things. So yeah, in the fourth quarter, I feel what everyone's saying about Jalen not giving the ball up and him getting those 3 assists every quarter. But I mean, I'm sure everybody in this room has played ball before and probably on some type of organized level. In the fourth quarter, they shut down those passing lanes. It's gonna tighten up. You know, now does that mean you can't make a pass? Can you not find Cat? Can you not run a play to make sure that Cat has last shot or the last couple of shots? I'm not saying that's not possible, but you know, that free flowing basketball always is going to shut down in the fourth quarter because they're a good team, you know, OKC, and they've seen what was happening to them for the first 3 quarters. So yeah, they're going to try to ISO, try to force them into isolation because Brunson doesn't have it. But what I wanted to talk about was where was that double coming from? It was coming off of Josh, and no matter who was on them, it'd be Hart. They go down there and try to double Brunson, to try to go double Cat off him. Hart's got to hit those shots. The same way last year where the plan was in the playoffs for all the teams to just play off of Josh, and he's on hitting those shots. If Josh is not hitting those shots and they're not respecting him, we're not going to win those games against better defensive teams. So that's like one of the things that I kept hearing people say. I don't know what the answer is for that, but ultimately, Josh has got to be better. I love everything that he does. He's like one of my favorite players. But if he's not hitting that 3-point shot or stretching the floor or making it impossible to double off of him, I mean, you're going to see the same result, you know? And the other thing I wanted to talk about, and I don't want to take the show backwards, but when the season started, everyone was touting, oh, we have a 3-year window, and, you know, there's time to win and so on and so forth. So if that's the case, if that's a true statement, then no matter how we cut it, there's no reinforcements coming. We don't have the draft picks that we have. We don't have all the assets that we had before. People keep saying that Thibs is looking down the bench and it's just garbage sitting on the bench. If that's the case, then we're not going to go far in the playoffs at all. If we got 3 years, it's either or. You're going to play these guys, figure out what you got. So year 2, when we go into the next season, at least we can say we have assets on the bench. But if they're just sitting there, if Dottie is just sitting there, if he can't even give, you know, either OG or Mikal 5 minutes of rest, then I don't know I don't understand what I'm looking at then. Either we have a contender or we don't. You can't say it's both. If we have a contender, then there must be something on the bench that can get them rest. If we don't have a contender and we're doing 3 years and we're going to be a contender next year or the year after, then you got to build those assets on the bench. It just doesn't seem to make sense to me. It seems like a lot of the commentary, not you guys, is like they're talking out of 2 sides of their face. So that's the confusion that I'm having.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, you're not wrong in what you're saying. I agree, and that we're still in a really tricky situation right now, because what you can't account for is how good a certain team is, right? We knew Boston was going to be good, right? We knew OKC was going to be good, but it doesn't matter. OKC is in the West. What we couldn't account for is how good Cleveland would be. Cleveland came out of nowhere, man. Cleveland has been phenomenal. And everything that we try to talk about with regards to the Knicks, Cleveland is doing, right? Everything we talk about that's good, Cleveland is doing the same thing and better than us. We're right behind them. So that means they're better than us. So, like, you couldn't account for that. Not that it matters, but I'm just saying in the grand scheme of things, it kind of like we were thinking we were number 2 at minimum here, and we're number 3 because of Cleveland. I think that the Knicks are in really good shape to do what we expect them to do. I think they were smart, because when you look at the whole picture of what this team is, they were smart to do it this way because they know they're going to be limited. That's the reason why they had to get all tricky and finagle things in order to get Cat over here by creating all these little mini contracts that are small and then putting them in a trade to get Cat, and technically circumventing the NBA rules, right? The NBA don't want to see that, but the Knicks were able to figure it out. And then you figure, okay, how can we still continue to stay under this second apron? The Knicks they're still there. They're still under it, right? But only by a little bit. But yet they still have some flexibility. And they even can make a trade at the trade deadline if they want to, because they still have a piece that they can move in Mitch. I mean, of course, you got to figure out what they got to add to it. But if they want to do that.
Yeah, but Ron, that's the thing, right? So the trade deadline is coming, right?
Mm-hmm.
We haven't really seen any of the kids play. Fair, I'm not like a play the kids kind of guy, right? But going back to my point before, so you got five. You have I've heard this been said on all the mainstream media shows that the Knicks have the best starting lineup in the NBA right now.
Which they do. They do.
So
New York does, yeah.
If that's true, you can't suffer one person from the bench to be in that lineup, or it's just a complete disaster. You get what I'm saying? Like, you should be able to sit Mikal down and bring in Dadier for 5 minutes to get Mikal some rest, and not say that your entire team is going to collapse around that. That's the part that gives me pause. Now, let's say you are giving Dadier those 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes throughout the whole game, 2 minutes a quarter, whatever that is. At least you can say you're building another asset. Maybe other teams can look at them and say, okay, now we're on the trade, and now we're not thinking about getting rid of like Deuce and Mitch to get somebody here. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know what those assets are. Now I get it. Everyone says, oh, well, Thibs can see it in practice. He can see it in practice. Oh, okay, fair. But I think we're going to beat all the bad teams in the NBA, and we're just going to run out of gas. Listen, I love Josh, but he looked winded. He wasn't even getting out the contest 3-point shots anymore. And I couldn't have been the only one that saw that. There was a lot of times where the Knicks just looked like, oh, you know what? Hopefully he misses. And then he wasn't. You can't sick one of the kids or one of their kids when they come in. You know what I'm saying? Just get out there and make them tired. You got 4 fouls, 5 fouls. Just get in the space, stick them, sit down, because I see Josh is not getting out to that 3-point line. Like, there's so many dynamics going on that give me pause and worry me, because I want this to be a championship team. And like, I guess everybody in this room, I want to see a chip before I pass on from this planet. So yeah, I don't know. I just feel like Thibs is great, and I love him, and I don't want them kicking him. I would love him to be here as long as Pop has been out there with the Spurs. But sometimes I feel like Thibs doesn't think strategically around the players. Tactically, yes. We've seen him make new adjustments and move people in and out and double and bring a big, and now he's running. Remember before he wouldn't even run the small lineup, and now it's just all small. Like, oh, you know what? Like, this can't do nothing halfway.
Right. Listen, that's your very fair point when it comes to Thibs. That's very true. Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. I think that look, it's tough, guys. I don't know what to say, man, because it's tough to say something that needs to be changed when we're still playing very well. We just won 9 in a row.
Right.
But, I hear you. It's just tough. But what you're saying is not wrong, though, because honestly, what you were saying, the reason why I'm saying this is because I kind of agree with you. And honestly, if it was up to me, I mean, I don't know if it would be right, but I would try that. I said this earlier when Josh Hart said he was lost and felt lost. This was a long time ago. He's been found ever since. But
I remember that.
I thought that maybe the Knicks, the best thing to do would be put Precious in the starting lineup, right? And have Josh come off the bench. Now, at that time, Precious wasn't healthy, so you didn't have a Precious. So I said, you know what? They might consider putting Dadier in that starting lineup. I mean, he plays good defense. He's adequate. Probably could play just as good enough. Dadier could probably play just as good a defense as Josh Hart. The difference is Josh Hart is savvy. He's a veteran. And he already knows the tendencies of these players. Defense is about tendencies. When you know how a guy's going to play, you know how to adjust to it. Dadier don't know any of that, right? He's a rookie. He hasn't played with these guys. That's why if you look at guys in the league, when they start off being good defenders, as the year gets better, they get better because they know who they're facing. Oh, I played him last time. Oh, this is what he did to me. Now I know how to fit. Like, you got to learn all that. Dottie doesn't know that, but I think you could take a chance like that with Dottie in the starting lineup. And I think Josh Hart, because we've already seen he does have playmaking ability, we know he can rebound. His shot has improved to the point where he's not a liability anymore. I know this last game, he didn't shoot that well, and they did leave him open. The double was coming from him. But did you notice, like, as we got into the second half, his shot started to fall? It was a little too late. But it started to fall later, and there's a reason why he's shooting 38% from three for the season. He has improved. So I think that's a chance that you could take. Maybe that's a move that Thibs might want to do, but it's tough to ask Thibs to do anything when they're 24-11. He you know, like, he's going to be like, why am I going to make a move? You know what I mean? That's the tough part.
But see, this is my last point, kind of right on this. You know, but I want to see that starting lineup at the end of a game, for the exception of, you know, sometimes we'll have Deuce in that game, sometimes we'll have Precious.
Right.
But I want Josh to be fresh in those last 6 minutes. You can see what Josh can do in the last 6 minutes of a game.
I hear you.
Where he can get you a win if he has a little bit of energy and a little bit of power in them legs. You can't have him playing 45 minutes a game every other night, sometimes on a back-to-back, and just say, he's a professional player. I heard another one of you guys say it. Yeah, well, that's moving into like superhero status. He is a man like everybody else in this room. He's gonna get tired, and I also think that more from a morale standpoint, you have to look at your players and say, all right, you know what, you deserve a rest.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So yeah, I want them fresh. I'm not a play the kids guy, but if you've got Josh just staring at the ball in the paint and he's just like, I'm not going out there no more, you got to look at that. That might even be a morale issue.
Yeah.
So that's it. Thanks for having me.
Nah, I appreciate you. Great call, Tony. I think you spot on, man. And the fact that there's definitely, you know, they have to think about being able to rest these guys and make them be able to be fresh in the fourth quarter, because that is affecting performance. That's my biggest thing, and I can agree with that. I also know that injuries can come from stuff, but my biggest thing is performance. If you can't, you know, keep yourself fresh enough so that in the fourth quarter, when you're needed, especially in crunch time, when it's like, you know, this is what the game is in the balance. You need your best foot forward. Sometimes they say, oh, you know, that's what it's about. It's what being a professional athlete, you got to dig deep. Yeah, it's okay. But every night, every game, like, you know, digging deep is only so much. Give me a little rest. Give me 5 minutes, man. Like, sometimes it ain't easy.
And that was a flagrant, just so you know. That was not a basketball move.
So here's the problem. I saw it from a different angle, and I'm trying to get the angle that I saw it, but the highlight that I keep seeing is from the back angle. That's not the one I want you guys to see. I want you guys to see the side angle that I saw that showed when he was hit. And then when he's in the air, mind you, if he's in the air and still able to continue to follow through and dunk the ball and hold up the rim, to me, it looked like a regular foul. I don't know, but I can't find. I'm gonna look.
I hear you. I know they say it's inadvertent, but if you keep me from being able to land comfortably because you're pushing my face, his hand going across his face, I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know either. Let me find this thing. Now you got me. I'm gonna find this.
Yeah, from underneath the rim, his whole hand is going across his face and then traveling down with him. So I could see how that would break your concentration trying to hold the rim.
Well, so
is trying to hold the rim, Ron, and you see the other guy grabbing on his shoulder, and he doesn't want to let go. And that's when OG lets go. Is like, bro, I'm trying to hang on to the rim, and you still holding on my arm. That was crazy. Like, that's why I read it like 5 times, and I'm looking at it like, this is crazy. If it was a LeBron James, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, I guarantee you they will be like, oh, that's a flagrant right there. You don't touch our superstar.
You know, when I'm looking at it, damn it, I can't. Oh my God, I wish I could find the other angle.
It's the after play. That's the non-basketball.
Yeah.
The original bump that you're talking about is fine. We're talking about while he's up there trying to maintain grip and his hand is still between his shoulder blade and his
shoulder. Yeah.
You're supposed to pull your hand back and say, all right, the play is over. He's like, no.
Yeah. You should have let him go as soon that he was in the air. Like, let me not even touch him because I don't want him to get hurt. And if he gets hurt, that's a flagrant.
This is a bad one, man. This is a tough. Okay, I'm gonna just give me.
All right, I'm out, fellas.
All right, bro. Appreciate you, Tony. I'm gonna try to see if I can find this replay because I do want to look at it because I don't want to be. If you guys are right, you're right. I want to be able to see it a little better. But let me. But before I do that, let me get to these real quick. You know what it is.
Uh-oh.
Shout out to my guy Paris Dugga. Appreciate you. He said, how does Thibs know what he has since we don't practice? When did Shamet become a rookie? His defensive energy is there. Lastly, we also could have been 27-7. I get it, which she's not wrong. I mean, things have gone a different way. We definitely could have been there. Okay, hold on one second. Caller, you are live on SKF Know the Ledge. Your name and where you calling from?
Hey, this is American Man.
Hey, my guy, what's happening?
What's up, Ron? How are you?
I can't complain, man. Hanging in there, brother. Can you just give me 1 second? Let me read this other super chat and I'll get right back to you.
No problem. You do what you got to do.
Appreciate you, brother. I've been meaning to reach out to you too, but that's a whole nother thing.
No problem. No problem.
First off, shout out to Chop Low. I see you, my brother. Always good to see you, Chop. Hope you're doing good, my brother. He said, wow, I ain't seen G Money in a minute. Yes, sir. Shout out to the one and only Mr. 718 Boys. Q Burrow, Mad Thorough, Mr. Corey Lee. Facts. Peace and salute. The fourth quarter was the captain's fault. We really needed Deuce. I hear you. I mean, look, we've already come to the conclusion that just from Brunson's play, he is the person that would get the blame. I'm just saying Thibs should have been the one to step in to change whatever was happening in the fourth quarter. But if you're just looking apples to apples, Brunson is the guy who had the ball. Brunson is the guy who was taking the shots. Cat didn't get the ball. You want to blame Brunson? Okay. I can't argue with that. I'm just telling you that I feel like there's more to it, but I hear you based on what it is. You could say that Brunson is the issue. I just do want to say once again, he did have 9 assists. He was moving the ball, but in the fourth quarter, he called his number and maybe he called it too much. Okay, that's fair. I'll go with it. I'll acquiesce to that. Appreciate you, Corey. Thank you, my brother. American Man, what's going on, brother? What's your thoughts? And Happy New Year to you. Hope you're doing well.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, the family, and everyone else as well. Happy New Year, guys.
Yes.
Again, right, we keep screaming trade. And you know me. I'm not a big fan of Thibs because I saw what Thibs did to Derrick Rose. And I don't know why we're ignoring that reality. We watched it last season. It's starting already early this season. And I get it. We're 24-11, and that's nice. But do we know how quick that can slide?
Yeah.
Trading it's not going to help at this point. We don't have the picks. We just don't have the assets to trade. Also, I mean, let's just be real. Nobody's going to be happy unless we get coming off the bench Kevin Durant and the Greek Freak and all of that, which is never going to happen. But right, so why have we not seen what those guys on the bench can do? He plays them 5 minutes for one game. They mess up once or twice, and they go into Knicks purgatory. We never see them again, and then we run a 5.5-man rotation and burn them out for 47.5 minutes. And we're just going to say, well, that's fine because they're winning. That's not good.
I hear you. I hear you with that, American Man. And I am with you on the consecutive minutes. I am 100% with you on the consecutive minutes. But let's just say hypothetically, in some of these games, if we're 24-10 right now, if we would have played these young guys a couple of games or something like that, and we were 21-13, would it make that much of a difference?
Yes, it would. You want to know why? Because it would continue to give these guys confidence, and then there's an upside. Because here's what I see is going to happen eventually. These guys are going to end up playing. And the problem is that's going to be too close to the playoffs. And they would have spent a whole season on the bench that they should have been spending getting to know the entire team and playing together, getting that cohesiveness. Once we wait towards the middle to end, well, the middle might not be so bad, but once we wait for the end of the season to come, then God forbid, knock on wood, injuries start piling up, and we are forced to play these guys, we are absolutely going to be out of the race.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is the best time. This is the best time, Ron, to actually understand either a player is going to make it for the Knicks roster next season. We need to start thinking that way, because if we're not seeing consistency with what we have right now, we already know, all right, by the time the trade hits, we already know what we're looking for. But what are we looking for? We never even played them like that. The only time that we've seen Kolek is either 2 minutes or 5 minutes, and that's not enough time to make an assessment. Now, the thing that is going to destroy me the most, Ron, Shaw, and the caller, because I feel like the caller is actually trying to be respectful. The only thing that's going to hurt is that if we make a move and they start balling out like ain't no tomorrow.
True. I mean, because, I was going to say this before when Jay was here, because I know Jay has been one of those that he's definitely wanted the Knicks to make a trade at the deadline to bring in a big. Now he's asking for a big and Jay. I'm like, I don't know, B. But
Richardson and Martin from Houston. That's another one of those.
Listen, the other thing too is if we're gonna make them now, I guess there's a possibility, right? Because the Knicks could get themselves in a 3-team trade, and there is a way that you could get a small forward or something plucked from somewhere else to include in the trade to make it happen. So it's not out of the realm of possibility. It's just tough. But yeah, like if you can get a Nick Richards or a Kessler or somebody like that, and then maybe add another small forward type, but he ain't gonna be that good. It ain't gonna be Herb Jones, right? It's just gonna be somebody that has some height, can play a little defense, and maybe has a little bit of scoring, can give you like 7 points a game. And it's not about the 7 points; it's just about the ability to possibly score if you're wide open, right? So that's not bad. I can rock with it because
But you're telling me none of that is on the bench already? We have to go out and trade to find that on the bench.
I think you know what I think the problem is, American man. I think it's the issue is that Thibs he doesn't have a lot of time to see these guys, right? Their practices are limited, and then when they do have these practices, our starters. I've never had a chance to say this, but I think our starters are so good they're cooking these dudes, right? And so unfortunately he doesn't really get a good barometer of what these guys to do. Our starters are really damn good. Like our guys are good, guys. I don't know, no matter how you talk about a Josh Hart that's giving you 14 points per game as your 5th option in the starting lineup and shooting 38% from 3 and grabbing the rebounds and the hustle that Josh does. Then you got Mikal that's cooking. OG has his moments, and let's not talk about Brunson and Cat. It's hard to do anything against these dudes as far as outside. Like our starters have showed they're the best starting 5 in the league. Now, I wanted to say something about this before. We've seen this before. I'm not saying I think this starting unit that we have is better than them, but we saw this before with the Chicago Bulls. 2 years ago, Chicago Bulls had one of the best starting lineups in the NBA with Lonzo Ball healthy. What the hell is this guy's name? Well, I always forget the freaking.
I know who you're talking about, but
me too. I can't get his name out right now either.
Oh my God,
Levine.
Zach LaVine, right?
Levine,
Lonzo Ball, Zach LaVine, DeRozan, and Vucevic. They were cooking. Yeah. Like that starting lineup was cooking teams, but we knew that they didn't have a bench. All they had was the
Kobe White or you just Simone.
Yes, and all they had was also Caruso, right? But that wasn't enough. They didn't have no depth. We've kind of seen this before. The Knicks team is a little better. I mean, the starters are better than those guys. It's the same scenario. We need depth. We need something coming off this bench. So, yeah, I hear you guys. I'm in agreement. We need to do something. I don't know if it's a trade or if Thibs has to figure out how to incorporate somebody off this bench. To me, I still say it, and I don't know why it's not happening. Pacom Dadier is the best answer to me. The kid's got the defense. He still can work on his offense, but I think he's got the ability to do something out there in the court. I see Pacom Dadier beating us every other game. There's some Pacom Dadier in somebody's team. So why not our own? You know what I mean?
Pay Tyler Kolek so much money for.
Yeah.
Well, I think the thing with Kolek is it's the only problem is once again it goes back to Thibs and how he uses these players. Kolek got the money because Kolek has the talent, but Kolek is just not in the Thibs scheme of things. There's no way you cannot put Kolek ahead of Campaign because Campaign has that defense. And you can't put Kolek over Deuce because Deuce has that defense. But does that mean because you throw away a talented player? No, because remember, this is what I was trying to say before, but I got sidetracked.
Mm-hmm.
The Knicks plan is actually a really good plan. How they plan to sign and trade for Cat and bring him in to help this team stretch the floor and become more dynamic, right? To be able to trade for Mikal Bridges, even though we gave up a lot, but you can see Mikal is balling. I don't care what nobody says, right? You know you're going to be right there at the apron. How can we make this happen and stay under the apron? Then you say, we got 4 draft picks. Most people thought that the Knicks weren't going to, not most people, but some people thought the Knicks weren't going to draft anybody because we're going for it. We need rookies. We're not going to play them. But no, they said, let's bring in 4 rookies. What's this about? Because they know they're not going to have the ability to go out there and acquire more talent. Once you pay these guys, that's it. It's done. So they brought in guys that have something. Kevin McCullers Jr., if he was healthy, I'd be like, yo, this kid should be playing. He got something.
He would be playing, I believe.
So, no, hold on. Let me just get it out. So McCullers is somebody that has something, right? Pacom Dadier, as much as I didn't want to admit it, he showed me something. I like the kid, right? Kolek has got it. Kolek is so good. I know I'm saying this right, and a lot of people I know Sherwin's like he's not an NBA player. Let me tell you something. You put Tyler Kolek, give Tyler Kolek 25 minutes, let him run this Knicks team. This Knicks team is cooking. Shout out to Jalen Brunson. Not a knock on Jalen Brunson. But Kolek could get this team cooking as well. It would be different, but it would still cook. It may not be the same in clutch when you need a big basket, when you need you won't have Jalen Brunson, but we would be cooking. These guys can play. It's just that Thibs understands I needed to get my guys ready and get them gelling. And I agree that he needed to play them the minutes. Do I think he's already played them the minutes? Do I think they're already gelling? Yes. Now I think Thibs needs to take a back seat, calm down. I think he needs to dial it down a notch and let some of these other guys get in the mix. All this G League play is great. You know, it helps these guys with confidence. Even Kolek said it. Me playing in the G League has allowed me to work on some things, and I bring those things to the game when I come in. Now I feel a lot more confident. That's what we want. It's the same thing for Dadier, though. So I think Thibs needs just to open up the gate a little bit. Open up the gate, let somebody creep in a little bit and see what we got. Hukporti, I think Hukporti's got a little something that he still needs to work on, because as much as we like his game and what he might be able to do, there's something there that Thibs wants Hukporti to continue to work on that he's missing. I don't know what it is. I'm not the coach, but I'm telling you, there's a reason why Hukporti's not playing, because there's something in his game that Thibs is like, you need to work this out and get a little better before I can trust you. I don't know what it is, though. I'm just throwing that out there. Now, before I move on, get back to you, American Dad, I just wanted to read this super chat real quick, if you bear with me 1 second. Corey Lee says, relax because we'll see them again next Friday. Captain learned from the L, but we have a new game tonight, and I can't wait for 2/7/25. We'll be done with the trade, with the trade. Okay. All right. Well, we'll see what that turns out to be. Appreciate you once again, Corey. Thank you for the generous super chat, my brother. American Dad, my apologies, brother. Was there more you wanted to say?
Yeah, just real quick. Thibs is an instant gratification coach.
Mm-hmm.
He always has been, right? He's good to get your guys there. He's good to get your guys there to a point, and then after that, someone else has to take over. He never has been or be a championship winning coach. I believe after this season, he's going to completely lose the team because they're going to become uninterested in what he has to do and say because they're going to be tired of being burnt out. And I'm going to end on that. Thank you. You guys have a great weekend, and I'll be listening in the back.
All right, my brother. I appreciate you, man.
All right.
Thank you, bro. Yeah, man. I mean, listen, it could happen. I'm not saying he's wrong for feeling that way. It's a possibility. I will tell you that as long as the Knicks continue to play well and look like a championship contending team in this league, and if they are able to get to the NBA Finals, or even if they're able to get to the Eastern Conference Finals, I think that would be enough for the team to continue to buy into what he's doing. Now, if we don't make it to the Eastern Conference Finals, I could easily see the team starting to turn on Thibs. I definitely could see that because they'll be like, listen, look, this team is the best team you've had ever. I think this is the best team Thibs has ever had. And mind you, we still have a lack of a bench and certain whatever, but still the talent that we do have in our starting lineup, as well as a couple pieces that we do sprinkle in, is still way more than Thibs's teams have had in the past. So there's no reason why we already talked about it. There's only one hurdle, right? Because there's three really good teams in the East. It's the Knicks, the Cavs, and Boston. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that we can't make the finals because it's three good teams. If there was just two and it's us and Boston, that's one thing. We should be there. But there's no guarantee. Cavaliers are playing really well. And there's other teams that are going to make it really interesting as the season goes, by. Miami might be out of it. Like Jimmy Butler might be throwing the towel in for them over there, but Philadelphia might get it going. They got enough talent over there to make some noise. They just, Milwaukee's playing better. They might get it going and especially click
Indiana,
at the right time.
they get into Prospect Series.
Yeah, Indiana, I don't know, man, because that point guard is Fugazi. But I think they're going to be around. I don't know what's up with him, but they're going to be around. I just those are the teams that I'm most concerned about, right? So I don't know, man. I just think that I think we have some stuff that we need to continue to rock with this team because they're still very good and they've done some really good work. I mean, they were undefeated in December. Am I wrong? I think they were undefeated in December. Like, come on, man. Like, I know we're upset about certain things, and I'm critical too. I just don't want us to give up on them or say that Thibs is not the coach. Thibs got to still continue to be better, and he's got to believe in some of these guys, but they also have to earn it. Now, these guys, they haven't had. I won't say that they've earned it yet, but I want to say it's early, and then I don't think they really had a lot of opportunities to earn it. This ain't the same Obi, Knicks, where Obi had moments and he just didn't do what he needed to do when he was here. This ain't that. These guys need a shot, and we'll see if they get it. I'm anxious to see what happens going forward, and I'm a little upset that the way they played in the game prior to OKC, where we saw Cole. I know Brunson and Deuce were out. But it was just nice to see how they used everybody and how we had a little different dynamic. I hope Thibs not only takes a look at last night's game, but goes back to that game prior and looks at the video of that and say, okay, well, when I did let these guys get in there, we moved the ball, we played well, we had some energy. It looked like we were going good. And we got to find out what's going on with Pacom Dadier because I haven't seen Dadier in forever. I don't know if he's tweaked something, if he's hurt. I don't know why he didn't travel with the team. I'm a little curious about that. You know how it is with the Knicks. When you don't hear about a player, I'm like, what's going on? Is he in the doghouse? No. We wind up finding out he was hurt. So who knows? Anyway.
Yeah, right about this time, too. Right about this time is right about the time we'll probably, like tonight's game, I believe may see maybe one or two guys from the younger guys. Yes, do we need them to come out there and play? We could use them, yes. But in the event, and I'm kind of siding with Thibs on this thing, you never know what these guys are going to bring. Not saying that they can't be good, but what if they, what if is Kolek better than Payne? Is Kolek better than Deuce? We put these matchups against, is he going to come in and do the same thing, with the defense? Maybe Tyler's, hindrance is his defense. Maybe Fourpack is his hindrance is his lateral movement on defense, or He's not efficient with the 3-point shot. There's a couple of Hakaporti gets beat backdoor a lot. You know what I mean? The last couple of games that we've seen. So we're winning right now, and we're 24, and we could have played the guys a little bit more, but in the same token, in the same breath, not saying that they could have won all these games, but if we're 19 and 17, are we still saying the same thing if we play the young guys? I'm just going to revert to being bad. You know what I mean? And I understand some games why Thibs plays the players the way he did. You know what I mean? Like this game. And it tired them out. We all seen it. We seen that they were gassed at the end of the quarters and stuff like that. And, we could have gave these guys a blow. They needed a blow last night. We needed to run a 9-10-man rotation last night. We did. We needed so the defense can pick up on our offense as easy as they did in that fourth quarter. And I mean, a different look. Yes, I believe that. But I thought that Tyler was going to get some burn last night, but he didn't. I mean, because he played okay in the game before that. He played okay. He looked like he could have got out there and give us 5-7 minutes of something different. You know what I mean? If he got hot, hit 2 3-pointers and made 2 assists, then he would have probably got more than 5-7 minutes. You know what I mean? But I think hopefully as we go down this line, I'm ringing this in the head, man. Our second unit is where the hindrance is. Our starting unit is phenomenal. You know what I mean? Our starting unit is phenomenal. We're scoring 100 points a game. We need that 25 to 28 points in that second unit. You know what I mean? We need Deuce to get back out there, get us 13, 14 points. Shaman to get 5, 6 points. Payne to get 6, 7, 8 points. Precious to get out there, get us 5, 6, 7 points and 6 or 7 rebounds. That's what we need from our second unit. We don't need much from the second unit, just to give our guys a blow and to stay productive on offense. You know what I mean? A lot of the games that we talk about when we see the young guys come in when we're up 30 points and stuff like that. I remember one game we were up 40 points and Tom Thibodeau called a timeout because we were up 40 points and then we end up being up by 25 points. You know what I mean? In the span of 4 minutes, 4 or 5 minutes. You know what I mean? So it can happen that they get out there and they they're not used to the game. And the way you get used to the game is being on the court more. So it is a double. I mean, it is a conundrum, whatever you want to call it, whatever synopsis you want to put on the word. It is that, and how we're going to figure it out, I don't know. You know what I mean? Right now, it seems to me, in my opinion, that Thibs is the starting unit or bust. We go as far as the starting unit goes, and hopefully we can sprinkle in a couple of these guys that we talk about, the Pains and the Precious and all this stuff to help us out when we need to. But if they're not helping out, like last game, I hate to say this, but Precious didn't play that well last game. Payne didn't play that well last game. Shaman played good defense, but he got 2 big scores against him going to the hole with this guy, another W name, going to the hole. He beat him going to the hole 2 times last night, but he got 14 minutes. Yeah, if we could have substituted those 3 players with the other 3 players that we're talking about, maybe it could have been different, or maybe it could have been worse. So I just think it's the totem pole type of thing. You know what I mean? It's going to be Brunson. It's going to be Deuce, and then everybody after that, you got to figure it out. It's going to be it's going to be OG, and then it's going to be Precious. And then you just figure it out how they're going to figure it out because no one else after that. Of course, I want to see Patty out. He's a big guy, but he's also 18 years old. You know what I mean? He's still young. He's still got the flimsy arms and the bony legs. You know what I mean? He don't have the man body yet. You know what I mean? Kolick gets out there and he looks good on the court, but his defense it looks better the last couple of games that I've seen him, but it's not Payne defense right now. It's not Shaman's defense right now. It's not Deuce's defense right now. So those things will come. And next year, we talk about these guys right now. Next year, all those 3 guys that we're talking about are going to get plenty of minutes because Precious will be gone, Payne will be gone, maybe Precious, Payne, maybe Sims, all these guys that are filling those spots, these guys will be able to fill in next year and maybe have a more productive year playing in the G League and coming in, early and see what they can do early next year.
Right. And that's what this is all about. It's all about it's unfortunate, but it is the pecking order, and the pecking order is set up right It's just we missing something. We're missing a contribution. We're missing one player, right? Because if we had that one extra player, some might say that was Dante, but if we had that one extra player, it wouldn't matter so much about the other rookies not playing. They'll get their time because, like you said, Payne is playing good enough that by the end of the year, he keeps playing the way he is playing outside of the last game. He's going to earn himself a little bit of money, decent contract somewhere else, probably more money than he can get from the Knicks. And so most likely Payne won't be back. Same thing with Precious. Precious, we got him for like $6 million or whatever this year. Precious might be putting himself in a situation where someone else is going to take a shot on Precious, and we will be priced out because we can't. So that's when, moments open up, options open up for other guys to get their look. Now you got the playing time. So I agree with you on that, Shy. You're right about that. Let me just shout out a couple more people. And then I want to get over to G Money because G Money's been here, but he's kind of been quiet. We've been kind of going to a lot of different people, not really getting G Money's take on stuff. Let me just shout out a couple people. And to Sherwin's point, Sherwin is talking about Ariel Hukporti is lost on the pick and roll defense. He needs training. He should be learning in the G League. That's why he's there, and I think he is. But the only thing I'm noticing is when we talk about the G League, they're highlighting and focused on other guys like Kolek and other players that are having highlights. I don't know, it's hard to tell like how Hukporti is improving because they don't really focus on it. But I hope he is improving and getting that type of work over there. I know Dadier definitely is there. Shout out to Sherwin as well, because Sherwin also mentioned the reason why Kolek is not playing is because of his defense. And I agree. The only thing I would say about Kolek is we already know the man don't play good defense. Just like we know Jalen Brunson don't play good defense, but Jalen Brunson's a little bit more active. He takes the charges. I get it. But the same thing that I would say for any other offensive type player is if you give up 2, get us 4, right? Because each time that keeps us in the right state of mind. You're like, all right, I gave up 2. I'm gonna get you 4. You know what I mean? Let's get 2 possessions where we stay in front of whatever I'm giving up. So that's how you stay in the league. If you're an offensive player solely and you can't play defense, you better give us more than you're giving up. So. And that's we don't know that yet about Kolek, but maybe in time we'll see. Shout out to my guys, the Organic Fanatics Show. Appreciate you, my brothers. Hope you're doing well. Happy New Year to you all. Shout out to my guy Raul. I know that's probably you. He says salute SKF Ron. Let's get them likes. Facts. And he also, I saw earlier he had mentioned about the whole thing with Kolek that Dadier was sent to the G League to play the night before, and so that's why he was unavailable. Appreciate you, my brother. Thank you. Shout out to Green in the building. Salute to you. What's going on? He said, what do you all expect? The Knicks finally ran into a good team and they lost. This was the test everyone was waiting for, and they failed. The Knicks are not a contender. Sorry. I can't say that because it is a test, right? And the good thing about tests is usually you get more than one. When you're in school, you get more than one test. The Knicks are going to get to play OKC on Friday in the Garden. Now, what happens if the Knicks play OK? And I'm not saying that's going to happen. What happens if the Knicks play OKC next Friday and they blow them out? Or then they win, but what if they blow them out? Does that mean, oh, no, OKC is not that good? Now the Knicks are better? I don't mean that. It's just one game. It's just 2 good teams playing each other, and the other team got the best of that team that night. That's how I look at it. But they're both very good. They're both very good. So we'll see what happens. I appreciate you. Thank you for the comment, Green. A-Train is in the building. He said, we got high expectations, Ron. I hear you. I agree. Shout out to my brother, Divine. Knicks Real Talk is in the building. Salute to the panel. Salute to the chat. Appreciate you, my brother. And once again, guys, please support Knicks Real Talk on YouTube. Show them some love. Likes, comments, subscribe, all that good stuff, man. Shout out to Angel Torres in the building. So Josh is playing 43 minutes. He plays with the first and second unit. You ain't lying. And another thing, you can tell. Someone said it before. I'm so much going on today. I forgot exactly who said it, but the whole thing about Josh remaining healthy, and if you keep Josh healthy and fresh, he might help you win a game in the fourth quarter because of his effort. Last night when the game was starting to kind of get away from the Knicks and OKC was making their move in the last couple minutes, there was a play. Now, it didn't help us, but it still kept us in fighting distance. There was a play where we missed the shot, and Josh came in flying in for the rebound and put it back up. Like, Josh does this type of stuff. So it's very important to keep a guy like Josh fresh and healthy. I agree. It's very true. Shout out to Shine Cubes in the building. He says, salute, nice. What up, Shine Cubes? Appreciate you. Shout out to Chosen and Loving It. Now, I see your avatar as a female. I don't know if you are a female. So I appreciate you. But if you are a female, hey. If you aren't a female, what's happening? Salute to you. Said Brunson Schroeder. He is no longer the one option. He refuses to get off the ball and allow the offense to flow through Cat. It's obvious. I don't know if I would say that because it's only one game and one fourth quarter moment. Because we have noticed that Brunson has been a more willing passer with Cat and with the rest of the team. We're just talking about one particular moment. If you want to say the fourth quarter, fine. The third quarter, the first quarter, the second quarter. He had 9 assists, so he's obviously passing the ball. And in the second quarter, Brunson took 2 shots. 2 shots. So I don't want to say that that's the case, but I will say that in the fourth quarter, you might say that that was the argument for the fourth. Okay? So that's fair. Chosen and Loving It. Thank you for being here and rocking. Appreciate you.
Cat in that game, Ron, he didn't even look engaged, bro. Like when you look at the Utah Jazz with OKC, he looked less engaged with OKC.
Yeah,
and that's literally saying that they not playing him, they not making plays for him, and it's not only Thibs. That's Brunson. That is on Brunson. Like if you're not taking good quality shots, and I mean Brunson. If Brunson is not taking good quality shots, that's the moment that he needs to start saying, I need to get other players involved so that I make quality shots for me. Because if other players, they already know that pretty much it's going to be Brunson's show, they're going to be locking in on Brunson.
Fair, but can we limit that to the fourth quarter? So when Brunson had 3 assists in the second quarter and only took 2 shots, is he not getting Cat involved?
How many shots did he take on 3? We needed 3 yesterday from Cat. We needed Isaiah Hartenstein out.
No, I know, but once again, Brunson doesn't set the game plan. The game plan comes from the coach. If part of Cat's game is the fact that he is so dynamic that he shoots threes and can kill you in the paint. So if he's not shooting the 3, that obviously, the ball has to get to Cat, right? You have to get him the ball. But what happens so what if I'm Cat and you pass me the ball and the defender's right in my face? Whose fault is that I can't shoot the shot? The defense is playing well, but if I'm not comfortable to get the shot up because it's a bad shot, there's too much defense there.
But we got to be careful how we say it, because literally the way you're saying it, Brunson might not be the guy. And it's sad to say, because if you look at even Donovan Mitchell, you look at Luka, you look at Kyrie Irving, you look at all these players, they are very vocal. They are expecting certain players to perform. That last night game was one of those games like, Cat, we need you. I know you're not taking 3, but we need those 3 tonight. We need Isaiah Hartenstein. What was Luke Dort and Isaiah Hartenstein was the main problem for us yesterday. We needed less Isaiah Hartenstein in the paint and less Dort. And the only way that we would have made that possible if we had Cat throwing those 3. I guaranteed you, if they had Cat taking those 3, because look at Utah Jazz. He started taking those 3. Those 2 7-footers on Utah Jazz, they didn't want to guard the paint. That was the main reason Cat I don't even need to take 3 because they leaving me wide open. And that was his massive dunk on those 2 7-footers. But why? Because he made that acquisition. All right, if it's gonna be so tough of me taking those lobs or me trying to dunk on them because of those 2 7-footers, the only conclusion or the only answer that I have is taking these 3s so that I could pull them away from the paint. How many assists did Josh Hart have? He had 12 assists. And Brunson wasn't even playing.
Right. I mean, but that I hear what you're saying. It's a little different with Josh because Josh can't do what Jalen Brunson. He's going to have to give up the ball more often than not, right?
Yeah, but
If Josh was a better scorer, Josh would be shooting more. But you know, I hear you.
But he wasn't in the position to assist like Kolick or a Payne. Payne had 9 assists. But what I'm saying is that if you start using these players the correct way, now you let in the opposition not even understanding what to do next because you are using all the players efficiently. Now, like yesterday game was Brunson game. It wasn't nobody else game but Brunson. Brunson was taking all those shots. And in the fourth quarter, we right there. They hitting us, we hitting them. If Brunson wanted to take more quality shots, ain't nothing wrong with Brunson taking those quality shots. I will live and I will sleep like a baby if he missed those shots, but I know it was quality shots. But
okay, all right, hold on. But now you're saying something different that's interesting. So are you saying, because the narrative that we were talking about, or at least the complaint was that Brunson didn't pass the ball and Cat needed to be involved more, and Cat also didn't take any threes, and we needed Cat to take some threes. But now you're saying that Brunson didn't take quality shots when he did take the shots. So is that what you're saying?
Look what I'm saying. I'm saying that in order, like, I do not have a problem. The way Brunson played yesterday, I do not have a problem, but I do have a problem when you know that they making it harder on you to take those shots. Start passing it around so that they could start seeing a different look. Because if Cat is hitting those threes, now you're not worrying only on Brunson. Now you also worrying on Cat. So if he's passing it to Cat and Cat sees those double and triple team coming towards him, guess what? He passed it right back to Brunson. There's not enough time to guard Brunson. Brunson have all the time in the world to take either a 3 or do a layup. But when you forcing it and it's only you and it's not working, there's gonna come to a point that, hey, dude, it's not working. It's not working.
Well, hold on. But you know, like I said, I get like I hate to be going back and forth like I'm defending Brunson because I'm not necessarily defending him. I'm just saying like he shot 9 shots in the fourth quarter, but he hit 5 of them. So it's not like he didn't score the points. The points were there, but I understand like we didn't get Cat involved. I agree with you on that. My whole thing is I don't know if that's when the Knicks play and Cat is not involved, is that Brunson's fault that Cat's not involved, or is that the coach's fault? The reason why I say that is because Brunson had 9 assists and he's passing the ball to whoever's open, whoever, you know, it's not like he's saying, oh, I'm not going to pass it to Cat, I'm going over here. He's passing it to whoever's open. And also, if you got the hot hand, obviously he's going to feed the person who looks like they're cooking. You know what I mean? That just makes sense. That's what you do, right? But the other thing that I was going to say is we've seen, it was earlier in the season, but we've seen there was a game where Karl Anthony Towns finished with 8 shots. And Brunson didn't play 48 minutes. So that means even when he wasn't in the game, and at that time, that's when they were still working on chemistry, and Cat was in there, and Mikal Bridges were in there a little bit more because he wanted them playing with the second unit. And if Cat finishes with 8 shots, like whose fault is that? Like you telling me there was moments where Cat and Mikal were on the floor. Cat's the best player on the floor, and he's not getting the ball to take a shot. Like that's the coach. So a long time ago. I'm just saying, but I remember it.
The only thing I'm saying, if it's the coach and he cannot hear him once he's on the floor, who's the captain of the team? We cannot ignore that we already made it official. The captain of the team is Jalen Brunson. So it's not
JB.
Yeah. So it's not only on Coach Thibs. Even though Coach Thibs is running the whole orchestra or whatever you want to call it, at the end of the day, who's the other person that could be vocal and everybody's going to respect it? Is Jalen Brunson.
Fair. You know, but the other thing too is you just talked about Josh Hart when Jalen Brunson wasn't in the game in the Utah game. He had 12 assists. Josh Hart in last night's game, how many assists did he have? 2.
Yeah.
He played 44 minutes. Josh Hart took 15 shot attempts.
Yeah.
Karl Anthony Towns took 13. He took more shot attempts than Karl Anthony Towns, which means the ball was in his hands. Like, where was his assist to Karl Anthony Towns or to other players?
You're right.
You know what I mean? Like, I you know what I'm saying? I hear you.
You're right on that. You're right. You're right. I'm just saying that who's captain?
I think you're right, nice to an extent as well, because yes, as Jalen is the captain of the team, he should facilitate the ball to Cat if he sees the opening. But what I seen yesterday, how they played the defense on Cat, limited him to passing the ball. Hardenstein was not guarding him. He was the double team off of Josh Hart. And I mean, he would run back down. He did that. Those guys converged on Cat last night and singled him out, which in the next game when we play him next Friday will probably be a different way the Knicks will play their offense. But they singled him out. First quarter, second quarter, even into the third quarter, Mikal Bridges was cooking. But that fourth quarter, they locked him down. So it wasn't for me. What I seen is they couldn't get the ball to him the way he wanted. He was posting down low. He was dribbling the ball back, jump, fadeaway shots. He was killing it. You know what I mean? But once they converged on Mikal, because he was a hot potato, it kind of simmered down. And like how Ron says, what happened to me, and I've seen this too, Jalen Brunson tried to take the advantage like he has done in prior years. I mentioned this stat earlier. Last year, Jalen Brunson was a top 10 in finishing game. I mean, controlling the ball and finishing games and stuff like that. So that's what he did this game. He couldn't get it to OG. OG looked like after he fell, he didn't look like he was with it. Josh Hart wasn't knocking down as many shots, and Mikal got locked down and Cat got locked down. I mean, I say this last night too. This could have been a different game if they would have singled out Josh Hart, Mikal Bridges, and Cat on one corner and push everybody over to the side, OG and Brunson, because OG and Brunson got a good chemistry together. They look for each other a lot. If you see a lot of Brunson's assist is to OG shooting that 3-pointer in the breaks or on the wings. So, you know, it just happens. And this was the first time that they played this team. I think we'll have a better result next game. I think we'll have more contributing from other teams. But for tonight's game is going to be a different monster. You know what I mean? We're coming off a back-to-back to a hard loss, because for us as fans, we feel like it was a hard loss. I take it as a learning curve. You know what I mean? We definitely scored 100 points. Our offense in that second quarter, we were prolific. Third quarter, we were dynamic. You know what I mean? We start losing it towards the end of the third quarter, going into the fourth quarter. And that's what made OKC so much better than us that game, because they took over the last 2 minutes of the third quarter and took it over into the fourth quarter and continued the pressure and all that stuff. And that's where we all on the same page as that. Everybody was gassed. I mean, we should have played Tyler. We should have played Patty. We should have played these guys to give our starters some gas. I mean, a break, so they could come back on the court and give their defense a different look from our offense. And we didn't do that. And that's how they converged on us. We kept playing not the same play, but ultimately the same play, and they knew what it was to the same players. And if we gave a different outlook to other players, it could have turned out a different way. So I get it from both that angle as well.
And you know what? The other thing too, I mean, listen, if you want to bottom line it, because some might want to bottom line it. Bottom line is Knicks lost because that kid Wiggins came in and hit 4 threes in the fourth quarter, and that was game. Because the Knicks
like Holy Ghost fire in that fourth quarter.
Because the Knicks game plan was working. OKC's not a good 3-point shooting team. They put him in a position where they tried to make it really tough for SGA to work harder. And then there were some threes. It's not like OKC didn't get good looks. It's just the Knicks know that OKC is not the greatest at shooting threes. They gave these guys a couple opportunities, and it was working until Wiggins came in. When Wiggins came in, all them shots that you've given up, you finally got somebody.
They're knocking them down.
That was the problem. Like I said, it's not that the game plan was wrong. It was risky. Because whenever you're going to let somebody shoot, but Tom Thibodeau's style of defense, he always feels like the 3-point shot is harder to make than other shots. But we've seen in today's NBA, some of these guys can knock it down. And on any given night, you could lose by the 3 if you leave them open. And it just, unfortunately, it was working for the Knicks until they allowed Wiggins to get those looks. Wiggins finished with 19. right? Because he was playing in earlier, but in that fourth quarter, he was letting it fly. He saw him go in, his confidence went through the roof, and that was it. We were in trouble.
Those
We were in trouble.
Biggest game of the season. Biggest game of the season for him.
Facts. Shout out to the chat and all. There was 190 people, and that number just dropped down to 176. 176 across all platforms. Appreciate y'all. Smash that like button if you haven't already done so. Appreciate everybody tuned in on.
What it look like, Ron?
Oh, it looked like what we at now? What we doing here? Let me see here. Let me see. Hey, we got 110 likes. Let's go. Oh, wait, what's my thing? Hold on. My bad. Yes. Appreciate y'all. And guess what? Guess what else, guys? That's the real one now. You know what it is. You know what that means. Shout out to NYC B-Ball 08. Appreciate you. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said the point guard is supposed to be a extension of the coach on the floor. I see your point. I agree with you on that. That is true. And I thought he was talking about the Sidney Poitier guard because Sidney Poitier. No, but I hear you. You're right. Listen, that's why I've kind of backtracked a little bit when I took a look at the numbers and how Brunson was moving in the fourth quarter. He wasn't moving the ball the way he was moving it in the first three quarters. But I'm still going to tell you guys, no matter what we say, we are not in that position. And if we were, we know that we have the power to stop something. It's not like a runaway train that you can't put the brakes on. If Brunson is calling his number and we're not getting the ball around and Cat is just sitting there, we're not taking advantage. Tom Thibodeau could easily have called a timeout and talked to Brunson and said, this is what I want us to do. I like what you're doing. This is what I want us to do. Or at a TV timeout, because we know we had a couple of those in the fourth quarter. This is what I want you guys to do. Cat, I need you, big fella. I need you to be more aggressive. This is, look, they got our number. They're playing us really tough right now. They're limiting our opportunities. Cat, I need you to take over. That's supposed to come from your coach. And I don't know where that's at. So that's what I'm saying. Like, something's not right there. You guys are right. Brunson called his number. But, okay, here's the flip side. Let me flip it one more time. If the coach is not doing that, right, you go into the fourth quarter, we know as fans, we can see, man, Cat could probably get what he wants to get out there. They small, they ain't got nothing for Cat. Hartenstein ain't even playing Cat. And if Hartenstein does play Cat, Cat's going to give Hartenstein the business. We can see that, right? So don't you think maybe the players on the team are like, man, coach just wants us to go do this and run this. All right, we'll just run it. Why is the players not saying to the coach or the coach not saying, hey, man, let's start doing this? Like, where is that coming? It has to come from the coach. Somebody's got to say it, and it's got to be the coach. It ain't going to be Brunson saying, okay, guys, we're going to start feeding Cat from it's not his job to say that. It's the coach's job to say that, and Brunson's supposed to follow. Like, I know that, Jalen Brunson is the captain of this team, and I know he's an extension of the coach, but the extension means the coach tells him what to do, and he carries it out. Right, he makes sure guys are doing it. The plan comes from the coach. He ain't LeBron. He ain't Kobe. He ain't Michael. Those are the type of guys. They like, oh, okay, this is what we're not doing. We're not doing this. Let's do this. I know coach will want us to do this. Let's do this. Like, Brunson is the captain of the team, but doesn't mean he's doing that stuff. I'm not saying he shouldn't or he's not altogether. I'm just telling you, Tom Thibodeau is a very strict type coach. He's just like what's his face, Popovich. They run their ship a certain way. Everything. And I'm going back to a conversation I had a long time ago, earlier in the year with Alan Hahn. Alan Hahn said, "Don't matter what other coaches are there. Everything comes from Tom Thibodeau." So, let me pick up this call in a second. Hey, shout out to you callers. Thank you for joining SKF No Ledge. Your name and where you're from.
Hello?
Yeah, it's Ron Mills from the Bronx.
Hey, what's up, Ron? Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for calling in, man. What's happening?
Yeah, I got one comment, man. I got one question, rather. What's the feeling that you think Tom Thibodeau could bring the Knicks to? Is it the NBA Finals, the Eastern Conference Finals?
Well, let me. I think that Tom Thibodeau could get the Knicks all the way to the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
Whether or not that means will win it all, I don't know. But could we get there? Yes,
Yeah.
I do think we can get there. So yeah, continue, man. What's on your mind?
Because to me, it's like we always repeat the same. We did this last season
Mm-hmm.
with the short roster, like the lineup and stuff like that he puts into the game. It's 7 men. Sometimes, like, I think the lowest he went like 6-man rotation, and it's like enough is enough. We need 10.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if you got to bring, look at Kolek the other day. He played in West. He played in the G League. Then he came and played for the Knicks.
Mm-hmm.
30
You know
points.
what I'm saying? Like, why aren't we exploring the rookies? We have to. We're not gonna have a choice. We're not gonna have a choice, and then by then it'll be too late because that means players are injured, and that's what frustrates me about Thibodeau.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like last night's game, that was ridiculous. We let the whole game 3 quarters, and we lose it in the 4th. We have to win these. We have to win those statement games. You know what I'm saying? Because that's saying, okay, like we ready for the show. We ready to go to the NBA Finals. And we're right behind Boston for number 2. You know,
True.
so we have to win these games because we want to at least be number 2 or hopefully number 1. You know, and we have the talent to do it. And like I think Knight said earlier, that it's right now or never. You know what I'm saying? Like we have to keep that mentality, man, because the league changes every season.
That's fair.
You know what I'm saying? Teams are getting better. There's no more of these. Well, you have the Wizards on the East, but I think it's like one like on the East Coast is the Wizards, on the West is Utah. But those teams get better.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like I just get aggravated when we lose games like that. You're not passing. Mikel was on fire. You stop passing the ball to him. Cat, you stop passing the ball to him, and then I love Jalen Brunson.
Mm-hmm.
But stop playing the hero ball when you know you don't have it. His calf is I think he like pulled his calf muscle or something like that. So you know you don't have it to do the hero ball.
I mean,
but that's just my like.
No, I mean, listen. I'm with you. I agree, and that's fair. What you're saying, there's nothing wrong with what you're saying. I think you're entitled to your opinion, and I think your opinion is a sound one. I think you're right to be concerned. But all I'm going to say is, do you think maybe it's just a little early to be concerned because we haven't even hit the All-Star break yet, and we don't know what to expect yet because remember, we've been saying, I mean, everybody knows that. I don't think I'm saying anything too crazy. This is the best team, even though we're not deep, but this is the best team that Tom Thibodeau has had to work with, right? But the year ain't over. So just like last year, if you looked at how the Knicks were playing in in December, there's no way you would have predicted that the Knicks were going to go on the run they did after the trade and then wind up winning 50 games and become the 2nd seed. Not the way we were playing. So we just jumped into January right now. And this is where the Knicks took off and had their run last year. Now, fortunately for us, we had a nice December. We were undefeated in December. So we're already starting to play better basketball. Their confidence level is already sky high, even though they lost last night. I mean, once again, as I mentioned earlier, if we had played OKC a month ago, we probably got cooked. But now we're a better team, and we feel better out there, and we look like it for the most part. So all I'm saying is let's give Thibodeau a shot. Let's see what this season turns out to be. Because as much as we want to downplay Tom Thibodeau, and don't get me wrong, I know he's not perfect. That's why I'm calling him out. There's certain things I need him to do better. But last year, Jalen Brunson, Dante DiVincenzo, OG Anunoby, right? And then Alec Burks, Josh Hart, Miles McBride, Isaiah Hartenstein. Those guys made it to the second round of the playoffs.
True.
So, like, you know, let's see what we can do. That because just got to give him some time. And I do know that he's a little stubborn. He's got to open up a little bit. The one thing you said is the one thing that I'm starting to get more on board with. I don't know if I could say 10. I'm a fan of 10, but he's got to at least be playing 9. At the very least, give me 9. I'm with 10 though, but 9, give me 9, man. Stop with this 8 and this really 6 because you're playing no more than 14 minutes for one guy and the other one's playing 7 minutes. That ain't really doing it. Give me at least 9 minutes. I mean, sorry, 9 players. Got to play at least 9, man. We can't keep doing this because in the end, to me, I don't know. You guys may be right. Guys may start getting hurt, and then he may be forced to play guys, and then you haven't put guys in the position to play well because you're not giving them no burn. I get it. I'm more concerned about their performance, and if you're gonna keep playing these small rosters with all these minutes, you are gonna effectively take away from what these guys can do in a 4-quarter game. You're always going to put these guys behind the 8 ball. There's going to be these young athletic teams that are going to continue to give the Knicks problems. Last night, the Knicks were able to deal with them early, and then it came to the 4th quarter, and we got to see their deepness, and it was a problem for us. We're going to keep. That's going to be the blueprint on the Knicks. You know what? They're better than us. Their starters are fantastic. All we got to do is tire them out. Let's run 10 or 11. Yeah. You know what I mean? That's what
let's stay close. Let's stay close to the 3rd quarter and in the 3rd quarter and then try to bring it home. Let's stay close.
Man, but look at OKC. OKC kept on hitting us with a new player, new character. And it's like, hey, we played the same people. Can we check? That's Ron, just understand this part. I'm not arguing nothing. The only thing that I'm arguing is pretty much the part how we left on Pacer last season. We need to start, like, from here on out, we need to start, let's say, taking care of our starters, because those starters are the one that is going to be either make it or break it. I do not want to see Kolek be in the same position as Divashenko because Randall and OG went down. Now we playing Devo like nothing like yesterday. Wait, we played Devo the way we played him, and look at Devo. That's what I'm saying. Like, how are we going to know what we have if we never gave these players the same opportunity that the same starters has? I seen starters doing shenanigans. Coach said he doesn't pull them off. But wait until that year, Kolek or the other one or Hakapori. And I'm not saying that they perfect, but they need those type of runs because if they're not prepared before the postseason, who we gonna bet if it's not our starters? Because we already know from here on out that we're not gonna be better on our bench. That's gonna be an easy win for any team to go up against the Knicks because if they have their bench, let's say control, and they already know what they have with their bench, and they start playing them, but we're not playing our bench. Is only a recipe for a disaster, my friend. It's only a matter of time. And we have seen it with Randall. We have seen it with OG. And I'm not saying, knock on wood, I'm not saying that that's what I want to see. But we need to start making all these assessments and all these adjustments so that it doesn't happen again.
No, that's fair. And let me, I just wanted to look at something that I thought was really interesting. While I have you guys here, and definitely, Ron. I mean, listen, I hear you, brother. I appreciate the call. Was there anything else you wanted to say?
Yeah, I got one more question.
Okay, all right. So let me say this real quick. Okay. So something told me just take a look at this. I don't know why I looked at them instead of anybody else, but I don't know. Whatever. I guess because it's the style of play, because it's like a Thibs, Riley, Popovich style play. So I said, let me take a look at them. So I went back and I'm looking at the 2010/11 postseason for the Miami Heat. Dwayne Wade, LeBron James, Chris Bosh. Those big three right there alone, you don't gotta really worry about other guys when you got those three, right? But I said, I wonder how many guys they played. Dwayne Wade, LeBron James, Chris Bosh, Mario Chalmers, James Jones, Udonis Haslem, Mike Bibby, Joel Anthony, Mike Miller, Jawan Howard. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 guys they played in and out of the playoffs that year. And you already that's a real big three.
Yeah.
Right there. And he still played 10 guys. You know what I mean? So I'm like, yo, come on, Thibs. I get it, but you can win even if you got your three. And the Knicks have technically got like 3, maybe if you want to say 4. But I mean, let's be real. It's 2 and 2.
2.5.
You know what I mean? It's Cat and Brunson, and then Mikal and OG in a little bit of a different tier.
Yeah.
But still, no reason why we can't play 9, 10 guys. I mean, actually, we should be playing 10 guys.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah.
Just saying.
That's fair. That's fair. See, the only difference to our 10-man rotation to the 10-man rotation that you just said, those other 5 guys were veteran style players.
Right.
Those guys, Juwan Howard and all those other guys. And I mean, they were already. You know, I mean, these guys that we have here is going to be a hit or miss. Like last night, someone had said, I don't know exactly who it was, we should have came in the third quarter and had some of our starters. We should have sprinkled them in the second quarter when we started getting the lead. When we had the lead to in order for them to get minutes on the court. I do agree with that. I thought that we were going to see Tyler Kolek last night, and we didn't. And I almost was looking forward to him because of the game that he had last game. Wasn't spectacular, wasn't the best game Tyler Kolek ever did or anything like that. It was because of the need that we had for Deuce being out. And I don't know if Thibs wanted to put him out there with Precious. I mean, with Champagne, you know what I mean? I don't know if he wanted to put him out with those 2 guys. So in that essence, I can understand why he did, but I did want to see him in that last game. I think he could have gave us a different caveat from knowing what Deuce is, because there's no team really scouting him like they was going to scout Deuce, or like they're going to scout Payne, or like they're going to scout all our starters and stuff like that. He's one of those commodities that if you put him out there and he have a good game, you could be like, all right, that's good. You know what I mean? But he also is the same type of guy. If he goes out there and we're down by 5 and then we go in 4 or 5 minutes, we down by 11. And I mean, that, that's the finger that you could point to. And I don't know if Thibs does that. I don't know if he wants to break that stride, because you put a guy in like Tyler Kolek and we're down 5, and then next thing you know, in 3 minutes we're down 8 or 9, and you take Tyler out. Take Kolek out, he's gonna have that on his mind. Dang, I went in there, we were down 5, I couldn't get nothing going, my shot wasn't going down, this guy beat me backdoor 2 times, and then you breaking his ego, you're breaking into his ego. So now the next time that you put him out there, he's not going to perform, because that last thing that he had in his mind is going to be on his mind. Yep. I do believe we should have already utilized these guys on our team, especially when we didn't have Precious, especially when we didn't have Shaman. That was the perfect time to implement those guys to see to range where they could have been, but we didn't. You know what I mean? But the reason why we did is because we're 24 and 11.
That's the thing. That's like the only thing that unfortunately it always kind of bites us, and in the fact that Thibs can always point to. I mean, what you want me to do? We won the whole December. We 24. Like he could always point to the numbers and like, what more do you want? Like, I get it. We're the 3rd best team in the Eastern Conference. We're the 4th best team in the NBA. Like, and we're not even at that. Like, he could always point to these things and like, what are you asking for? And we can't, in fairness, we can't be mad, but we also are looking at the big picture. Like, in the end, we like, this ain't going to be enough to get us there. But I mean, we got to see what's going to happen, because maybe in the end, maybe there's a plan, and that Thibs is just trying to go through the motions and get us to a certain point. Because once the trade deadline is over, then there's no more changes, right? Then you can say, this is my team. I got to work with what I got. Let me figure out the best way to work. But we don't even know what's going on. Honestly, let me say this last thing and get back to Ron, because, there's politics stuff going on in the NBA. As fans, we watch the game. We look at what's going on. But you guys know, but there's all types of stuff be happening that we don't be like. There's guys that be playing for a reason, and there's guys that don't be playing for a reason. Like oh, we want to trade this dude. Oh no, don't play him because we shopping him. But we don't want, like, we don't know nothing. I'm just saying, we never know why. Like, I don't know why Pac Home is not getting a little bit more love lately. I know he's definitely playing in the G League, so I don't know. Maybe they're like, listen, just keep it where it is. We got to make a move. We don't want to trade Pac Home. We might have to put Pac Home in there. Maybe that's why they don't want Pac Home out there. Like, the less, sometimes, you know how that is. That's the same thing they did.
I feel you.
Yeah, the less is like, the less you see the guy, you can have your question marks, and that's where you got to bring him in. But so I don't know. But Ron, go ahead, brother. What was that other question you had?
You kind of answered it, because I was going to ask, what other coach plays a short man rotation like that? Other than Tom Thibodeau, like, it's ridiculous.
No, I do know that. I just wanted to say,
time management too.
I do know that there's others in the league right now that do play short man rotations, but it's not the same because they're not the Knicks and they're not winning like the Knicks. So yeah, I don't know. Let me check that out though.
We just change it up, man. Like, we gotta at least, but you're right about the politics though. You know, the politics is it kind of messes up the game, but we don't know what's going on.
We don't. But I hear you though.
Inside it. But great show, man. I love your show. I try to watch it every Saturday, man.
Appreciate
Keep
you, brother.
doing your thing, man.
Thank you, man. And don't forget, we also on Monday nights at 9 p.m. So I mean, if you're available to watch it, then no problem, brother. Or you can catch it on the replay gang.
Yeah, I always watch the replay on Mondays.
Okay. Hey,
definitely, man.
Nah, I appreciate you, bro. And you're always welcome anytime you want to call in.
All right, thanks.
All right, brother. Take it easy.
All right, you too, man.
Yeah, man. So it just is what it is, guys. Like we right now we are nitpicking, right? But it's makes sense. Like, we just want our team to be the best, and this is supposed to be a championship type year. We want to see us get there, and we're just concerned about certain things. So there's nothing wrong with these conversations of what we're talking about, but we also have to keep in perspective. This is a good team. We are one of the best in the league. We could be a different type of team. We know what that looks like. So yeah. So but in fairness, that's what it's about. We just want to get to that next level. You know what it is. Shout out to Paris Duggan. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said, okay, this knocking Brunson is BS. Brunson was questionable with a leg injury. Thibs needed to motivate Cat to take his shots. Brunson is our whole ID. I feel where Parrish is coming from. I think that we can't answer questions when we don't know the answers. I do think that what you guys are saying about Brunson maybe calling his number. I don't think there's anything wrong with what Brunson did, in the fact that he already was dishing the ball off and passing it more and not trying to take as many shots early. Is it a bad thing to maybe save it all for the fourth quarter if we can't get other players involved? If the team is playing good defense, maybe. But that is something that the Knicks, this game is going to be very important for the Knicks to take a look at as a team, to see what they did right and what they did wrong. For Brunson to see how he played in the fourth quarter, what he could have done better, how he could have got guys open, and how guys could have got themselves open to make it easier for Brunson to pass the ball to them. Like I said, I have to watch the fourth quarter. I apologize, guys. I usually watch it twice. I didn't have a chance to. But if I did, I would definitely be able to come back and say, okay, well, this is what I noticed. But I don't have that right now. But we need to be able to see this in context and understand what actually happened out there and take a look at it. The only thing I know for certain that I saw out there is that OKC's guys stepped up in the fourth quarter and started pressing up on the Knicks. That I saw. And that's all I could point to. And that actually definitely affected us and threw us off. And the fact that OG wasn't as aggressive anymore definitely affected us. So, but that's not an excuse as to, you could still win the basketball game. You saw the Knicks were right there. Yeah. I'm just saying, I'm just trying to figure out what can we do a little better and what changed for us, what was working and what didn't work. Also, I was going to say, shout out to the American man. He said, now you guys are getting what I've been saying. I hear you, brother. As far as him playing more guys and using the players, I got you. Yeah, Sha.
Yeah, one of the biggest things that you just mentioned was about our productivity in the fourth quarter. For 3 quarters, we had, if I'm not mistaken, I think we had 20 assists. In the fourth quarter, we only had 2. I think it was 2, no more than 3. I mean, so you've seen 2 things that I've been saying a lot this game is how they changed the defense against Cat and how they changed the defense against Mikal. Yeah. Also with Josh Hart looking a little tired. He wasn't doing some of the extra stuff that we're so used to seeing in Josh Hart. But he did do one of the plays. He came right in, grabbed a rebound and laid it back up off a rebound. You know what I mean? So it was more, for me, it was more of seeing how OKC adapted to our offense, knowing where our play was going to be. And this reversed right back to what we've been talking about this whole game about implementing the other guys in to substitute minutes for our starters. To substitute the minutes, they get a little bit more breather, might be a little easier for them to score the basket coming down 4 minutes or so into the final minutes of the game. So I feel it from both sides of everything, because I feel I'm full of fandom, and I see exactly what some people say, and I have a objective thing of how I feel too, and I try to combine them together because both parts of the spectrum is similar. You know what I mean? I always say this: we're always on the same page. We might be on a different paragraph, but we're always on the same page. So a lot of Knicks fans are like that. A lot of Knicks fans that have the fandom like I do are like that. They see certain things, but that's either high in the page or low in the page. You know what I mean? And some of us, you know, are in the middle, and whatever, how it's ranked on that page, we are on the same page. We're just not in the same paragraph. And I love the way the Knicks fans think, because everything that the Knicks fans said, good, bad, derogatory, whatever, it's all about the Knicks, and I love it.
Yeah, no, 100%, bro. And one second before I get over to you, Nice, because while you guys are talking, I'm always just looking around, see, because when I wish, like I told you, I love to watch the game more than once, and when I can, I'm starving for answers. Like, what happened here? What am I missing? One thing I just noticed really quickly is, you guys know when Brunson was in the game, he didn't come out the game like in the fourth quarter. Once he was in there, right? Yeah. He didn't come out. He didn't. The last 3 minutes of the game, he was in the game the whole right. But when I looked at something, I said, this is interesting. Now, to Shah's point, the Knicks only had 2 assists in the fourth quarter, and one of those assists was from Cat. Now, we already talked about Cat didn't get the ball, and then when he did get the ball, he passed the ball. So whatever. But here's something I thought was interesting. Brunson played 9 minutes in that fourth quarter, 8.51, really. So 9 minutes. But everybody else, Cat, Mikal, OG. No, I'm sorry. It was, hold on. I apologize. It was Cat. Oh, it was Cat, OG, and Josh played 12 minutes. So they played the whole fourth quarter. And the person we were most concerned about not getting the ball was Cat. So that means that for 3 minutes, probably to start the fourth quarter, Cat was out there with no Jalen Brunson, and he still didn't get the ball. You know, what's going on? And we want to blame Jalen Brunson. I get it for, how it looked when he was out. But I'm going back to, what is the rest of the team doing? Going back to coaching. Why isn't Cat being the featured person in those 3 minutes when Brunson was on the bench? I don't know what's happening. He took 2 shots the whole quarter, and he played the whole quarter. You guys got to help me make it make sense, because I'm confused. I just don't know what happened. So.
He wasn't engaged, Ron. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you look at his face, he wasn't engaged at all. Like, something happened, or somebody spoke to him, but he wasn't in it. He was disgusting. Like, if you look, and I'm not bashing either Cat or Brunson. When this is the most beautiful thing, like, this is not bashing a player in particular. This is us as fans asking why certain things is happening. It's too obvious for us, and if it's obvious for us, guess what? It's obvious for your opponent, because they speaking about the same thing that we speaking on. The only thing is that they getting paid for it. We doing it for free because we do it as a passion. We love to see our Knicks, but don't think that just because either Brunson is running the show or Cat is running the show, that does mean that we're not going to say something bad when we see it. No,
Right.
when we see it, we're going to call it. But
Right.
why are we calling it? We calling it so that you start assessing it. You start figuring out, all right, so we need to do this different. We got to do this different. Because if we seeing all those mistakes and nobody is saying nothing, why are you going to be surprised if they doing the same mistake on next game? Haven't you noticed how many times podcasts we be speaking about certain things that we don't like, and on next game those corrections are made? Do you think it's a fluke?
Right.
Do you think that they don't have people
Right.
or personnel getting paid to actually hear what other people is spewing? No, they speak about it. But the thing is, they're going to come to a point that maybe either Rick Brunson is saying it, but Coach Thibodeau, he doesn't want to listen. Guess what? Rick Brunson or somebody is seeing this podcast. And, oh, guess what? We be saying the same thing, but they don't want to listen. Guess what? Hey, Thibs, look what they saying. The same thing. So it's not a coincidence that we speak about something and then next game something happens. We are helping our New York Knicks get into that echelon. That's it. We are not talking about, trade Cat or trade Brunson. No, we love our players. We love what Brunson has done all up to this point. We love everything that he's doing. But we need to start sharpening up our tools to perfect it, because we know it might not be enough. We trying to make it enough so that by the time we go to the postseason, you see all the best that we could give the other opponent, the opposition of the team.
And the caveat right off of what Nice said, for that fact, what he just said, make sure you go out and vote today. Get on your phones and go vote, you know what I mean, for your team, because the fandom is real here in New York. And if you love your team, just like I see how Nice just said that, just how I know Ron comes on here every Saturday to do this show, just like how me and Divine gets on do the pre-games. And now this year we upped our ante and went to the post games. Just like all these things that we're talking about, if you really love your team, like us three guys that's on this forum right now, get out there and vote for your team, man. Make sure that you get Cat as being the Eastern Conference starter, and let's get Brunson at least on the second unit. You know what I mean? If we can't get him if we can't get him on the first unit, which I think he should be, but if we can, let's get him at least into the second unit. Let's get two Knicks out there. You know what I mean? Let's do that this year.
They did a mock draft saying that the prediction, how close it is, and for the time being, it looks like Cat is going to be first team and Brunson ends up in second team. But it's still looking good. We talking about two of our player. Damn, finally, because it was last season, it was Randall and Brunson, and we only had one. But this season is going to be two. What is the beauty? Come on, man. It's beautiful.
It is. It really is. You ain't lying. And thank you for bringing that up, Sha, because you beat me to it. Let me do this. This is what I was.
My bag.
No. Listen, I appreciate it, brother. I thank you. Yes, guys, it's that time, man. Please go out there and support your team, man. Support our New York Knicks. As you can see, I put my vote in. That's my vote from last night. Once again, and I got 24 hours, so I think I got my clock up. I think I could vote in about 2 hours again.
That's cool. Probably less than that now.
So yeah, you see who I voted for. Yeah, make sure you guys vote, man. And I want to say another thing too. There's been a lot of controversy and a lot of stuff going on with this Knick voting. Last year, that's one thing. Last year, the Knicks didn't do a good job. Fans, we did not do a good job at voting for our players. This year, I don't know if that's the case. I feel like Knick fans are voting. I think the rest of the country is not necessarily voting for our Knick players, but we have to continue to do our best. The reason why we make a big deal about New York is because we have so many people here, and I think there's like 2 million Knick fans. So that means there's a lot of votes out there that still can be accounted for. So go out there. Take a moment. I mean, maybe you can't do it every day, but try at least. Go vote for Karl Anthony Towns, OG Anunoby, Mikal Bridges, Jalen Brunson, Josh Hart. Realistically, Karl Anthony Towns is probably going to be a starter. Jalen Brunson might make the second team because there's other guys that have really good years. As much as we look, I'm not, like I said it before. I love my Knicks. I mean, some of these guys are balling, man. You don't pay attention to them, but LaMelo Ball hasn't played a lot, but LaMelo Ball is averaging 30 points a game. Like Damian Lillard, his balling. Look at Damian Lillard's numbers. Like, I mean, it is what it is. Like, we want Jalen in there, but there's some good guys. There's players are playing well, so we have to face it. And so when we talk about should OG be playing, yeah, OG's fantastic for our team, but there's just so many good guys out there. You can't say OG should be in there before Tatum or for Brown. McCall's the same way. And Josh has probably got the toughest battle, right? But it is what it is, guys. We just have to take it for what it is. Show our fandom some love and vote these guys in. Who knows? Maybe we might shock the world. Imagine All-Star game, your All-Star game starters, Cole Anthony Towns, OG Anunoby, Mikal Bridges, Jalen Brunson, Josh Hart. That'd be the craziest All-Star game ever. But let's just show our guys some love and vote them in, man. You know what I mean? First off, not only even if they don't make it, who doesn't make it, the point is you show how much you love the team. You show that their effort is being rewarded. We care about them. Right. And that's the point. That's the point. Show them some love, guys. All right. That being said, I see some people are trying to get in and join. I'm gonna put the link out there, but mind you, I'm only putting the link out there so that we can get into the preview of tonight's game with the Bulls, because I gotta get out of here, man. I don't know how I do these 5-hour shows. I don't know how we got back here, but we're back here again. I'm like, damn it, man. Anyway,
hey, Ron, can I just do a quick shout out to MSG? Like literally, man. Like these last games, if you're not voting, is on you. Because MSG on all the game on MSG, they always have that barcode where you can take
QR
a picture,
code. Yep,
and they make it so simple. They already got all the players there. You just need to
right there. That's how I got mine. That's right, nice. That's how I got mine. But about 3-2, how long is it ago? I think it was like 2 weeks ago when they first put it out. I put my players in there, and it hasn't changed. I just go in there and just vote. I don't even have to put no name. I don't even pick the West. I don't pick the West at all.
Oh yeah.
Me either. I haven't touched the West. I'm just clicking on the East.
But Ron, the funny thing with the Knicks, they didn't even choose nobody in the West. It's like only our 5 vote. That's it.
That's what it is, B. That's how I gotta be. Forget everybody else. We about ours. You get your own. You get your own.
Do the same thing we do it.
Exactly. Let me put this link out there for the fellas. Shout out to Dan if you're still available, my brother. And Jay. Yo, Jay is crazy, man. Jay stay talking that Nick talk, man. Shout out to you, Jay. All right. So, okay. Let me quick shout out to these people real quick. Shout out to White Falcon in the building. Salute, White Falcon. Appreciate you. Shout out to my guy Dan in the building. Salute. What's going on? You know what that is. Stream Elements. You know what it is. Shout out to Stream Elements first off. But thank you to Admin Info for subscribing. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you to Stream Elements for always letting us know what's going on. Thank you for the generous super chat to Say Olawole. Sei Olawole. I think I said that right. I could be wrong. I apologize. I don't want to butcher anybody's name. I just tried my best to make it happen. But thank you. He said, shout out from Staten Island. Thibs is at fault. Okay. All right. Appreciate you. And
Shaolin, salute, Shaolin.
You know what I mean? The 36 chambers. You know, I put a Q&A up there, guys. I asked everybody to put whoever you think is at fault. Is it Brunson? Is it Thibs? Is it Cat? Is it something else? Whatever you feel like is at fault for last night's loss, just put it in there. Let's see what you guys are thinking. It is what it is, man. Let me bring my guy up in here. Let me switch this to this, and boom. What up, Dan?
What's good, fellas? How's everybody doing?
Chilling, brother. Hope you were doing well. I spoke too soon. Hold on. As soon as I put this up, get it out of there. Get it out. Happy New Year to you, bro. Hey, there he is. He's back.
Yo, what are y'all doing?
I know, man. I know it's crazy. It's wild style, man. I got to get out of here. I can't, man. I don't know. Y'all keep me every time I try to get out. Y'all,
Ron is trying to do 10 hours.
Keep pulling me. Look, you keep pulling me back in.
Yeah. Shout out to Stream Elements for letting us know. Thanks for subscribing. Mike Stezo in the building. Salute to you. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Okay. All right. I think I got everybody. All right. Okay. I think I got everybody. What's going on, Dan? What's on your mind, brother? How you feeling, bro?
Well, yesterday's game has me. I came in late, so I don't know what everybody talked about. But
believe me, for 4 hours and a half, we talked about a lot. So.
I know. Yeah, I was doing a lot of running around, but you know what? At the end of the day, there was things that got me upset, but overall, I feel positive because at the end of the day, you're still talking about the number one team in the West. And they're deep. They are deep. So, there's a lot of things. In the fourth quarter, I felt that most of the problem was the turnovers. So that's why Cat wasn't getting the ball. They had 8 turnovers in the beginning of the fourth quarter. So it was a lot of things, mental fatigue, physical fatigue. Granted, that's Thibs' fault to a certain extent, but who did we really have to come off the bench? He brought in Precious. Kolick, yeah, you could bring Kolick in. You could bring, Shamet came off the bench, but who else is really going to be a difference maker? So it's hard, when you're dealing with that. To me, like I said, overall, as much as I wanted that win, I came out with a positive mindset because, again, you're talking about the number one team in the West, and it felt like we were playing for the chip,
for the playoff. Yeah,
it felt good. It felt good.
It felt like we were in the conference finals, or in the finals.
Right.
So, it's and I don't know if you remember, but last time I was on, I said just give them time because it was probably around this time, the end of December, January, that we started picking it up last year. So, one game's not going to, determine, but they need a refresher. They need to get their mind right and just, I think we're going to be all right. They just need to stop trying to do too much when the things are on the line. That what I would like to see, and I was saying this a few games ago, is I would like to see them start off stronger, but they did that with the OKC. They started off stronger, but they didn't finish like they were finishing all the other ones. The other ones, they were starting off weak and finished strong, and that's why they were winning. So they have to find that balance where it'll just be consistent across 4 quarters.
Agreed.
So
agreed.
And I would have liked to see Precious get some more minutes yesterday. I think that he should have sat OG down, and put him in with Cat, because I think that would, that was a better tandem, especially how physical OKC is. So, I think that would have helped. But again, we could sit here and speculate, but at the end of the day, I'm still positive with the whole outcome of the game, even though we didn't win.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's fair, bro. Like, it was a good game. It was fun. It was entertaining. We just wish our team did a little better and got the victory. That's it. I mean, we know, listen, I don't care what nobody says. I already said OKC to me right now might be playing the best in the NBA. Cleveland's right there. Boston's right there. That don't mean the Knicks can't be or won't be right there. We've been playing. First off, December, we were undefeated like OKC was. So,
well, you look at it too. they're sitting on death row right now because not only they got Boston next, they got Cleveland, they got, they got to go through, they got to play the Knicks again, so they're going to be feeling it. But they are very deep as a team, and in that game they had players step up that you weren't expecting, like Wiggins and Joe. Isaiah Joe and Wiggins hit some big shots.
Yeah, but OKC defense, man. As much as I want to say that Boston have a chance, I feel like if OKC gave us problem, man, they gonna give Boston a lot of problems.
Yeah, but don't forget, nice.
Mm-hmm.
Boston plays defense too. But
not at that level. Not at that level.
I don't know, man. I think they number 2, number 3.
Okay, is looking kind of dangerous because of on all those switch that I started looking at the screen that they was trying to implement for Cat, and it was like another body was right there for OKC. It's like whatever they do is working.
Yeah, no,
you're gonna have a different issue with Boston because Boston has stronger guards to guard Shea.
They could take threes too.
Yeah, Derek White, he's good defensively, and a lot of people don't speak on him enough. Derek White is good. Drew Holiday's back. So they're gonna have more people to throw at Shea. So it's gonna be up for the rest of the team, OKC, to step up.
Right.
How winnable was that last night game? Because there's somebody in the chat, JJ47K, Ron.
Mm-hmm.
He said something that it missed me, and it was those free throws, man. How close will we be if those free throws was hidden? Because we was missing a lot of free throws last night.
That's a good point. Good question.
Yeah.
I think we missed 7.
Way too many.
Way too many. It's
right, way too many. Way too many. I think it was 7 though. I think it was 6 or 7.
Because I would
that's way too many, Sha. You know that.
But Sha, I wouldn't even complain if it's at the beginning. Okay, if you're trying to get your rhythm.
Well, you know what? Let's go to the videotape, Al. No, looks like we only missed 5.
5? Okay.
5 when we needed them the most.
5.
Yeah. Hold on. Let's see what we do here.
It was maybe. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right. So we didn't miss any free throws in the fourth quarter.
The only thing I was going to say, it wasn't the free throws. It was those turnovers that we had in the fourth quarter. We had, like I said, it had to have been 7 or 8 because I remember it was getting ridiculous.
We had 2.
2?
Mm-hmm.
So it must have been the third and fourth because there was a lot of turnovers at one point that they were just.
And the third, we had 4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so 6 total.
And how you say those minutes? I mean, how you say those turnovers? Those were the last 4 or 5 minutes in the third quarter going into the early part of the fourth quarter. So where you seen that turnover, because that's where I seen a change happen too. It was a couple of turnovers that changed from the end of the third quarter where they knocked down they got a turnover, or was it Aha with that pad? They got a big 3-point shot.
Yeah,
they got it down to 8 or 9 or something like that. And then in the fourth quarter, they just start executing and start really running. They start doing the same thing that we do. We grab a rebound, we kick it out to a wing, we don't let the ball touch the ground. Somebody already sprint down court, you pass it to them, and they dunk the basketball, or you pass it to somebody, they get defense on me, you kick it out to the open shooter and knock down a shot. We do that same type of offense too, but they were doing that more in that fourth quarter, and that's where and they applied the pressure, they really intensified the pressure. I tell you, they put 2. It seemed like they was playing 2 players. It seemed like they had 9 players out there because I always seen 2 players on Mikal. I always seen 2 players on Cat. I always see 2 players on Jalen Brunson. It seemed like, I don't know. It seemed like everybody had 2 players on at the same time. So, but I did see same thing that you said, Dan. I think it was more towards the end of the fourth quarter, going into the start of end of the third quarter, going into the fourth quarter, where we're seeing about.
I think that's what it is, Dan. I think that's why it seems like it was more, because some ended in the fourth and some started ended in the third and some started in the fourth.
Yeah,
and like we were saying, all those turnovers.
on 1 second, Dan. Hold on 1 second. Shout out to Paris Duggar. He said, "What happened to my last two $5 super chats, Dag?" You mean this one, which was your last one? That shows because StreamYard catches every super chat. It puts it in its own box. Those content creators that use StreamYard know what I'm talking about. Okay, this knocking Brunson is BS. Brunson was. Oh wait, doesn't it sound familiar? Because I read this already. Right? You guys remember me saying this? What was the last one before this? That was Corey Lee.
I think I was still on when you read this one.
Right. And then here's the Paris Duggar one before that. How does Thibs know what he has since we don't practice? When did Shamet become a rookie? His defensive energy is there. We could also be 27 and 7. I read all this already.
It must be his new super chat that he's about to throw last part.
It's his Wi-Fi connection.
Just now.
It's his Wi-Fi connection.
I'm sorry, Parrish, if I like I told you, and I already put a precursor out there earlier, guys. I said I'm sorry if I'm not going to read the super chat exactly when you send it, but I'm trying to keep everything going with the flow of the show. I got to tell you, I don't know, and this is when I toot my own horn. I don't usually shoot my own stuff, but I don't know many shows right now that are running with a panel of this size, adding callers, taking super chat and reading them, because some people get super chats and don't read them. I'm trying to incorporate everything, so I'm just saying, rock with me. I know it's easy to say stuff, but when you don't really appreciate what it is, I'm trying my best to get everything in there, and I appreciate all of y'all. But you gotta bear with. If I just stay here just reading super chats and just letting everybody talk and not get into it won't. You'll be like, yo,
it won't flow.
You're like, what's going on, man?
So much break in the conversation, and not to mention you shout everybody out in the comments, and you dance for us, for God's sake. Come on now.
I do.
You know
Wiz don't like it, but I ain't stopping, Wiz.
I'll be live. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, now you put the music.
Come on now. Anyway, I appreciate everybody.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
I wanted to say really quick. When you are losing a lead, 5 turnovers feel like 10 turnovers.
Yeah. It feels
because
like
all of a sudden you start losing that lead. Just like you said, it felt like there was 9 people because everybody was double teaming. The defense is so deep. When you start losing that lead and everything starts falling apart, all of a sudden everything feels way more than it is. So two in the fourth might have felt like 5 in the fourth.
Yeah. Well, and like he was saying, it ran from the end of the third into the fourth. It was that stretch right there. But also when everything is falling apart for you and everything is coming together for the other team, it makes it feel even worse. Because again, like I said,
Isaiah, defense no more.
No, Isaiah Joe, Aaron Wiggins, they were hitting big threes. I think Aaron Wiggins went 3 for 5, 4 for 5, 4 for 7 or something like that. Isaiah Joe hit a couple. It was just a quick turnaround. It was just like a barrage. And I think that's what just messed up their heads.
One thing I just want to say,
and think about the names you just named. That's exactly what we're looking for out of the people that are not doing it for us. Isaiah Joe and Wiggins did that.
Yeah.
But they gotta get on the court.
That could be Payne, and that could be Coley. That could be Payne, that could be Shamet. That'd be Shamet, that'd be Precious in the middle. That's what's happening. That's what happened to us, especially last night.
But they have to get on the court.
So
they do. But listen, but I know Nice was about to say something. But the other thing to keep in mind too is, when you get out there on the court, you got to figure out a way to do something with that time, because we listen. Say what you will, and we already talked about it. It's not a knock on anybody. Shamet played 14 minutes. That's not a lot of time, but it's enough time to do a couple things.
That's a good amount.
Yeah, he couldn't really do nothing because OKC defense was real. That's all I'm saying. And not to once again, it's like you try to find ways to explain stuff, but not to knock your own team. But it is what it is. Like OKC is a better defensive team than we are. They just are. Okay. I don't care how much we love the Knicks, and the Knicks have had the identity of being a good defensive team. We're not bad. We're not OKC good though. They're a really good defensive team. And so when Landry Shamet, you take Isaiah Joe off of OKC and put him on the Knicks. You bring Isaiah Joe in the game for the Knicks in 14 minutes. He ain't gonna do nothing for us because he's going up against the OKC defense. We are not playing the same level of defense that they playing. So those guys are getting off. You saw some of them wide open shooting.
Ron, I mean, don't massacre me, but
okay.
I really feel like the Knicks is the team to beat this season. It's not OKC. Even though OKC, I know that they beat us, but I feel like the Knicks, we have so many accolades, so many stars. It's not one. It's not Brunson. We have OG. We have Bridges. We have Cat. This team, if they know how to use them, like if there's one thing that I was about to say is about Josh Hart. I love Josh Hart. His personality is or either I have his same personality in that part. Like we love to be goofballs, but we cannot motivate other players the night before. How is it that he's saying, oh, iHeart, he has that type of money, so he might be slower? Why are we motivating other teams? Because by him hearing that, it's like saying like, oh, so that's a threat. Like, of course, I say Hardenstein, he already knows Josh Hart, but we cannot motivate other players. We need to stop that. If you want to motivate,
I mean, really, I hear you, but I mean, Thibs just has to find a way to get his best players to basketball.
Period.
That's it. He's got to find a way to get his guys to basketball. And I'm not going to kill you for your comments. I will do this though.
See if I know the ledge.
You did jump.
I'm already out the window.
Hey, let me ask you this stupid question. This is one of the stupid questions I like to ask. If we had a chance to get Cam Whitmore from Houston, and we give up Pattier and Sims, would you do the trade?
For who?
Cam Whitmore, about 6'7", 6'8", a small forward. He's on Houston. He'll be in our second unit. He'll be like that small forward in the second unit, and we give up Sims and Pattier.
So my whole thing, and I seen what's been going on lately. Right, I see Cam Whitmore is not necessarily happy about what's going on and how he's being used.
I heard that's what I'm saying.
I know.
I heard that a couple of days ago.
I seen it, but here's the thing. Like, so Cam Whitmore in 2023-24 averaged 12 points per game, 3.8 rebounds. Not a bad player. He only played 18 minutes per game, so scoring 12 minutes in 18 minutes. Scoring 12 points in 18 minutes, that's pretty damn good. He shot 35%, almost, well, technically 35.9. So he shot 36% from three, 45% from the field. This year, he's only 14.5 minutes per game. He's still averaging 9 points, almost 10 points in 14 minutes. But his shooting is down. He's shooting 24% from three. Right, he's shooting 43% from the field, under the league minimum. I don't know if Thibs would do that trade. I don't know if the Knicks would do that trade. There's potential there, but you know how it is with a young team like.
I mean, he's complaining about minutes, and he could get 14 to 18 minutes on the bench over here. That's what he's complaining about. His minutes is down, and his shooting is down. And what I seen he was complaining about is not getting minutes. Just throwing it out there.
Well, there's
a couple more that I even miss sprinkling out because the rumor with Cody Martin and Richardson. That's another thing that I've seen out there. I'm seeing it from bigger name people now, so I'm just throwing it out there.
Well, Cody Martin is interesting. I don't mind Cody Martin. I mean, Richardson seems washed to me. That's just me.
Yeah, he seems washed to me too. But Martin, right?
The only thing that I see, Shaw, like I'm with you as of right now.
Yeah, I got you. Go ahead, nice.
Yeah, as of right now, yeah, that would make sense. But that, I don't know, the way he's shooting. If you see him in Westchester Knicks, he shoots that like Emmanuel quickly, like with confidence. And those are the type of players that they may be something. I'm not saying there's a guarantee. I'm just saying that those type of players, those are one time in the gem, and we hit twice. Last one was Emmanuel Quickly. What was his contract?
No, no.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right,
There's a
right.
reason he's getting paid more than RJ.
Nice. I agree 100%. That's what I was gonna say. Dottier's upside is too much for me to just trade him just for a role player.
The other thing too with Dottier, and then I'll get over to Jay. Like Cam Whitmore, and that's what I thought. It's funny. That's why I asked. I don't remember Cam Whitmore for defensive purposes, right? So he's more of an offense, and he has ability. Don't get me wrong; he was a high draft pick for a reason. I don't know. Like, how does that help this Knicks team if you make that trade? Like, it's not like Daddier can't do stuff. Daddier just needs time. So how do you say I can give the time to Cam Whitmore, but I can't give it to Daddier, who can give me some of that offensive prowess that Cam Whitmore has? Not all of it. Cam Whitmore is a he's a bucket. But the defense ain't there for Cam. Like, at least Daddier gives you some defense. I just don't see the Knicks making that move. It has to be somebody a little bit more established in what they can do out there for them to make it.
A while ago, they had Tari Eason as part of a trade. Now, that's somebody I would have definitely went out for. Now, I'm not saying I would have Daddier for it, but I probably would have gave up Sims and somebody else for that, because I think Eason gets buckets and he gets rebounds.
Well, Terry Eason,
and he's a bigger dude. You know, he's a bigger dude, like just a bigger dude. And we need. Look, our biggest problem. Let's be honest. Our biggest problems is quickness and like height. Right, the people that are taller and faster. That's our biggest problems to catch up on. And even on teams that are lesser. That's why we had a bad game the first game against Utah. That's why tonight, when we're playing we should beat this team handily, but they're pretty fast, you know what I'm saying? And we're gonna have to keep up with them. And people are gonna have to realize that. Plus, really quickly, we just played 40 minutes each starter on a back-to-back against a very fast team. I'm not saying I believe we'll win, but if anybody believes that we're going to win handily and we're not going to be tired and we don't need the bench to step in this time, especially tonight, then we're fooling ourselves.
Yeah.
So I do think, number one, that there needs to be some sort of trade in hand. All right, because even if Mitch comes back, we're not talking about speed now. We are talking about height, but we're not talking about speed. We need to get speed and height.
You know what we really need? I agree, but I think we need a wing that's a bully. We need a bully out there. We don't have no bullies out there.
I'll tell you, I think
Josh Hart is a bully.
I think
he's a beast.
But Josh Hart,
I think OG Anunoby is a bully, B.
Yeah,
I think he is. He don't talk it like this, but if you watch OG on defense, he's really up in guys' faces. Even on offense, when you see him back down, he's putting his shoulder into dudes. OG's not soft when he plays out there. He don't give off the mannerisms.
But he doesn't. The thing is, if you look, like the person on OKC that did it the best is Lou Dort. He's up in there. He's playing defense, but he's doing it at another type of level than OG. OG's more of he's a lockdown defender, but he's more finesse. He's up in your face. He's using his head more. We need someone to make them physically tired and to just get up, in them and just sit there.
Are you talking about the dude from Detroit?
Who? Which one from Detroit?
Stewart.
Oh,
yeah, Isaiah Stewart, that dude.
Yeah, you know who I like, and I wouldn't mind them trading for him. But I don't see it happening. I haven't heard nothing. But Coulibaly from Washington.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Like, when you see a guy like that, he's not going nowhere. He's young, and Wizards aren't going anywhere, so they're not going to get rid of a talent that they could possibly use in the future. Now, if Coulibaly was on, I don't know, some other team that was stacked, maybe. But like, we can't even get a guy that's on another team that's stacked. Like the Knicks, you know, the Knicks want Herb Jones. Knicks ain't getting Herb Jones from the Pelicans. They're not going to give him up.
Too much.
Yeah, they're not going to give him up. So it is what it is. Although I would say, here's my prediction. I do predict. I don't know how. Somehow, I do think the Knicks wind up with Herb Jones. I don't know how. I don't know. I have a feeling that the Knicks are going to pivot and all this big man talk. I don't think the Knicks are going to get the big. I think the Knicks are going to get that tall wing.
Hey, maybe Mr. Jim.
I actually think it's going to be Murphy, but that's interesting that you said Jones because to me, I'll take either one of them. Yeah. I think Murphy has a lot more upside than Jones. To me, personally, I think he does.
I think it's tough. It's tough to get Murphy because he does, like, the one thing about Murphy that makes him so unique is he does a lot in little minutes. Like, and I think they look at that, like, the value of this kid and what he does in limited minutes is so much more than you can quantify. Like, how can you get rid of a guy like that? And I think that's why they shop in Zion. And once Zion is out of there, if they get rid of Zion, then we're done. We ain't getting no Herb Jones. There ain't no Trey Murphy going nowhere.
You know who I like to raise a whole lot of picks and people for Zion? The New Orleans pulled off a magic trick.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
You know who I like that flies under the radar too, even for OKC, is the second Jalen Williams.
Yeah, the one who hit 3 threes on us last night, who has only played 5 games, but he showed up against us.
After that, they ain't gonna trade
the guard, not the power forward. The guard.
No. He's talking about the power forward. He's not talking about the guard. The guard, they're going nowhere.
They're both Jalen Williams are guards. I mean, are forwards.
Right.
Forwards.
Yeah, right. They're both forwards.
I know.
One is small forward, the other one's power forward. Yeah. He's talking. You talking about the light skinned one, right? The
one with the long braids.
Yeah. That's the one who just got back. And hit 3 threes on us. Yeah, that guy.
The only thing is that is a problem for a team that will actually trade a player like that, especially after hitting 4 threes just like that.
Well, see, OKC, their problem is going to be coming, and it won't. I know it won't be this season, but it's going to be coming after the season because they're going to come into the same situation that they did with Kevin Garnett and James Harden. They can't pay everybody.
But then
just like we had just now with OG and Bridges, and Brunson, and iHeart.
Right, but they got a lot of guys on rookie contracts still. I mean, certain guys are starting to hit that point, right? But for OKC, I don't know, man. They're in a situation where it almost doesn't matter. They got 4 first-round picks in this draft. They got 3 the next year. They got 2 the next year. They got 3 the next year. They got 4. Like, I don't know what to say about them.
And they have Caruso and this dude and his Holgram on waiting.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm gonna tell you something right now. It's scary. We this is why I'm so needing us to build a bench because that team in OKC is building a dynasty.
Yeah.
And if we want to forget it, look, I know the Knicks fans. I know plenty of Knicks fans. If we win one, we're going to be hyped. We're going to be great. It's going to be amazing. And we're going to be overjoyed. But then as soon as the next season starts, what are we going to be expecting? To be up in the sauce again.
Yeah.
OKC is going to be that type of team who's going to be consistently number one last year, number one this year, and they got all those picks, Ron. We better lock it down.
Yeah, but I don't see OKC just because it's a small market. Like we seen it with Harden, we seen it with KD. They wanted to keep all of them, but they didn't have the money. It's gonna come to a point like all these players gonna demand money. And once they have 2 or 3 demanded money, guess what we know OKC to do? Blow it up.
Yeah.
They don't have money.
I mean, but they're in such a good situation, bro, that they're in they got the ball is in their court.
Right.
Imagine how good they are that they're leading the West. They're on a 14-game win streak. They got all these picks, all these young talent.
Yep.
When they get to the point where they can't pay these guys, they're just going to ship one or two of them off, get more picks. They're going to get some talent that they could use to complement the team. They're going to just continue this little wave because they know there's no other way for them to succeed.
Oh, yeah.
Their market, it handicaps them. But whoever figured out this formula, ooh, man, they're genius. It's working. It's working.
Trust
I'm
the
gonna tell
process.
you too. They had to have looked at that team that he's talking about, because I cannot believe, if you go back and look at that team, that Harden, Westbrook, I mean, that team was. I cannot believe they didn't win at least one. I cannot believe they didn't win. It was so stacked. So they learned that. I believe they learned from that, because they had so many people, and then they couldn't pay the people. That team had Reggie Jackson. That team had everybody on that team.
Mm-hmm.
So you're right. I mean, that's why picking the right people, and you know what? Not to start a brand new conversation, but that is something the Knicks have not done well for so many years, is draft correctly.
Mm-hmm.
We have not drafted well in so many years.
In the Rose era, the Rose era has been different.
That's why it's very important for us.
It's been better. It's been better in the Rose. In the Rose,
it's definitely been better.
Yeah.
The first couple of years we traded away our picks, but look where we ended up. So you're right. You're right about that. And this year, who knew that we had 3 picks going in and we picked 4 players?
4.
You know what I mean? Masterpiece. You know what I mean? We went in. We went in with less numbers and ended up coming out with more numbers.
And Shaw, to give you even more credit on that, look at the way that they drafting.
Facts.
They could have number 23. Their guy, they already know that their guy's not going to be picked on number 30. So they give that pick for 2 other pick for 4.
Right. That's how.
Bro, we playing chess. It's everything with draft picks and stuff like that. I'm leaving Leon Rose alone. Leave him alone. Don't say nothing. Whatever he's doing is working.
You think about that just started happening, though, is what I'm saying to you. Is like now it's starting to happen. So like that team learned from that. Hopefully Leon Rose, what he's built together, he's learned from. He's doing it.
Jay, and that we let go of quickly. It's not because we didn't want it to keep him. He was already demanding money.
Yeah, it's the money,
and we already knew it.
Well, let me do this. Let me get to the preview for tonight's game for the Bulls, so we can get up out of here. So I can get up out of here. Oh wait, I'm lying. This is just the first 5 hours of a 24-hour marathon.
One day you're gonna do it. I think you did yourself today. Jesus Christ.
Well, this has been a moment, but let me just say the other thing. Shout out to Stacks Different Timing. Salute to you, my brother. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Oh wait, hold on. Before I do that, because I got Sherwin's thing up on the screen. I never really addressed it, I don't think. So Sherwin said Ron is missing the fact that coach can implement the plays, but the players have to make the plays. Facts. I agree. I don't think coach said pass the ball to Cat and Brunson said I'm not going to pass the ball to Cat. I don't think when it comes to that stuff, that's something that the players are not doing. I think there's something going on where the coach is not implementing or not saying it, and that's the reason why it's not happening. Because you can't say, let's get the ball to Cat, and then nobody gets the ball to Cat. I mean, come on. So I don't think that's the case. But I hear what you're saying overall. Yeah, the coach tells them what to do, and they got to orchestrate it. It's not everything is not on the coach. Mm-hmm. But in this case, what we're talking about as far as minutes usage and not getting the ball to Cat, to me, that has a lot to do with coaching. But okay. Let's move on from there. And what I was saying for Stacks Different Timing, he said I can name a ton of players that Leon missed out on. I remember this is all like the game within the game. The only thing I would say with that is you might be right. Like Ryan Dunn was one of them that the Knicks might have messed up on. Okay, I could see how Ryan Dunn would look great in a Knicks uniform, but there's also a situation where there's other guys that the Knicks intentionally passed up on because of money. We took the one guy in Dadier, but because of the first round stuff, but there's also other guys that we might have traded back for because we didn't want to pay them. Like it went down to thousands of dollars that, the Knicks start to say, okay, we can't draft this guy here and we can get him 10 players down, we'll take him, but we can't take him here because he's going to make this amount of money. And we are watching every single penny because they've been trying to stay out of that second apron. Let's not forget, guys, the Knicks have OG Anunoby, Mikal Bridges, Karl Anthony Towns, Jalen Brunson, and we are not in the second apron. They are trying their best to pinch pennies. So I hear you though. You ain't lying that there's certain guys maybe we could have took a flyer on this, but the Knicks are intentionally also trying not to draft guys at certain spots because they would get more money. It's just how it is. So just want to throw that out. You're wrong.
I watched a video that make you cry. Who we missed. But anyway, go ahead.
And let me tell you something. This one, hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, don't say that.
Don't say that.
Don't even say it. Let's skip it.
No.
I had to take a picture of that real quick because what's going to happen is one day you're going to see him do his thing here, or you're going to see him trade it to another team, and you're going to look at him all out, and you're going to be like, why did the Knicks let that guy go? I'm telling you, Tyler Kolek is going to be one of those players that you're going to be like, man, that kid is pretty good. You're just not going to see it yet, but you're going to see it one day. And I think the other thing I was going to say real quick is that the Knicks have somebody that unfortunately we can't see. I hope this kid gets healthy and gets better. We're not going to see him this year, but I hope his knee holds up. If we can get McCullers, if we can get McCullers, there's going to be a point where McCullers is basically insurance for guys like Dadier. So if the Knicks decide they want to move Dadier, it's fine if you got a healthy McCullers because he can score. He averaged 18 points per game, and he's a better defender than Dadier. He's probably could be one of our best young defenders.
He's like a young Josh Hart.
He's like a young Josh Hart, yeah. But he might be a little bit more offensively talented.
There's only two players that I could say, Ron, that I was disappointed that they picked. And I know I got a lot of flack for it back then, but when they picked Quentin Grimes instead of Cam Thomas.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Cam Thomas was probably, and then when they gave Jalen Durant, basically to Detroit.
Yeah.
Those are the only two. Those are the only two that I can say. But at the end of the day, what they did with what they had, I was amazed because nobody was seeing like Deuce McBride becoming what he's doing, and everything. And Thibs has developed him not only into a strong player but into a leader, because you saw it even when he was talking to what's that center's name? I forgot his name now.
He was talking to from the Wizards, right? He was talking to
the center we drafted.
Mitch Robinson? No,
I forgot his name. He's a power forward center.
Oh, the dude that went to Boston?
No, he's still with us.
Sims?
No, he hasn't been playing.
Hakaporty.
Okay.
When they were on the court, he was telling them, listen, even though these are garbage minutes, you got to prove yourself.
Oh yeah, he said definitely.
So he's molding them into the leader. So you look at these players too. He's not one. They're looking for strong players, but strong-minded players.
Yeah.
Because they don't want weak-minded players, even if they have that talent. Because talent, you could have all the talent in the world, but if you don't put it to work, you're not going to be great.
Yeah.
And that's what they're looking for.
I hope you're wrong about Kevin McCullough, new Lord, but listen, I didn't watch him that closely, so maybe you know a little bit more about him than I do. We'll see. I hope you're wrong about it. I mean,
McCullough's not no Ben Simmons.
And by the way, Ben Simmons wasn't straight soft. Benson, he was straight off.
Yeah.
Okay.
He didn't have
issues. All right. He wasn't straight
That was his
soft.
mindset.
The boy in the first year or two balled out of control. He wasn't well between the ears.
And also, it wasn't only the New York Knicks that was right behind Kevin McCullough. There was like about 5 or 6 teams that was like wanting Kevin McCullough. Like if we start looking at the Knicks, the Knicks, what they did with Detroit, we playing the way, or we are doing business the way the NBA wants us to do business. Because if you notice, Cat, if you take Rose out of the equation, Leon Rose out of the equation, that trade might have never happened. And it was because of that, because Leon Rose, every single time, he always knocked on Detroit door. He always knocked on a Charlotte door. What do you need? What do you need? And there was a lot of trades that a lot of people said, but it doesn't make no sense. It makes sense because now we are opening the door to make business with other team. Now other team are more, they're not reluctant to make business with us. Whenever they hear the New York Knicks knocking on their door, they want to hear it, because it's not like we want this player, but we trying to give you nothing for it. Right. No,
we're not gaining anything them.
Yeah, the New York Knicks, they are working with them. It's not like we getting this player, but we're not going to give you something. We will knock on a third team, a third team, so that we could get you whatever you need.
That's a fact.
They're willing. They're making good. It's business moves and making. It's networking, and you gotta be good at networking. The Knicks know that. I mean, they are businessmen. That I will say that is true.
I'm gonna tell you, you know how much I love Duran, man, and that missing out is a big reason why I always mention him in trades. I think he's going to be a monster. Like, he has the potential to be a superstar.
Well, and you may be right, because he definitely has some talent. I like him.
He could be Mitch without the injuries.
Yeah, but that's what people call him. He's basically like Mitch without the injuries.
But you saw what even Leon Rose did when Jalen Ivey was in the market. He did everything possible to get Jalen Ivey, and for some reason it didn't work out. But hey, it wasn't like he had his arm crossed. He was doing everything. Right. Hey, they just asked a little bit too much, and that's why we needed to pass on.
And I really agree. for that. Whatever. I don't want to get into it because
and they were mentioned together. By the way, every time that the trade was, one had to take both, and it was too much involved.
He definitely wanted Jalen Ivey. Yeah. So let me just say this real quick. Shout out to Soul Snatcher 61. This was a while ago. I don't even know if he's still here. That's how long we've been going. Shout out to you. Shout out to Fly God the Third, aka C_Mac. Shout out to our guy D-Rex. Saw you earlier in there, chopping it up. Shout out to Westchester Lester. Appreciate you, a member of the SKF Army. Good to see you. TJ Warren off the bench would be good. Yeah, well,
we
shout out to Knicks. Just Knicks was talking about Kelly Oubre when we were talking about a piece that could fit in. I wouldn't be mad at a Kelly Oubre. I'll be honest.
No, I mean, me neither.
He's not someone that that wouldn't help us. He would help us. Like his defense, his aggressiveness. He talks. He gets his little feisty. Like I like guys.
He's a New York. He's a New York energy style player, and off the bench, he definitely is what Shai says. He's a bump off the bench.
Right.
As long as he don't go riding his bike in the streets of New York, we're good.
He's going to though, and we'll have to accept him for that.
He gonna get run over by one of them Dominican gypsies.
He better watch what he's doing out there in them streets for real. Shout out to John Doe.
By a Dominican gypsy.
Oh boy. Shout out to John Doe. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Shout out to SF Wisdom. Appreciate you. Thank you for tuning in. I don't think I've seen you in the chat like that. Shout out to No Caps Life's Analyst. Appreciate you. Depth. I like that.
Yep.
And I think I did say shout out to them. I got them earlier. Oh, and shout out to for subscribing for Troy NYC. Appreciate you.
Welcome aboard.
Give you that. You get the air horn for subscribing.
Hey, Ron, it's been great. Everybody, I hope you have a great rest of the year. I got to get out of here, feed the kids. So
appreciate
thank you for letting me on. I'll talk to you guys soon.
All right, man.
Hopefully we get that W tonight.
Food off of mine too.
Yeah. Hey, everybody's welcome.
Yeah, take it easy, Dan.
All right.
Be safe.
So
Blessings
this
to you
is
and
what
the
it
family,
looks like for tonight's. Let me move this. I'll put us back in a minute. This is what it looks like for tonight's matchup between the Knicks and the Bulls. Currently, the Knicks are at 117.6 points per game. The Bulls are at 117.2. Who knew, guys? Who knew the Bulls were scoring like this? I didn't know. Rebounds, 43.2. Rebounds for them, 45.2. Who knew that the Bulls was doing this stuff? Assists, 27.9. The Bulls, 29.4. I'm going to ask you again, who knew that the Bulls was playing like this? I didn't know that. 7.7 steals to 7.5. I got to tell you already, if I'm looking at this game, this is not a game that the Knicks are automatically going to win. I'm telling you right now. Don't be thinking that it's going to be easy. Blocks, 4.1 to 4.7. Turnovers, 12.2 to 14.6. The Knicks have the edge. Shooting wise, 49.8 from the field to 46.6. Okay, we got the edge there. 3-point percentage, 38.5 to 37. Man, I'm kind of surprised.
We dropped down.
Yeah, we did drop down. It's right. We were closer to 40. We dropped down. Free throw percentage, we're at 80. They're at 79.3. We were at 83 at one point in the season.
83, we dropped down.
So this game could definitely go either way.
You look at the numbers, it's a gimme.
Yeah, it could definitely go either way. Let me look at the other stats. Hold on, where are they? Where am I? Too many tabs open. Okay, here we go. Points in the paint, 51.7 to 47.6. That's nice. I think that number has gone up because the Knicks have been trying to play better in the paint when our 3-point shot is not going. That's good. Second chance points, 13.8 to 12.6. Okay, we got the edge there. And fast break points, 16 to 17.9. So I say all that to say that this is not a gimme. The Knicks have to go out there and take these guys serious and play basketball. Don't get a hangover off of playing a really good team in OKC and then play the Bulls and think you're going to just step on their necks. No, the Knicks got to go out there and play the same way they played in those first two quarters. They better come out that same way versus Chicago, just to put them away and get them up out of here. But what's your guys' thoughts? Knicks versus Chicago tonight. What are you thinking? Sha?
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting game. You know what I mean? Like you just showed the matchups and stuff like that. So it's going to be a real interesting game. They have beaten some good teams in the last couple of games that they've been on. You know what I mean? So they're a very exciting team, and right now I think they're might be 8 or 9. They're not too far. If they 8, I don't remember. I've seen them. I think they're not too far out of the play-in if they're in the play-in or whatever. So this team is, and they still got some threats over there. You know, they got some guys that can knock down the shot and get hot at any given time. Levine is a player. You know, he can get hot at any given time. White can get hot at any given time. Valanciunas can go over there and score the basketball, you know, at any given time. So this team is not a team that you take lightly. This is a team that you don't even want to see in the first round of the playoffs. You know what I mean? That's how good this team could be. So with that being said, we got to, you know, do our basics. And as long as we do our basics and don't have a lull from last night, and I mean, try to contain this team to under 26 points a quarter, I think we can pull out a good win tonight.
I like it. And just for context, the Bulls are 5-5 in their last 10. So, you know, 500 basketball. So you definitely have a chance to beat them, but you have a chance to lose as well. And they're
what's their rating, Ron? What place are they standing in?
They're in. Sorry, I just had it. I changed it. Sorry, they are currently in 10th.
10th, yeah. I knew they was like 9 or 10, something like that. So they're in the play-in right now.
Correct. And what's interesting about them though, they're 5-11 at home and they're 10-8 on the road. So that's actually a benefit for us too, because I think the Knicks are playing them in Chicago, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, you know, they don't really do well with the home cooking. Another reason for the Knicks to take them serious and do what they got to do. So yeah. What you think, Nice? How you feel about the Knicks versus the Bulls tonight? Oh, and shout out to WizBKLA who gave the super chat. Thank you for your generosity. He said, I can't unsee that horrible dancing display. Listen, that was earlier, you know what I mean? You never appreciate my moves, B. Never appreciate my moves, man. Yeah, nice. What's your thoughts on tonight versus the Bulls?
You should have just said that was my 1-2 move right there. So I would like to say that based on what we saw last night, we need to start understanding that team is not going to give us the food with the play with the food. Have it ready just for us. We need to do our due diligence, give him something new so that they haven't seen. I heard a lot of people saying that we would like to see Josh Hart in the second unit. Don't know why. I would like to see Josh Hart running the ball. So the same thing that Jalen Brunson, because what we seen him, he had 12 assists on the previous game, not OKC or Utah Jazz. We need to start having other teams see something different, something that they are not prepared for. Tonight they're going to be prepared to see Jalen Brunson bringing down the ball, and I'm just trying to have them do something different, like have Josh Hart bringing down, have Cat taking those three early. Don't wait till the second quarter or the third. Start hitting those three at the beginning so that you can open up that paint, and Jalen Brunson could start cooking way early, very comfortable. And with that, I see New York Knicks winning because I know that they're gonna feel like with a purpose tonight. That game last night was winnable, and guess what? Whatever happened. So the next game to win is this one. This one is a must win right now.
No, I'm with you. I agree. I think this is you can't you lose one streak, you got to start another one. You can't you can't put yourself in a situation where you dwell on the past events. You got to act like amnesia, like, oh, that never happened. Next game, what's next? Or at least forget about it. You can't act like it never happened, but you got to forget about it and move on to the next.
Oh, yeah.
Jay, what's your thoughts, brother, on tonight's game versus the Bulls?
All right, so I got confused for a second, but he said it's Vucevic, right? Vucevic. Right. So I think he's an offensive player. I think that Cat could really. He's a great offensive. He's a very good at his height. He was a great center offensively, but he doesn't play defense very well. I think Cat could exploit him very incredibly. He also shoots very well too, so Cat has to watch that, not go for the up and under. He does that a lot. I think we're going to be a tired team. You want me to be completely honest? I think we're a tired team. I'd like to see Precious play a lot more. Precious should have came in yesterday when OG got fouled on that one. That's exactly the time that you use them. So I hope that we have a better coach, more people, Kolick and company playing. And I also would like to see somebody else run the ball and allow Brunson to be a 2, because I believe he would really excel in that position. And whether or not Hart comes off the bench or not, I know he's going to go banana cakes for us. I do agree with my brother Nice. I do think that he could run the ball and Brunson could too, and they could flip flop that way. I'm gonna, normally I wait later in the day for this, but I'm gonna go 119 to 103 Knicks on this game.
I like it. It's not bad. Yeah, I feel good about it. I feel good that I think the Knicks, I think, which was probably gonna. I hope I'm right. I have a feeling that Thibs is gonna play 10 tonight, and I think Knicks fans gonna be upset. I think he's gonna play 10 tonight. We'll see. Right. I could be wrong.
And not to forget about this. This is a revenge tour game right here. This is one game that we had lost, and we had lost it by 1 point. Well, where I think Cat was having one of them was having an excellent game that game, and we lost the game. I think it was either Cat or Brunson had about 40-some points against 38. It was big numbers against the team, and we lost. So this is a game that we have to remember that we lost.
Was this one of the game that Josh got thrown out of against the Bulls?
It might be.
No, I
It
thought
might
that was
be.
a Houston game, but it could be the Chicago
You
game.
know what it is? Because I'm seeing a red. I'm seeing red. It might
Right,
have been.
right.
You
Yeah, it
might
could
be
be
right.
Houston and
Yeah, it might
Chicago.
have been
It's one of
Houston.
those.
Yeah, what? But I think if I'm not mistaken, I think it was Cat. But if it wasn't Cat, I think it was Brunson. One of them was having a pretty decent game. They were really getting down the game, and we lost by one by some fluke stuff that went on. So I think this is one of the revenge tour games that we be talking about, and I think we get out there and we want to win this game tonight. I know it is for us as a fan, it's a letdown for what they did last night, but they played good basketball. They played good basketball. What we lacked last night was the nuance of bringing some guys in to save our starters. Our starters playing too many minutes. On top of our second unit really didn't produce, because in essence, if our second unit produces, then our starters don't get a lot of minutes, and that's the bottom line. If our second unit can get out there, get those 14, like Shammer had 14 to 19 points, in that second unit, our starters don't get that many minutes in the starting unit, and there'll be a little bit more fresher to go on in the later part of the fourth quarter with stuff like that.
Right. Thank you. Okay, I'm not tripping. I'm just too off. Like it's burned in my memory bank. Shout out to AP. He said that was last year. That Josh did get kicked out of a game versus the Bulls. All right, I was tripping. I mean, I felt like I seen it, but it was okay.
Wasn't it also, Ron? Wasn't it also the Bulls that had nothing? They couldn't move up or down in the last game of the year last year, but we could have took second seed, and they played their entire starting staff.
Yeah.
And we played against us.
Yeah, and we barely beat. That was a tough game. I remember the reason why I remember that game is we were going crazy, man. It's like the Knicks had it, and then the Bulls were fighting, and in the end, the Knicks won. But I remember because I was on State Show with John in person. We was in Harlem, and we were watching the game live. So yeah, I remember that. It's a good point.
Yeah, and so that this team has always played us tough. I'm going to just tell you something really quick. That in that game, Vucevic, this year, Levine went for 31 and 7 rebounds. By the way, Williams, power forward, plays very well against us. 18 and 6. White, great point guard, 22 and 4. The other guy, can't say his name so well. Dasume, how do you say his name?
Oh, the Sume Osumu or whatever, something like that. I don't know.
They got one of the OKC guys over there, so it's a little bit over there. Giddey is over there, and they played really well that day. And you hit the nail on the head. Brunson went for 24 and 8, and Bridges went his first 20-point game that for us. But Towns had 46, 10, 3 and 3.
40, yeah.
46.
Right.
10,
I remember.
Isn't it interesting that when
Payne
that
had
team,
11 points that game. That's before that Payne had 11 points that game.
all right. So you remember? I don't know if you remember this. You guys know when I talked about earlier about how the Bulls had that starting lineup, but the problem was when they lost Lonzo Ball. I didn't get into that. Their whole identity changed, right? So what do? They go out and they get themselves Josh Giddey. Problem is they got Josh Giddey too late. You got Josh Giddey now, and you don't have DeMar DeRozan anymore.
Yep.
So, yeah, it would have been nice to have Josh Giddey with the same squad to see what they could do and keep Caruso, but you had to give up to get. So, you had to give them Caruso to get Giddey.
Ron, will you guys have any, let's say in mind, any minute restriction for a certain player in the team?
For tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if I'm the Knicks, but see, I don't know how confident Thibs is. Like, you gotta expect that from a confident coach. Because if I was Thibs, I'm not playing any of these guys more than 30 minutes. Like, my starters ain't playing more than 30 minutes.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Like it should be a minute restriction, because who we playing on Monday?
Let's see.
And it's one of those that I'd rather lose one game and not lose both of the game, because we're not talking about another team that is just in the bottom tier. Like, they also knocking on the door.
Right. Listen, you ain't lying.
Orlando.
That is fair. We gotta deal with Orlando, then Toronto, then OKC again.
Orlando is the one that I'm not worried about Orlando, but at the same time, whenever we play them, I just want to have or ammunition in our end.
Although they're even worse now, man. I can't believe you saw how Jalen Suggs went down. I mean, what the hell is going on over there?
I know. Wow.
Right?
It's crazy.
Isn't
Pinchero might be back.
Yeah, he might be back.
Pinchero might be back, of course. Yeah, so they'll be okay. But it's not. It's just wild stuff happening over there in Orlando, man. They need to talk to their conditioning people. They need to get theirself a new training staff or something.
Somebody's getting fired.
It's crazy over there. But anyway, yeah, man. So I just want to get around to everybody because as much as I love chopping it up and talking to you guys, I can't do it no more. Love y'all. I'm out. Peace.
6 hours, Ron.
Yeah, this is wilding out.
I went to check something on YouTube. I'm like, is this a replay? What the hell is going on?
And Ron is still kicking.
This is bad business, man. Somebody texted me like
we'll
3 hours ago. Yo, what's up? But I can't respond yet. That's 3 hours ago. So let me get around. Let me go from bottom up. Nice. Final words, my brother.
Major salute to everybody in the panel, everybody on the chat, all boys and girls, females and male. Love what you guys do. Continue doing it. And hey, let's just keep on pushing our Knicks and elevating our team to the point that we actually see them, because this team is more than what we see right now. I guarantee you. I don't know why, but that's why I keep on saying it's not OKC. I know OKC beat us, but I just feel like we have everything we need to be that team.
I agree, man. I agree. Listen, I know you don't want to give. Listen, I'm telling you, bro, OKC is a problem, but I hear you. Our Knicks are a problem as well, and we can be that. We can be just as good as OKC, Cleveland, or Boston. I don't doubt that one, not for 1 second, but I do think the Knicks still have some stuff that they have to work on. They have to figure out what is the best unit for them to continue to be out there and be effective, because there's just something, there's a little something missing, and it's always going to pop up when we play good teams. So, we're going to figure it out one way or another. Jay?
You call me brother?
Yeah. Right. Final words, my brother.
All right, so I'm well at 6. I've done a million things since then. Here's what I think. I think that we need to, and I'm gonna sound a lot like Shaw on this one. We need to hit our free throws, and I'm not joking about it. Like 90% plus tonight. It has to be. I want them to be limited to 30 minutes per player. I maybe a 35 minutes for Bridges, 35 minutes for Hart. I don't want to see OG play more than 30 because of the way he fell, because of the way he took that. I don't want to see that, and I don't want to see Cat at all play extended minutes. I do want to see the young guys play. I mean, and when I say the young guys, all of them. I want to see them all play. I want to see how they do them. You don't play all the young guys against OKC. You play them against Chicago. Chicago right now has something to play for. They're the last team right now in the play-in tournament as we speak, with the Sixers and somebody else right behind their ass. So this team is not a gimme. We have to play hard, but I still would say 30 minutes for the starters and play every single person on the bench. And like I always say with Divine and Shaw, if you got 5 to 7 points from each one of those guys, anywhere from 5 points or whatever, then we would get 125 points a game, easy, no cap, all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go, Nick. You heard my score earlier. I don't think it's a gimme. It's like a 119, 103 type of game, but it's definitely Nick's favor.
I agree with your point. Like, you got to build up the confidence in these young players. Obviously, they got to show Thibs and show the staff, like, listen, we want the time, give us the opportunity, we deserve to get it. But you got to build up that confidence, man. If you want guys to be effective for you, got to instill it into them so that they can, step up when it's time to step up. And I think actually tonight's game against the Bulls, because let's not forget, this does play into what my narrative was earlier in the season as far as young athletic teams. The Bulls are a young athletic team. They got a couple geezers over there, but not really. You know what I mean? The most part, they're a young team. So the Bulls, Orlando, and then you got did I say
OKC at the crib?
Toronto.
Yes.
So this is 3 games where if the Knicks wanted to work on something and see if they can incorporate some of this bench into the mix, these are 3 games to do it before you have to play OKC again next Friday. You got Orlando, the Bulls, and you got Toronto. That's a perfect time to start messing around and see if you can incorporate Daddier, Kolick. How can we expand our roster a little bit so that we can be prepared when we play OKC next Friday to handle their depth? I think this is a great. I hope the coaching staff looks at it like that. This is the perfect time. It's not like we're playing Philadelphia and Milwaukee and these right now. We're playing these guys and we could beat these teams. So I definitely would look at that. Sha, what's your final words, my brother?
We also have to think about this in the second unit. Sham, Payne, Precious, and who I'm missing? Sham, Payne, Payne, Deuce, and Deuce. And I mean, have not played 5 games together. Deuce, Payne, Shamif, and Precious have not played 5 games together so far since both Precious and Shamif come back. So they have to work on their to work to get cohesion in that second unit. Tonight's game is not an easy game to take off. This is not a cakewalk. This is not one of the teams that's in the lower echelons of the Eastern Conference. So we have to play this team accordingly. I would like to see a little implement from the third unit, which is what we need to implement into the second unit, especially if Deuce is not playing tonight. I'd like to see some Kolick and maybe another one of those young players that help out to salvage some of the energy from our starting unit tonight. With that being said, Knicks Real Talk comes on at 6:45. If you guys are still up, you still around, if you're still checking in and stuff like that, come check us out for the post and pregame. We're going to do the half an hour of the post game from last night and bring it into the forefront to the pregame today. So come check us out, Knicks Real Talk. Thank you guys for being on. Thank everybody that called in. Well, I'm saying all your stuff, Ron. That's because I'm a commentator in my mind. My bad. That's a commentator in my mind. I'm sorry. My bad. Salute to you guys that's on the panel. Salute to you guys that's on the panel. Jay, Nice, Ron, thank you for having me on today for this 6-hour marathon. I think this is the first time I could have drove to Virginia over. I could be in Virginia right now from New York. I could be in Virginia right now. Now I mean on the international.
And then with your show, we can end up in South Carolina, man.
You know what I mean? It's gonna be almost 8 hours of doing this thing right here on an off day from work. This is my second job right here. I love these days when I'm off on the weekends and stuff like that, so I can come on and let's talk Knicks, the team that I love. So salute to you guys for coming on. And if you guys ain't busy, come check us out on Knicks Real Talk today.
I'm gonna just tell you that the on my side it went haywire a little bit, so I'm not sure everybody heard. But Knicks Real Talk 6:15,
6:45,
6:45.
Mm-hmm.
No,
6:45.
All right,
it's
look at me.
Bulls
I would have
game,
had you waiting a half hour. 6:45. They got a good show too, and you'll enjoy it. This has been excellent as always, Ron. I don't believe you. I don't believe in your word. 3 hours. I don't believe any of this stuff you say to me.
He put it out there early today. I ain't doing nothing today. He put it out there early today.
I did say I was rocking today. I did say
he did say it. I remember that. So that's about
to be honest, I was excited. I was excited like a little kid when I saw you were still on. When I saw you were still on, I was like, yes.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I gotta get something going, man. This is bad business. Like I don't know. But I appreciate you guys, man. Thank you for always being here. Shout out to Sha, shout out to Jay, shout out to Nice, shout out to G Money. Shout out to Dan. I feel like I'm missing somebody.
Sam. Yeah, there was somebody else.
Sam. Shout out to Sam the Grandy Man. Yes, appreciate you guys. And thank you to all the callers. I ain't gonna remember all of y'all, so I'm not even gonna try.
Double A.
Jay, did you hear me when I said I'm not gonna try? Oh my God. Nah, but I appreciate you. Nah, shout out to everybody, man. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for calling in, showing love. Thank you to everybody with generous super chats. Appreciate you guys. Thank you to everybody who tuned in for the first time. If it's your first time finding Still Knicks fans, I hope you enjoy the content. You like, continue to subscribe, support all the fellow shows. The Knicks community is big. We enjoy rocking with each other. That's why we have this type of camaraderie. We get together in person when we can. It's real, man. Like, listen, not everybody can do it the way we do it, but we do it and we do it well. So please continue to support us. Shout out to Giles G. I see you. Yeah, I know, man. That's why I'm up out of here. But I appreciate you, brother. We play games, man.
It's been fun.
Yeah. Shout out to my guy Ron Mills as well, man. Appreciate you. Robert Brown Jr. He said, "Win or lose, the rookies have to get experience, and now is the best time."
Facts.
Tonight's game would be a good caveat from last night's game. Yes.
If you ain't gonna play the rookies tonight, you know what? I'm gonna tell you something. Here's something crazy. It's not crazy. You know how it is. This is Thibs. I wouldn't be surprised if he runs the exact same guys out there tonight, but the difference is going to look better because they're not playing OKC. I wouldn't be surprised if he runs the exact same dudes out.
Don't put that in the air because I was thinking that the whole time, man.
But the same thing that Ron is saying is a double-edged sword, because if we run the same game plan and we lose, now you asking for Coach Thibs' heads.
Yeah. Well, that would be
that. Like people is gonna start coming like that. Like, I love Thibs, but stop giving these people reason to keep on having your name in these podcasts. Like, can you blame the fan to start stating why you don't play other place? Why? But before anything, Ron, did you give your take on Chicago?
Oh, I didn't, man. I'm sorry. Man. Yeah, look at that.
I got no more coffee, no money.
Yeah. My another leg mug is empty, man. My cup runneth over.
Yeah, hold it up. I got you.
Ron is looking at it like, hey, it's been 6 hours, man. It's 6 hours.
On game day.
Yeah, 6 hours. I don't even know who my name is anymore. Like, damn, you've been here for the whole show. Appreciate you, Cotton Candy. Thank you for being here. Let's go, Cotton Candy. You know what that means, right? We partying. Oh, rocking out. Let's go.
Shy, you on the top. You're supposed to join in right there, Shy. Come on.
I think they do it again. All right, go do it again.
Hey, Ron,
you got lock your hand. There you go. Yeah, there you go. That's my man.
Hey, Ron.
Now I gotta go. Hold up. Now I gotta go.
But
what's
Ron,
up, Nice?
Yeah, the most beautiful thing is that you've been here for 6 hours and you still got 85 people kicking it. That's how you could tell that we like you have a great show going on.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you. It's even better than that. I don't want to shortchange y'all. We got 85 people on YouTube and 76 on Twitter still tuned in. Appreciate y'all, man. Thank y'all for showing love, man. Listen. The whole point of this is we do this because we want to have a space to be able to talk. We want to be able to get everybody's opinions and thoughts out there about the New York Knicks. Like, nobody's perfect. Nobody says we all have the right answers. We're just trying to enjoy ourselves, enjoy the team we love. Hopefully they win a championship. We're able to share it together. I told y'all right now, listen, the Knicks win, I'm out there. I'm going to be out there with y'all. I'm going to see if I can get still Knicks fans float. I'm rocking. So
all of us together.
Yes. That would be dope. That actually would be the dopest thing ever. If the New York Knicks can win the championship and we can get like a content creator float with everybody up on there, now that would be fire.
It would
that
be.
Would be fire. But anyway, that's from one dream to another dream.
We make dreams happen up here, brother. We make
you never
dreams
know.
happen.
You never know. So before I go, I just want to say once again, thank you to everybody for being here. And I want to remind y'all again, this is my, like I got a job. This is my duty. I got to say it again. once again, guys, please go out there and get your vote on. If you haven't voted for our New York Knicks, please go support the team. Karl Anthony Towns, OG Anunoby, Mikal Bridges, Jalen Brunson, Josh Hart. Vote all Knicks, baby. Vote all Knicks. Okay. And thank you guys once again for showing love. And remember, you could do it once a day, every 24 hours. So vote now, and then 24 hours from today, do it again tomorrow, man. Keep showing the love. Don't matter. Look, we make a big deal. I mean, New York is always busy. It takes 2 minutes to vote. And then once you vote for the first time, your stuff basically is locked in on the screen. All you got to do is press submit. You know what I mean? It can't get no simpler than that. So show the guys some love. Go out there and vote for our New York Knicks, and let's see who we can get to the All-Star game, man. They deserve it. They're working hard. And at least, even if they don't make it, show them love by the votes, man. That'll show, hey, New York is rocking with us, and we're going to rock for y'all. We need to get back to all heart, no quit. And this is going to be a big thing in helping them feel needed, feel wanted, and feel like none of this is forgotten.
Yeah.
Show them some love, man. That's right, Ron Mills. Vote all Knicks. Facts every day.
Real quick, prayers for Ivy, who broke his leg, and I hope that Kawhi Leonard doesn't get hurt in his first start tonight.
Oh wow, Kawhi's back tonight, man. Time flies.
I want to throw a little NBA news out there, but whatever they do, who cares? They're not the Knicks. Let's go Knicks, and let's do it.
I'm with you, man. Once again, thank you to everybody. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Get something to eat. Come back. Tune in to Knicks Real Talk. Get yourself right. Then be ready for 8 o'clock for the Knicks versus the Bulls. Let's get this W. Let's get streaking again. You know what I mean? Let's get back to what we are winning ways, and let's see if we can kind of get a little bit more out of our bench, man. It's a shame that they didn't come up big for us last night, but I take nothing away from it. Once again, I want to leave you guys with the whole fact that the Knicks played good last night.
Yeah.
Struggled in the fourth quarter a little bit, but they really did play good. I don't know if you guys remember the change, the difference between this same team versus the young athletic teams a month ago, but there's a turnaround, man. The Knicks are playing much better basketball. Let's keep supporting them. We're going to be all right. We out of here, baby. Let's go.
I'm off the ledge.
Later, y'all.
Later.